morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the NIAA Board of Control meeting. We'll begin January 14th, 2025. So if we can at this time, if everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is behind you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, if we can now go to page 3. Tia, please do roll call.
Hamilton Trump.
Here.
Rollins Stoller.
Here.
Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Greg Malkovich.
Here.
Jay Penny.
Here.
Paula McNaught.
Here.
Christina Brockett. Here. Wade Colson. Deanna Rowe.
Present.
Ryan Sorensen. Alex Ridley. Keith Wickerman.
Here.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
David Vick.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Jason Odegaard. Tammy David.
Here.
Bob Levitt.
Here.
Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Ellen Thompson.
Here.
Xavier Enfield.
Here.
Alex Munoz. Dexter Wallace. Nala Williams. Timothy Jackson.
Here.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Case Roy. Here. And myself, Tia Wonder.
I'd like to say for the record that Wade has just walked in. All right, at this time on page number 5, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson for announcements.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Welcome. Thank you to the Boys and Girls Club again for hosting us. This has been a very advantageous situation for the association. We thank them. To the guests in the audience, thank you as well for joining us. Restrooms are right behind you, to your left and to your right, depending on your side of the table. Lunch will be here today. We did not make any dinner reservations at this time because we did not know what time the meeting would end. Depending on what time the meeting ends, we will make adjustments and we will adapt and go to the cafe at the Nugget. We'll figure out that. There is a possibility, depending on the motions and the actions of today. So Mr. Davis and I will be remaining here, heading to the office to get information out to schools because we have to give a quick turnaround on anything that's done today and decisions that are made. I don't think we have anything else that's pressing at this time. Good morning, Ms. Brockett. Welcome. You didn't get a formal introduction the last time. That's why you're on the consent agenda today. But welcome from El Dorado. Ms. Brockett now joins our board. We're happy to have her along with us. And at this time, I don't think there's anything else. Unless you have anything else on this one?
No, we're good. All right, let's go to page number 5, public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matters not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that person please complete a public comment card and submit it to the president prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. All right, so at this time, Jesse Segura.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jesse Segura. I'm the director of the Raptor 3C Arena in Fallon, Nevada. We're 4 weeks out from the state wrestling tournament, and we just want to drop in and introduce ourselves and let you guys know that we're excited. The city, the county, and the school district have really got together on this. We bought $50,000 in portable bleachers to have extra seat on the floor for the wrestlers and the coaches. And we're excited about it. We'll try to do the best we can. And also on another note, as a parent of a student that you guys are overseeing, the student athlete, I know you're doing a thankless job, and I appreciate it as a parent. I know there are a lot of other parents, you guys probably don't get that a lot, but thank you very much. If you guys have any questions, I'll get out of your way. I know you're busy, so appreciate you guys. And there's some extra bags too, if anybody can give me, and if there's leftovers, if the boys and girls club staff want those. That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We have somebody on Zoom at this time. Bart, if you could please introduce the individual.
We have Stavros Anthony here by Zoom. I'm assuming you can hear us. Whenever you are ready, please go ahead with your public comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can the rest of our board hear? No, it's not coming through. I'm going to have our tech guy here. If you could turn up the volume on one of these TVs. Just for this public comment. If you want to go ahead and give it another try, we'll see if we can hear you.
Yeah. Testing.
Perfect. Whenever
Okay,
you're
great.
ready. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Again, my name's Stavros Anthony. I'm honored to be Nevada's Lieutenant Governor, and thank you for allowing me to attend your meeting today and make public comment. The reason I'm speaking this morning is to ask the NIAA to develop a policy that bans biological men from women's sports. Nevada girls and women deserve fair competition and equal opportunities in athletics where their hard work and talent can shine. Policies allowing biological men to compete against women undermine the integrity of competition, displacing deserving female athletes from titles, scholarships, and recognition. Peer review research confirms biological-based performance advantages for males in sports. Title IX guarantees equal opportunity for women and girls in education and athletics. Allowing male athletes to compete in women's sports discriminates against girls based on their sex, directly undermining the protection of Title IX was decided to uphold, and that was recently upheld by a federal judge. This particular issue has been kind of swirling around the country for the last couple of years, and it really hit home the last few months when the UNR women's volleyball team decided that they were not going to play against a conference team that had a biological male on it because it wasn't fair, it wasn't right, and it wasn't safe. And there are plenty of examples of female athletes here in Nevada whose titles, championships, award have been taken away by biological men. This really cannot stand. It's not fair. It's not right. And what I have done is developed a task force of some outstanding individuals that are going to come together to safeguard opportunities for female athletes, uphold fairness, and preserve the integrity of competition. This task force is going to be chaired by Marcy Smith, who's an NCAA champion swimmer and Nevada record holder. The task force is driven by expertise, passion, and a commitment to ensuring fairness for women's sports. So we are going to be spending a lot of time focusing on legislation that protects women athletes. And we really want to make Nevada a place where on a K through 12 level, on a collegiate level, on an amateur level, and on a professional level, that biological men should not be allowed to play in women's sports because it's not fair, it's not right, and it's not safe. And these female athletes are really relying on us, our leadership, to make sure that the hundreds of so years that they've been fighting for female athletes to compete and to become great athletes is not undermined by biological men in women's sports. So again, I respectfully request that.
Excuse me, sir, that is your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Before we continue, if we could then turn that volume on the TV back down. Thank you.
You good? Okay, our next speaker is Marcy Smith.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Marcia Smith, and I'm here today not only as a former NIAA champion and record holder myself, but more importantly, as a mother of a young daughter in Southern Nevada who is just beginning her journey in sports. At Reno High School, thanks in part to my achievements in NIAA athletics, I earned a Division I full athletic scholarship. This opportunity led to my higher ed and ultimately helped me achieve a lifelong dream, winning an NCAA national championship title. Today, I'm here to urge you to address an issue that deeply impacts the future of young girls and my daughters. The NIAA policy on gender identity participation and its injustice against Nevada's girls in sports. Women's sports are about so much more than competition. They teach resilience, confidence, and teamwork, but they also serve as a reflection of how our society values women and girls. Right now, your policy allowing male athletes to compete in the female category sends a devastating message that our daughters are undeserving of fair treatment and equal opportunities. Right now, girls across the state are being asked to prioritize the preferences and mental health needs of boys above their own. They are told they must sacrifice their own safety and achievements in an eligibility category that was exclusively created for them. These demands are too heavy a load to ask our little girls to carry. The effects of this policy are undeniable. Under NIAA policy, in the past couple years alone, we've seen state titles in track and field go to male athletes, volleyball achievements denied to girls who earned them, girls knocked off their feet with balls spiked at their heads, and even boys recruited to women's collegiate teams while Nevada's girls were left behind. This isn't just disappointing, it's devastating. Today, Title IX, the federal law guaranteeing equal opportunities for women in sports, protects on the basis of sex. Last week, a federal court ended the Biden administration's Title IX rewrite nationwide. State law cannot override this. Courts across the country are making this clear. The question now is, will Nevada take action for our girls? The NIAA has the power to end this injustice tomorrow. Female athletes are counting on you to act, not to delay, not to deflect responsibility, but to take a principled stand for fairness in sports. ICONS, the Independent Council on Women's Sports, is here to support you in this effort. Our network includes Olympians, champions, parents, coaches, united to protect the integrity of women's sports. And additionally, the Nevada Lieutenant Governor has formed the Protect Women's Sports Task Force to assist leaders like you. We urge you to revise the current policy, restore fairness to girls' sports in Nevada. Every young girl who steps on the field, the court, or the track deserves to know.
Excuse me, that's your time. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have a Charlene Bybee. Again, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Charlene Bybee. I'm a Spark City Councilwoman, but today I'm speaking as a former high school and collegiate athlete. I am the face of Title IX. I graduated from high school in 1972 and arrived at the University of Nevada that August. I competed on the University of Nevada women's gymnastics team, going to nationals every year, competed for 4 years, and I never had a scholarship. The scholarships didn't arrive until my senior year, and I asked the coach to make sure our younger athletes were awarded the scholarships that we were given. I met my husband at the University of Nevada, and he was on the foot run because he played football. I know that the NIAA and all of you are responsible for high school sports. So let me share a historical perspective. I competed in the Bay Area on my high school girls gymnastics team as well as a private club, going to state and regional championships every year. My senior year, my high school coach said to me, she goes, I'm going to nominate you for Super Sport of the Week, which was an award that the whole newspaper gave. And I said to her at 18 years old, I said, they don't do that to girls. And she said, it's about time we did. And she nominated me, and I won that award, went to the banquet, and I was the only girl in the room. The next year, she nominated another gymnast and broke that glass ceiling that awarded and recognizes girls in high school sports. Today, I'm asking that you adopt a policy that protects female athletes, their opportunities, safety, and fairness in competition. This was the intent of Title IX, that protects, quote unquote, on the basis of sex. Join me in promoting women's sports and protecting today's female athletes. I'm here for all those girls and for my 9-year-old granddaughter who's a soccer player. The future of girls in women's sports is on the line. We can't go backwards after the progress Title IX has made after almost 53 years. I'd like to close with a quote. The time is always right to do what is right. Martin Luther King. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next speaker is Annie Chavez.
Good morning, and thank you for the time and opportunity to speak here today. My name is Annie Chavez. I am a born and raised Nevada native, former volleyball player, and current middle school volleyball coach. But most importantly, I am a mom. I have a daughter who turned 13 this year, and I'm proud to be a mom of Sia Lee, who just finished her senior year as team captain with the University of Nevada. She has lived with us for the past year. I stand in front of you today as a mom who has been directly impacted by the discriminatory policies against Title IX, which both of my girls have been impacted. I am here today to not discuss the science of this topic, but to share my personal story. I will never forget the day I watched Riley Bates in the swimming pool and the look on her face as her titles were being taken away and given to a man, a title that she fought her whole life to earn. I remember thinking, how can this be happening? We read about these stories, we see them on TV. But unfortunately, this fall, this situation landed directly in my living room. Ava was faced with competing against a boy on a middle school volleyball team. Sia had to face the challenge of knowing their game against San Jose State, whose leading player was said to be a biological man, was coming up. She was faced with leading her team as team captain and battling her senior year, which should have been filled with fun memories. It was then that I knew I could either jump in the fight and fight this then now, or fight it later when Ava was in high school, which is only a year and a half away. I knew the time was now. The season turned into emotional warfare. Instead of focusing on practice and winning games and enjoying the game they love so much, my girls' focus would be routed to the question, why aren't the people who are supposed to be protecting us not protecting us? As a mom, do you know what it feels like to pick your girls up from practice every day in tears, not because practice didn't go good, but because of discriminatory policies that are in place, and taking a stand against them would bring horrible comments and destroy any girls' morale? Girls being afraid to take a stand because of repercussion of the idea that they could possibly lose their place on the team or scholarships would be taken away. Why are we prioritizing girls over boys? These girls have worked hard to make sacrifices their whole life to be at a higher level. Whether that is at a high school level or college, these opportunities are being given to boys. At the college level, not only is the opportunity to play sports given to a boy, but a girl's opportunity for education whose parents possibly couldn't afford a college education is being taken away and given to a male. These girls don't deserve the risk and the mental warfare of these unfair policies. These girls deserve
That's 3 minutes, I'm sorry, that's 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, our next speaker is Ava Chavez. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Ava Chavez. I'm in the 7th grade graduate and I'm with the grade Catholic school. I've been playing volleyball for 6 years now. Volleyball is my passion, and there's nothing else I would do besides this sport. Being a volleyball player means that I have to always work hard for my spot on the team, and that you always have to be grateful, even if you're a starter or a bench player. I would dream to play D1 volleyball, to be a D1 volleyball player at the University of Georgia or the University of Hawaii. Last fall, I had to compete against a boy multiple times, The only thing I could think about was what his next move was going to be, or could I receive the ball that he was going to make, or even worse, was I going to get hurt from his hit or his serve? This is very important to me because I play a libero, whose job is to take the most hits because I was playing against the board. He took my mental focus away from the sport that I love. Watching CLE, senior team captain of Nevada volleyball, having to go through her last season of volleyball, having to fight for her and her team's rights. She was sad and also inspiring at the same time. Watching Sia gave me courage to speak here today. I want to help to keep my sport that I love fair and safe for my team. Right now, we're being impacted by adults making legal rules. These adults should be protecting girls like me, but they aren't. So I'm calling upon you as leaders to keep a place for me and my teammates and future girl athletes who are also dreaming of becoming a D1 volleyball player. Please do not let our dreams be given to us. Change the rules and protect our sports.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Kendall Lewis.
Good morning. My name is Kendall Lewis, and I'm a student athlete attending Rosina High School. I've worked very hard and put in the effort to get to where I am now in volleyball. I started on the high school varsity team. When I first started playing volleyball 3 years ago, I thought I would never have to compete against a biological male. Considering when I signed up to play girls volleyball, the description seemed pretty clear. 12 girls playing on the team together with no constraints going against them that would add a risk factor beyond the norms. However, a few weeks later, I found out me and the 11 other girls on my team would be competing against a biological male. Experiencing this firsthand, fear runs through our bodies since we know how it creates an uneven playing field and puts us at danger because of the upper hand males naturally have. For example, males are stronger, their vertical is higher, and their agility is much faster. Some of the balls this male athlete hit were hard to pass due to power line swings. Confusion was another feeling we all had that day. The question of why the school and school district would allow a biological male to compete against us, knowing the obvious differences, was a common thought we all shared. As a female playing in a women's sport, I should never have to worry about my safety or the others on my team because a biological male is allowed to play against us. This is unacceptable for men to be in female athletics and to compete at a women's level of sports. Athletics are to come with a safety concern, and adding in the risk factor of a male competing against women increases the dangers. It's heartbreaking to see a male take away a woman's opportunities in sports, whether it be a spot on the team or a scholarship to play at a higher level. Women's sports were created to provide opportunities for fair competition among female athletes in the division. I am blessed enough to have the opportunity to stand up here before you, and I will do everything I can to fight for women's sports and making them safe for the future generations of young female athletes. It is time to step up and take a stand for what we know is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, okay, I'll do my best. Pablo Nara Duran. How'd I do? Okay.
Hello guys, my name is Pablo Nara. I'm not here to speak beside politics, but I'm here to talk about fair alignment of football, basketball, etc. going on here. So we know the football is kind of messed right now. So I saw the proposal. So I will speak about maybe today and later. In basketball, as we have 11 teams in 5A. We will speak about it. So I'm here to talk about the current 3A basketball and 3A because the basketball they're top notch in school. So could like volunteer for 3A could be HUD, Booster, the Central or Pro Valley, etc. It could make the playoffs. So I feel like we could evaluate what the league shape is, and let maybe do away for East and West, and make it fair for the league to win but we know Dennis Smith have a membership, so I'm here for advocate for most balance league, and also I'm here for adding board volleyball into the north. Obviously, because there's a limited opportunity for male athletes who want to play for volleyball, but have to play for club sports. That's limited opportunity. But I think it's because of a Title IX funding, so I don't want to switch the Title IX evaluation. So if we're looking at for one last thing, there's a zoning meeting going on that might change booster mind going at attendance some. So I'm gonna keep it out for it. You will take for it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, our next speaker, J.S. McGillany. How'd I do?
Pretty good. Good morning, J.S. McGillany for the record. I haven't prepared any remarks, but I just want to offer a few simple things. First of all, I really appreciate the fact that we started this meeting with a pledge of allegiance. That's most important to the Constitution of the Republic. And something that I've noticed is missing occasionally from some meetings. As a high school student, during my teen years, I lifted weights competitively. I trained in karate. I wrestled in high school, and at 124 pounds or 128 pounds, by the time I reached the senior, I wasn't competing against somebody in the 165 pound weight class. It only makes sense to match people physically for their biological capacity. Men and women are biologically different bone strength, different lung capacity, different muscle, amounts of muscle. So both with logic and common sense, it makes no sense to allow men to compete with women. It takes away all their potential for scholarships and awards and everything else. So I happen to agree with Stavros Anthony, everything he said, and please do not allow men to compete against women. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Tony Grady.
Madam Chair, forgive me for being late. Thank all of you for being here. I'm Tony Grady, and I'm speaking on my own as a parent, as a D1 athlete, and as a parent, I had two girls who competed in intercollegiate sports. I've been Scoutmaster, and my job was to civilize young men. Okay, we do not need men playing girls' sports. The violence and strength that they have and all the stuff that's going on in their heads at that time does not need to be in women's sports. My girls were great athletes. I would not have had them in a sport where men were competing. I also was a track coach, and I had men and women's teams. And I understand the difference in development in men and women. I would like to get into some of the details, but I can't in my 3 minutes. So I just want to say that I encourage you to listen to me as a father, as a D1 athlete, and then we set the pledge today. I've also been ordained as an elder in the Orthodox Presbyterian Church. We're not serving in that capacity at this time. We are a nation under God. And as an under shepherd, I am speaking that we need to protect our women, we need to protect our girls. So I would like to summarize and say we should not have men, boys in women and girls sports. We need to protect Title IX. Thank you for listening to me today. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Tia, there's no one else?
Got one more.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. If we now move to item number 6 on page 8, for the approval of the agenda for January 14th, 15th, and NIAA Board of Control meeting. I would also ask that that motion includes a flexible agenda. Yes, Wade.
I move that we have a flexible agenda for the January 14th, 15th, 2025 meeting.
Thank you. We have a first, need a second? Deanna, need a second?
I second.
Yes, sir.
Just a question, something I want to bring up regarding 17A. My concern is 17A is included on the agenda, but that is something that we have already decided upon as a board. And so that's why I requested NAC 385B.12B included here, because I thought it's appropriate to the board to have this prior to including 17A on the agenda. At emergency board meeting, we voted to reject this item. Section 2 and Section 3 require a motion to either reconsider or rescind that agenda item. To my knowledge, there has been no such motion made in the meeting, and then voted on and approved in order to put that item back on the agenda. So I just want to make sure that's clear, make sure the board is aware. I do believe including 17A is a violation of the statute.
Okay. Thank you.
You want to comment from me?
I would, if you want, or we can do it when we get to 17.
Well, I think we need to do it now, now that the issue's been raised.
Mr. Anderson.
Under subsection 3, that allows any member of this board to make a motion to rescind the vote that took place at the emergency meeting, and that vote can be made now. So that's I just want to point that out.
I'd like to make that motion. Like I said, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the prior vote of the Board of Control to reject the realignment committee proposal for the realignment.
Yes, please.
We need to vote on the agenda, flexible agenda first, and then we can move into that one. We can't have two motions on the table at the same time.
Wade's correct. We should approve the agenda, and then we can address Colin's point with respect to 17A.
Okay.
Just calling out read report, would that be the wrong order? I'm wondering if that order would be correct, because we would have to do that first in order to include it in the agenda.
Yes, Wade.
No, from my experience, no, the flexible agenda only allows you to be able to take items out of order. It has nothing to do with what's on there, the agenda. So a flexible agenda allows us to go to 17A and to take action on 17A. That's what a flexible agenda means.
Not deletion.
So, Mr. Anderson, voting in the affirmative of everything on this agenda, even if it has not necessarily been correct, would be the correct motion for us to.
Would be the correct motion, because then you can approve the agenda. It's flexible. You can then raise your point again with respect to 17A, and Mr. Kinney can make his motion again if he feels that's appropriate, and we can go from there.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're following that. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, we have a motion and a second. Any further questions or discussions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, that passes. So we'll go to number 2. Jay, if you wouldn't mind, please repeat your motion.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the prior vote of the Board of Control to reject the realignment committee proposal for realignment.
Wade Polson, Region 3, second.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we're gonna have to do a roll call vote, please.
Sloan?
So again, the motion is to rescind. Yay?
Wallen Stallworth?
Yeah.
Linda Cossos? Greg Malkovich? Jay Kenny?
Yes.
Colin McCown?
Nay.
Christina Brock? Nay. Wade Polson,
Aye.
Deanna Riddle,
TA.
Rand Sorensen, Alex Woodley, Keith Whitaker.
Nay. 7-3.
Okay, the votes have it 7-3. Motion passes. Okay, we're going to go to item number 7, the consent agenda items. Please turn to page 14. The consent agendas are for possible action. Hopefully all of you have had time to review. Any questions, any of these in which you would like to be taken off for further discussion? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Ms. Colossus?
Linda Colossus, Region 4, I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Yes, sir.
Could I ask just a quick clarifying question?
Absolutely.
R13924 and R14, I don't know what those are, I'm sorry.
Kate, would you like to go over? Paul, I'm sorry.
I just don't know what those are.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, if you want those pulled.
They don't have to be pulled out, I just don't know what I'm voting.
Wants to know what they are.
I don't know what I'm voting on. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Anderson.
Okay, they're in the packet. Those are 2 regulations that were addressed at our last meeting. They were fairly minor. We had about 5 or 6 regs that went to the Legislative Council Bureau. The biggest one that we've had is the one-time transfer rule, and that, that's gotten hung up. We haven't quite gotten it done. These 2, and I was going to mention them in my report, but I think 15924 deals with just a couple of definitions. We had the issue concerning waiver, what a waiver is. There was confusion. Some parents were thinking a waiver is a document. When this defines what a waiver is in terms of eligibility. And then there's also, we expanded the definition of school, again, for transfer purposes with kids coming in from out of state. So it doesn't just cover Nevada schools, it covers any member school in the country.
I appreciate it.
And then 140, that was the regulation. We've had the issues with the 1A, 2A, where we haven't had a sufficient number of teams at times to meet our regulation requirement for regional and state tournaments. And it gives the executive director discretion to waive that number so that state tournaments can be held for 1A, 2A in certain sports, even though there need not be 9 teams for state or 5 for regional. So that's what those are.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Colin.
Colin, Region 4. Mr. Anderson, just a question for you about conflict of interest. So one of the great lifetime pass here is one of my teachers. I signed for this lifetime pass, so I'm just wondering, is that a conflict of interest in your opinion?
I don't think so. I think as a principal of a school, you certainly have a right to nominate somebody. And I mean, I don't view it as such.
Just wanted to put that question up. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, we have a motion, we have a first, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Being that we have a flexible agenda, we are now going to go to item number 13. Please go to page 73.
Upon our discussing the back, we need to save time. We're going to push this to the board meeting.
Okay, we are not going to go in that direction. I had it all mapped out.
I know you did.
Fellas. All right, let me. Okay. All right. I would encourage all of you, especially your brand new board members, to review that document as always. All right. We will now go to page 56, financial report. Mr. Jackson.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. Again, Happy New Year to everyone in the crowd. As we begin the financial report, a couple of things. I will tell you, taking over for Jay has been one of the best and worst experiences of my professional career. Best experience because it's given me a more in-depth analysis and understanding of our finances. Worst experiences because I've never cared about throwing a paperclip away in my life, and now I look at that as throwing away money. So a paperclip has become value to me. So I thank Jay for that. He's been very helpful. The current financials are included in your packet. I do believe that they were handed out by Tia. Let me get to my page so I can make sure I go over it. Oh, I got it in here. I'm sorry. Let's take a look at that real quick, and we'll go over some things. Change the format a little. For those of you that are used to Jay's format, I kind of changed it. This is for the January. As you can see, football and soccer and volleyball have been actualized. They're in there now. We had an okay fall. I'm going to be honest. We came in under projection by a bit. Still dealing with our online ticketing agent to solidify some more income that's coming our way. Also dealing with some other aspects of venue expenses. I will tell you that I'm very shocked at the slow response of some of our member schools to submit their bills, but not nearly as shocked as I am to some of our venues that submit bills that don't submit them in a timely manner. I don't know how you run your house, but I've always been taught by my wife to give her the bill the minute I spend the money so that she can pay it. But we're working on that. We have had some expenses that have come through, other revenue coming in. We're doing very well. Our dues have all been collected. We are off by 45 cents in the dues. The school that sent their dues in sent it in for 0.05 instead of the 50 cents. They have promised that they will rectify the 45 cents for us.
In pennies.
In pennies, if they have to, give a penny, take a penny, but I want my 45 cents. So we will get that. The dues and publication, activity cards are doing well. We're approaching that number very rapidly. I think it's important that we actually go through this in a little bit more detail than normal, because it will play into the future discussions that are on the agenda. Partnership with Playfly, setting it where it is right now. Partnerships with other in-kind donations from the NFHS. We are well above that where we should be right now, and we have a larger payment coming from them. In my board report, I talked about the NFHS meeting I went to. The NFHS network is very, very, very lucrative for us right now. We're really broaching into an area that I'm excited about. One of the negative things out of the pandemic that has turned into a positive was when we shut down and we're having no fans, the network became a very valuable asset across the country. So there's a lot of work being done there. We'll see a nice thing there. Officials registration is pacing quickly. That's twofold. One, we're getting them in, they're getting registered, but two, we're seeing an increase in the number of officials, which is always a benefit. So I see that as good. Appeals and fines, we are trending in a nice area there. That is not allocated in our budget. I will tell you this, I have had more than 1 or 2 phone calls, and we'll talk about this later on, where the question has been, you're fining us for this. Yes, because we're holding you accountable. We have regulations, The fines are minimal, but we're going to discuss those as well. Interest earned is where it is right now. Unfortunately, we are in a situation where our account is our banking account is in a very fiscally responsible entity that if we moved, it would cost us more money to move to another bank to gather pennies on the interest than it would be to stay where we're at, pay less for the checking account than earn less interest. So to me, it's bad move. So we stay where we're at, we'll gain less interest, but we pay less on our checking account, and I'm happy with that. Special projects is our weight management. That's a winter sport thing. That's where we see the officials come and check the hydration of our athletes. That's trending nicely. Thank you, Ms. Sloan, for taking care of that. And CCSD and Washoe County's taking theirs, and the independent schools are sending theirs in at a timely manner. And then miscellaneous revenue. This is other revenue we weren't anticipating. A check here or a check there. People who have ponied up some money for other events. Instead of marking them into a specific event, which I don't agree with, when you donate to the NIAA, you donate to the NIAA, and we put it in our miscellaneous account. So that's been very beneficial as well. Moving into our expenses. Tournament directors are right where they should be. We should be at 1/3 through. We should see about 33%. I mean, I know number of sports is different. All has a heftier load. Officials, I'm terrified. Terrified. We have already hit 32% of our projected budget for officials, and we haven't hit the heavy season yet. Basketball and baseball and softball are exorbitantly expensive because of the number of officials. We'll address that later as we talk. Tournament expenses, very high. It's not cheap. And as a matter of fact, we're not paying enough to our people. I will go over that later as well. Trophies and awards, we are in for a shock in the next coming months. Shipping of awards is astronomically high. We need to consider as a board, and I would like the board at some point to give a direction that we send this out to bid. We need to send it out to bid. Yeah. Facility expenses, I want to tell you that right there is a very beautiful number. That $15,000 is way low because our membership is taking the load on their back. I'm very proud to say that the Raider facility again came through with flying colors. And then security is a definite concern. We've already hit 56%. One of the costs that we're facing with security that is unable to control is this. You host a regional home volleyball game. It takes an hour and a half to 2 hours. Security costs are a minimum cost of 4 hours. When we get to the budgeting, I'll explain some of that, and you'll see that there. Other expenses that are trending in the right way. Board control costs we're a little high, but this is our second meeting, so we're at 47%, which means we shouldn't be this high yet because we've been paid for this meeting. But that's because we've had how many meetings here? What did I say yesterday?
Board control.
Yeah, we've had two extra meetings for the board of control that haven't cost us a lot, but also the other costs that go into that with rooms and flights. Salaries are where they are. I will tell you that once again, paying your bills is something I believe in doing in a timely manner. We are billed for our salary costs very slowly, and I'm not asking Washoe to pick up the pace. I'm just saying that we have not yet been billed for November and December from Washoe. They handle our salary costs. So those bills will come. They come in a month or 2 month intervals, and we pay them. So those are a little bit lower than they actually should be, but we're in good shape there. We're actually saving money. Travel, that has been high because of the number of meetings that we've had with realignment and committee travel like that. Our rent has gone up. Our rent had a cost adjustment a couple months ago. It went up a little bit more than it is now, and our utilities are going up. Our heating and cooling costs are going up. We have shut off the top of the office. The Jay's coop that used to be up there, it's now been shut down. We've closed it off, and we are not cooling it or heating it, and we've isolated it. We're also removing the copy machine from up there. There's no need for it. We're returning it as soon as we can figure that out as a cost-saving measure there. Oh, that can happen.
When is this cold?
Okay, we're going to turn the heat back on so the pipes don't freeze.
It's not frozen up there, I promise.
Okay,
I know how to
make sure.
pipe.
Sorry, that's a Southern Nevada mistake. I know.
It doesn't have to.
They don't give you like a freeze warning? I'm not trying to get smart out there.
You're from Astoria, you know this stuff.
Well, the well never froze up. I grew up in a well, and it never froze. Timmy went out and broke the well. So anyway, moving on from that, postage is through the roof, as we're fully aware, and all of our other supplies are up. You can take a look there. I want you to drop down to liability insurance. You'll see that it was slated at $43,000. If we had to go to $60,000, that is a change in the requirement for insurance that we had to carry with Allegiance. We had to carry an extra policy. I could have thrown that into facility costs, and that would have doubled that to $30,000, still well under our projected, but I believe an insurance cost is an insurance cost, so I put that there. Officials registration is up. That's a double edge there. So you see it goes over budget, but we recoup it on the back end because our registration generates funds the other direction as a revenue. So we're good there. And then special projects is $23,000. That is what we had to bill out for hydration, and then we recoup that back and actually make a little revenue off of that. That goes to supplying new scales. We're buying new scales for wrestling this year for the state championships, and we are able to offset those costs, and it's very good. So our expenses there, as you can see, are running at about $973,000. Our revenues over expenses are good. We're sitting at $431. And then the balance sheets are here as they are. Negative numbers cause me disdain. Like, I don't understand how we have a negative number. Still don't understand how we have a negative $46.51 in the bank account. But it looks like they took a fee from one account and charged it to another account. I'll get that squared away. Everything else seems to be running okay, except on page 2, as you go to the balance sheet, you will see accounts payable other negative 126,201. That comes from the payouts for Jay and Donnie's accrued sick leave, and then we accrue more as it goes. That will end up balancing out. So I was worried when I saw a $24,000 deficit. That's because we have to rebuild that account back up, and we will. That is not something that we're in the hole for $24,000. It's just where we need to get it back up to. Accrued consulting, current capital lease, all the other things that go into that. Learning a little bit every day and a little bit more. Next page is our income for sporting events. I will tell you that while these numbers look nice, I will show you that when we go through it, until I am able to break apart all of the games that were joint, 5A, 2, and 2A football came in as one event. So it's one ticket, 2 events. It's a difficult thing to break apart. That's time consuming, and one of those things that we know we got the money, we know the final number. Whether they showed up for a 2A game or a 5A game to me is irrelevant. They showed up for a game. But Jay went through a lot of time and he broke those apart. Same with other event revenues like that. You can see our dues revenues on there. Most of these numbers are the same. They just transferred over. Moving on to the next page, it just continues to go down. And tournament directors, officials, breaks that apart for you. And the other costs for tournament expenses, trophies and awards, profits and loss, and you can take a deeper look in there. If you have questions, please call me and ask me any questions at all. The one thing I will tell you is our books are open, and our books are always as accurate as they can be. And I don't mean that as a tongue-in-cheek. I mean I'm doing the banking, and I think we're doing a really good job. We're trying to be fiscally responsible with the money, and you'll understand why as we go forward. NASC is next. I know there was talk of divesting them from us and doing it. I'm going to be I'm going to be completely honest with you. The sheer number of checks I write for them could fit in one hand. It's nothing. It's nothing. I'm not going to make them pull everything out for us to write 5 checks and make 1 deposit a month. It's not that big a deal. So I don't mind it. I'll keep doing it. On that front, they have their net income. The one thing I did neglect to do, and I will reach out to NASC, is this. Sometimes when their dues come in, they come in as NIAA/NASC dues, and they are accrued in our account. We will have to move that money over from here to there. It is not a large sum of money. Each school only pays $100. So we're talking about a couple $1,000s that are in our accounts right now. They're marked, it's NASC due payable, and we'll just move it over there. I'll get that transferred over in the next couple of weeks here so that their net income goes up. But that's exactly where they are. They're healthy, and they're very efficient. If you want, we can go on with that. And I would just accept everybody have time to look at these. So I'll move on next to the fall sports. Bart, this is where I think I'm going to log in.
Yeah, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. And that. And Bart. I apologize. Bart's going to get me in here. Where's the Zoom link? Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
You're in share when ready.
Okay, thank you. Share. So the postseason, just so that you can see how we handle things. One of the things that I think the board needs to be aware of is the incredible lift that the schools have put up for us. 792 individual checks were cut in the fall season to individual people. Some people got multiple checks. Some people got one or the other. The average compensation to a person that worked an event for us was $66.74. That's not going to cut it. They do a great job for us, and I'm very happy with that. But we had a very heavy load, as you can see. I mean, you can go through. I can share this with anyone who would like to look at it. It was an incredible undertaking in the fall that our schools took on. And I think we need to really address where we are with paying them and what we do pay them, because I don't think we're hitting the number like we should. This is my master scheduler. This is every event that we had, who hosted it, where it was, who the director was, whether the packet went out, what we paid the director fees. And if you notice, the director fee was $75, but the average worker made $66, which means we're paying a director and a worker. We're getting a very shoestring budget and a lot of work done for a little bit. Here's where it gets real. This is a composite of everything that we expended during the fall. Our official cost will end up being, when it's all said and done, $118,000 for the fall season, with reimbursements going back for $18,318. What is the reimbursement? The reimbursement is when we send a southern official north or a northern official south, we pick up their room and we pick up transportation. Now, do I have a problem with that? No, I understand the concept. The problem I have is we aren't assigning officials until usually the week before the game, and they're booking a flight the night before they leave. And we are spending a lot of money. The other thing is we're renting cars for driving to and from an event. So I'm looking very closely at that. I've been working very closely with Ellen. I want you to know that Ellen is, I hate to say it, Ellen, you're a bulldog. She questions it all. And we are going to have conversations with our association. So one thing I want to start having the conversation is it cost effective to move a southern official to the north and a northern official to the south when we are sanctioning the officials' body as being good officials? What are we saying? That we can't trust our officials to not be biased? I just don't know. And perhaps there's a stipend that we can limit this to, that the Officials Association agrees that, hey, if you're going to send an official north, we're going to say it's flat rate. And if that flat rate is too much to cover the cost or not enough, then you pick it up or you don't pick up the game, and then we'll assign. As you can see, our awards and security, there's the cost of operating things. Certain sports were a lot cheaper than others. Some sports were more. Those are our revenues. So we brought in $690,000 for the fall. Cross-country officials, football officials, that type of stuff. We turned a profit of about $216,750. A little disappointing. Hoped to be over the 3 mark, but I can show you later as we go forward. You'll see it. The X's next to the revenue are the ones that have appeared in the accounts. The 13664 will be in the November statement. I just haven't gotten it from the bank yet, so as soon as that comes, it'll be in there. I know it's there. I've already gone in and looked, but I won't mark it off until I actually have it physically from them, because you just don't know. That's where we are there. This is our hometown ticketing report. This is every single event and the number of tickets sold. Take a look at line number 3, Spring Creek. No offense to Spring Creek, they didn't do anything wrong. They sold 5 tickets. Now, I'm not telling you that there's a problem with Spring Creek. I don't think there's a problem at all. What I'm telling you is our costs are going through the roof, and we have all these events at all these isolated places, and it's costing us more to host at a home site than it is to host at a central site. So that's one of the very first ones I saw. That's all the events. So over here is where we should end up. So the total of ticket sales and everything else for football, those numbers translate nicely. Did make that bigger? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. There we go. So when you buy a ticket with hometown ticketing, it goes through hometown, and then that's essentially what is called Stripe. For lack of better terms, it's an escrow company. They handle the money, they transfer it in. If there's disputes, they're the ones who handle it. We are off on what they say they're going to send us and what we have actualized by $7,216.98. They're going to find it. We believe we know where it is. It's just a matter of it was routed the wrong direction. And we'll get there. They're working on it. And I called it a short because we're short. So we should end up at $616,980.61. $225 has been lost in dispute. Parents saying, well, I didn't need to buy that many tickets. I bought 8, but I only needed 4. We're working with that. And the last thing we're going to tell you is we're also moving forward with a new policy on our tickets that say no refund. Because what we have happening is a lot of people going to the game, they didn't get their ticket knocked when they went through, and they're saying, oh, I didn't use it, I want my money back. No, once you buy it, you buy it. Gameplay. So we're looking there. Projected budget for the fall, based on the budget that was approved by the board, was $765,000. We missed it by $55,000. We came in at about 91, almost 92%. doesn't sound like we missed it by much, but $55,000 is a large chunk of change. Are we going to be okay from that? We are, because of the increase from the NFHS network. That's going to help us out immensely, and our fines are trending in the wrong direction, but financially in the right direction. So any questions about the fall postseason? It's a lot of data, but there it is. Okay. I will stop sharing my screen. I thought I would. Apologize, Bart. Stop sharing. Okay, go. Any questions on the financials? If not, take one night and enjoy them when you can't sleep, and please let me know what you find or any questions you have. On that final front, we have been looking for a bookkeeper for the better part of 3 months. We have had one successful interview, and by saying successful, they showed up. We've had people say they were going to come in, did not show up. We had people say they were interested, did not call back. We had one successful interview. She was great, but we want to make sure we exhaust all avenues to find a there. But right now we're struggling to do that. And Art, thank you for your help. I appreciate that. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Holm.
Thank you. As always, please take the time tonight to review, and this will be the first thing on the agenda tomorrow. Any questions, comments before we go? Proceed. Okay, at this time, let's go to page 57. We will go to the liaison committee and directors report. We will start with 485A North, Bob Levin.
Well, obviously, the first thing I said was my apology for not being here today, and obviously that's not the case. I am here. So disregard that, please. and happy to be here. So, in the Northwood, sports are going well. So far, weather's been mild. You may not have felt that for some because you're not here, but it has been mild and it hasn't been a factor in getting our games in, which is always a positive for us. We're excited about the opportunity to get our lower level basketball games back to staying nights, which was a factor over the past couple of years due to official shortages. When you can't play your lower levels on the same night, now you've got games in the gym 4 nights a week instead of 2 nights a week, and that takes practice time away and time away from other events. So we've been able to overcome that, and with the increase in basketball officials, we have been able to get at least 1 night back on the same night. And that has helped us a little bit with respect to freeing up gym space for practices and other events. So that's positive. We're halfway there. We've got halfway to go, and again, it's totally contingent upon the number of officials that we have available to do games on nights and our games. And it's a big factor that additional night for administrators, game covers, game workers as additional nights. So that's something we really hope to get a handle on as we move forward. With that said, I think we're in version 4.0 of our baseball and softball schedules for this spring. We just recently heard they're not going to be able to do games on certain days, and we're going to have to change our schedules that have been put in place to accommodate for that. So they're having trouble with baseball and softball umpires continuing for us here in the north. Skiing's underway. It's going really, really well, as I understand. I'm not getting a whole lot of complaints. The snow's perfect, great conditions. It's been cold enough to blow some snow. We got adequate snow on the mountain, but we have our skiing in our 5A league. We do have 2 ski leagues at 2 of our schools, Carson and Douglas ski in what's called the Powell Basin League, and they ski at other locations. I think everything's going well with respect to skiing and our other winter sports. I want to again acknowledge all the work that's been done by the realignment committee. I'm on that committee as a consultant and have participated the best that I can and as an ongoing member of that. But again, I appreciate all the work and all the time that everybody on that realignment committee has put in to this very challenging piece especially with football and the other factors and trying to do the right thing for the entire state of Nevada. With that said, and I'm sure is the case for other parts of the state, our schools do have a number of concerns with the proposal that's being presented today regarding football. We have met as a single group of football coaches, athletic directors and administrators, and school principals, all in the same room at the same time. And I just want to say that after that discussion, or those discussions, the group is in complete agreement on what the solutions and the possibility, the concerns are with the proposal that's on the table today, and with potential solutions. So hopefully we'll take those into consideration, and when you hear those people speak or what they shared with you, please take those into consideration on behalf of the schools in 485 and North. Unless you have questions for me this morning, I'll leave it at that. Turn it over to Tammy.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions, comments? All right, Tammy. 485A7.
485A7. First off, congratulations to all our state champions for fall sports. I was listed 5A cross country girls with Shadow Ridge, cross country boys Shadow Ridge, football 4A with Mojave, football Division 3 at Centennial High School, 5A girls volleyball Coronado, 4A girls volleyball with Durrington, 5A boys soccer Coronado, 4A boys soccer Canyon Springs, 4A girls soccer Centennial, and 5A girls Centennial. We're also underway with winter sports. Haven't heard a lot. One of the issues we seem to be facing, and I don't know if it's a North issue as part of the South issue, but they brought up lack of members for girls basketball. We're struggling to keep teams up there. Our lower levels drastically dropped off. A lot of 5A teams still have their B teams, but a lot more teams junior level have to be work. I feel bad for whether I feel like I get an email every day. This team dropped, this team dropped, this team dropped. So I know we've had the discussions in here about flag football, and wrestling taking a lot of girls from basketball. So that's one thing we're seeing is we have the gym space and we have the referee who's showing up the girls who fill the games. So usually when I send out my hey, do we have questions and concerns, I get one or two. This time I got quite a few about charter schools. There's been a lot of concerns brought up that in the beginning when we first had our charter schools come up, that we understood that if the charter school wasn't able to field every sport, they could go play a sport at this charter school and then come back to their zone school and play another sport. It's been very, very brought to me many times, so I'm going to work on trying to, get this talked about. But it basically is a disservice to everyone. Like the charter kids, they get to go to, Somerset down the street, like volleyball, and then turn around and come to our school and play basketball, turn around and go back to them and run track. And no other school gets to do that. Magnet schools don't get to do that, private schools don't get to do that. And again, I feel like this period was a beginning when the charter schools were small. But now that the charter schools are a little bit bigger and offer more sports, a lot of people are saying, hey, it's time that you make that decision, you go to that school, you either play there or you don't. So, of course, football is always a realignment topic. I didn't put anything about football in there per se because I know it's going to be a big discussion today, but a lot of people noticed and brought up the fact that the last, when we did fall realignment, that 5A seems to be shrinking. And again, I understand why. It was, we had 10, 12, 14 teams in 5A, and now we're 6, 7, 8, which making 5A more competitive like it should be, but a lot of people are concerned that now 4A is just going to be astronomical because 3A is enrollment. So that puts pretty much everybody in 4A. So that's a concern. Anybody else have any questions or concerns? for me?
Any questions, any comments?
Yes, I have one.
Wrong.
You know, it's amazing to me that Clark County has done a great job at providing those other opportunities. For example, you know, a great one is, you have boys volleyball, we don't have
Right.
that up north. You do have the girls flag football in the winter season. And up north, we basically can't play football with our girls in the winter, so we can't do that. There is some movement up here about implementing some other sports. It's not necessarily Title IX issues, but it does center around some more increased girls sports, female sports. With that being said, my biggest concern right now is that the addition of that flag football has negatively impacted back girls basketball program. And with that being said, what kind of research and numbers do you have to show us as a state really what that impact has been? Because when you start losing basketball programs district-wide, it really is a huge impact. And is it specifically related to the implementation of flag footballs on the girls' side, or the increase of wrestling that's taking place? I think
it's a combination.
I think other districts need to know that, as we have parents that are requesting that.
Here.
I'm not trying to step on Sammy. I just sat in that seat where I think one of the things that the South has faced with the expansion of sports in the winter is twofold. Twofold in the sense that when Clark County School District offers a new sport, they offer it district-wide. So you have schools like Virgin Valley, Wappa Valley, and Boulder City offering that sport as well. So when you only have 350 athletes, right there, you just thin the pool a lot, regardless of if you're pulling from one sport to the other. The other thing I think we've been facing in the South is the advent and the growth of club. Club has decimated our pool of athletes. We have kids who don't participate in the winter sport because they have a club coach in their ear about the importance of playing their fall sport in the winter, and that's pulled them away. The number of fall sports that offer club are very limited. Let's be honest, it's volleyball. But the volleyball club season is raging right now because it rages now into the spring. Basketball does the exact same thing. It goes opposite of the regular season, so we thin the pool. But the number of sports in the fall, which is larger, has a number of isolated sports that are specialized in their sense. You don't have kids who just wake up one morning and say, I want to run cross country or go swing a golf club. But you do have kids that wake up one morning in the winter and say, you know what, I might go out for flag football. I can play that better than I can basketball, and I don't have to go worry about club. So I think we've seen that. This year in the winter, the largest division of any sport with participation in the state of Nevada will be 3A, or will not be 3A, will be girls wrestling. The largest division of participants will be girls wrestling. We hit a niche that we didn't know existed. Do I think wrestling is pulling from basketball? I think it's pulling the kid who would have gone out for basketball because they didn't have anything else to do. I don't think we've pulled away from those sports so much as those sports were being pulled away from by other entities. We exacerbated it with the addition of flag football and the addition now of wrestling. So what I think is a very hard conversation that Clark County is going to have is, are we offering too many levels at too many schools? Does Boulder City and Wappa Valley, Virgin Valley need to go to 2 levels to line up more closely with the other 3A schools? Or does those schools have to understand that with 3 levels, you might have to go play in a 4A, 5A league to match up your levels? So I think your point is poignant. It's right on the mark that we have fewer kids participating in sports, but we have more sports that are growing. I don't think we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. I think we're finding kids that didn't exist. So,
and if I may just step in here, is that was the whole thing when we brought flag football aboard, is that we were reaching out to kids that never, in a lot of cases, never played a sport before. And those were the kids that we were getting. To add on to a comment that you said about the offering of levels, we will never, ever eliminate levels for opportunities for kids, because it is the Moappas, the Virgins, those schools that are filling the green levels with 300 kids. So why aren't we in, with schools that have 3,000 kids? I believe it's more of a coach, school philosophy issue. I think schools should I don't think there's a reason not to fill 3 levels, but that's another day, another conversation.
Well, just.
And hang
Yeah,
on,
we're-
I'm gonna
we're
have to
getting-
stop,
we're
we are
getting
in
into
the
the
weeds.
weeds.
We are in the
We got
weeds.
told to stay out of the weeds.
Okay, okay, thank you. That's why you have an attorney up here. Okay, so Tammy, thank you. All right, you'll now have this conversation off the record. All right, let's go to Jason Odegaard, Front Valley High School, 3A Southern Region.
All right, this is your creative, solid.
Sure.
Being a eternal rule follower, I got my reports teed on time because I can't sleep that late. But I have a couple of additions that are not really in the report that I'll add to it. I started with congratulations to our state champions for 3A in the fall. You can read those, I will not read those to you. Realignment has been probably, of course, the biggest topic for realignment here. Most people are starting to settle in 3A being enrollment protected is kind of eliminated some of the stress from some of our schools. Part of the football, of course, continues to be top conversation, which I just tell them we'll work on that for next week. So, winter season is off to a pretty decent start. We had to adjust wrestling schedule a couple different times. As our regular season was ending the night before our regional tournament was supposed to start, so we had to make some adjustments. We got that taken care of, and we're big going, excited about the new venue for the state wrestling. There's been some concern within our league for basketball in the South in particular. Coaches, schools not understanding the guidance on playing multiple levels, or I think sometimes maybe not more of not understanding but taking advantage of the gray area and looseness in the guidance. So there has been some individuals that have reached out to me and asked if we could propose that there be some more stringent guidelines around that, at least maybe for the larger schools in terms of being able to say programs that have some more stringent guidelines and being able to do that, because some of our schools are not, or some of our coaches are not doing it to save, but they're doing it to take advantage of giving some players more money. Spring schedules have been solidified. As we transition here very shortly into the spring season. A couple other concerns that came in the last couple of days. We have one school that in our league that requires coaches to show badges when they come to the facility, because they were having issues of schools showing up and there's 8, 9 people coming to the ticket table and saying, "Oh, I'm a coach. I need to go in because I'm a coach," and they have no proof of it. They insinuated that it's more of an issue with the charter schools, because most of the public schools have requirements for their coaches to carry badges. So their concern is, we require these coaches from all of our schools to have some kind of identification, how do we know if they're supposed to be in there as a coach or not? Are all these people doing background check to be around kids, or just some concern as to who are allowed to be around our kids, who's coming to our facilities as coaches. And then one other school reached out, just a concern about how the multipliers apply to charter and private schools. There's an understanding of why the multipliers in place. Not all schools, not all private and charter schools behave the same way. And so there's some smaller privates that are concerned that they are inappropriately placed at 3A with a multiplier, even though they can't compete in pretty much anything. Other
Any questions? All right, let's go to Sean Fitzsimon for Lincoln County.
Thank you. In order to beat Ellen's report, I'm going to get off on the weeds here. You'll have it's a supplement that's not in your packet. I was dealing with some stuff last week and ended up getting into lovely Tia. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Cushing County for winning the 2A state football championship. The team was just a machine. Once again, North Tahoe High School, they won both girls and boys cross country. Personal note, Lincoln County finished runner-up for the third year in a row in North Tahoe, so always the bridesmaid, I guess. Incline girls took the 2A state golf team championship. Green Valley Christian for winning the 2A state volleyball championship. Hosting these regional and state events are very important to our athletes and coaches, and it can be stressful at times. I thought Laughlin High School did a good job for us hosting our Southern Regional Volleyball Tournament. Here in both Northern and Southern Nevada, I've reached out to other APs, Mr. Brooks, the president of Northern 2A, and there are concerns again about girls basketball, JV levels in particular. If you see my report there, in Southern 2A we have 9 teams, and Needles, White Pine, Lincoln, Laughlin, and just recently Green Valley Christian has added JV girls basketball. So before Green Valley added, we had 6 league games for our girls JV programs. Now with GVC, we have 8. So getting these extra games, you want to build programs, you want to make these girls, feel important when, everybody else has 18 games and 2 tournaments and they have 8 games. We've got creative. Addison doesn't have a JV girls program when they're coming to Lincoln County. We've scheduled Beaver Dam, 1A Beaver Dam varsity girls to come over and play our JV girls on that night. We've also played 3A levels, Virgin Valley, Wampa. So it does become creative. I do want to point out to the board and fellow liaisons that when Laughlin and Addison are headed to 1A next year, the only public schools in Southern 2A are Needles, located in California, White Pine, and Lincoln County. The rest are all private and charter schools. We have nothing against private and charter schools, but when they come in, they don't have football, they don't have JV programs, they offer sports like soccer, they offer sports like boys volleyball, sports that all the 2A teams don't have. It is good that we do have American Heritage coming in next year. We'll have 8 teams. It's better for scheduling wise. But there has been some talk among, I should say, the 2A powers, if you will, Needles, Lincoln County, that based on what Incline did in the last meeting, or the last realignment meeting, I should say, where they have petitioned up to play 3A boys basketball next year. There has been some talk of Needles and Lincoln County, if we have some next realignment cycle, possibly moving to 3A basketball, because we go to some of these schools and we play them and our starters play a quarter. It's just not fun to coach. It's not fun to embarrass other kids. It's just a fine line of how you develop your program. You want to play the best. And I've told folks in Lincoln County and Needles this, Democracy Prep, Meadows, Lincoln County, Needles, Lake Mead. It was a pretty solid Southern 2A league, and Mr. Davis can attest to that. Be careful what you wish for when Meadows and Democracy end up going into 3A, because then the whole league is just kind of like it's just, some of these private charter schools aren't developing their athletes at the younger levels as much as I would have thought. So that's kind of on the table, or I guess in the idea think tank of what we're talking about is we want to kind of play competitive. Obviously our 2A schools can't compete in 3A. In football, football's a different animal, physicality wise, numbers wise, but we get to all conference meetings trying to nominate people for first team, and there are coaches, shockingly, that will play their starters for all 4 quarters and say, hey, he averages 36 points a game in league, and some of us at the table said, well, our starters play quarter and a half. I mean, it's tough to do. So just kind of want to put that out there on the horizon, that I know it's been unprecedented for a 2A school to kind of go up in one sport, I know Meadows did it in tennis a couple years ago, but that is on the horizon for some of us. We're looking forward to the data conference next month. All ADs that I've talked to in the South are big Xavier fans, so they're heading there. And obviously the realignment, everybody's pretty happy with that. Again, law firm going to 1A. It's kind of a good thing for them, and we're lacking, we're going to be missing another venue to host things because they have a really, as Ms. Sloan will tell you, redefined. They are going to host our 2A South regional baseball softball this year on the brand new turf fields in May. It'll only be 120 out there. That's fine. But other than that, I don't know if that trickles down to the 1A schools that might want to play football into 11-man or something. And I don't know, I don't want to put stress on Bart, I'm way in the weeds, but I mean, is it time for a kind of modified rubric for 2A schools? I don't know. That's more work for you. Anyway.
You want to get out of here alone?
Anyway, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? No questions for Sean? Okay, we'll go to 1A, David Vick.
David Vick, 1A. So basketball season is rolling, and the coaches have been told to keep max preps to solve the current. So that happens in August and everything. I want to congratulate Alamo for winning football and volleyball. Some of the concerns we have is once the one return first has been solved, because where regional basketball is going to be held in the West. We've said that, we're good now. The spring sports schedules are being as finalized as they can be. Finalize them and then you go back and adjust. That's just how it goes. We're working on the fall sports. We try to send the fall sports for football and volleyball out and state basketball. That should be done. Everybody's talking about lack of girls programs. It's in our leaders. Ours is a little bit different at times. Sometimes it's just a numbers thing. We also have a lack of JV sports, but that's a numbers stuff. And in the small school, you just ride the wave. One year you don't have it, the next year it all comes back. So you just have to roll with it. But it's not because kids aren't coming out. I do agree with you that the club has a big impact on it. I agree with you that the coaches have a big impact on it. But sometimes the numbers are just not there. Concerns in the South was lack of girls sports, lack of playing facilities. Where they're playing it at, having locker rooms for basketball, they're playing in basically public places. That was their concerns of what's in the South. All in all, everybody's as happy as they can be. Nobody's ever going to be completely happy, but that's the way life is sometimes. That's all I got.
Any questions? All right. Let's go to the private school, Domingo.
Private school liaison, pretty empty in terms of issues that we're having. I want to thank Xavier for his help with scheduling. We had a field shutdown for health, safety reasons, to make sure we're taken care of. He's made some adjustments and he worked well with us. Congratulations to everyone who had a successful fall, and we're good. It's just a matter of keeping retention, ADs in retention, keeping them at their job.
Anything else? Men of a few words. All right, thank you. All right, charter schools, David.
All right, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Science winning for a state football title and Success Standpoint for winning both the boys and girls 4A cross-country championships. Winter sports are in season 4 right now. I'm playing Counter East. We're hosting the Beast Out East flag football tournament. Cadence will be hosting Kings Classic flag football. And then we also co-host with Green Lake Christian a holiday classic. So trying to get more charter schools to, hey, let's host some these in-season tournaments. I had one administrator that was pretty cool to watch on NHS Network, where they would just see Pinehurst kids. I'm like, hey, that's great publicity right there for our school. So we host these tournaments when it's 90 anywhere teams participating during that game. We had our winter athletic directors meeting for charter schools on December 11th at Broad Red Rock. Discussions about the next alignment cycle. You know, some schools were concerned because they just moved up from one classification to another, how they're going to go in there, but pretty much what that means is say, hey, let's see how it plays out. You never know. Yes, you might have had your lumps in one division before, then you go down, you were somewhat successful there, maybe build up that program and we'll see what happens. Once again, I'd like to thank all the hard work that Realignment Committee has done throughout this whole process. I know it's tedious and a lot, but they've done a great job. We also discussed the transfer rule, how we know this is a great thing for a student athlete, and we're glad the NIAA is coming up with a ruling. It's just to roll it out to outside entities like the state. With many charter schools, we talk about how we do not take juniors or seniors coming in as transfers at our schools. Some do, but most of us do not. But then again, it's possible we have people that are on the wait list in high school that are going to another school, and then they probably get in their sophomore year, and they can play right if they have to sit out. So it's give and take right there. One thing we do like to quote is like the academic. So you see on the list right now, right there, we had, I just, in parentheses, one place he came in the top 3, so around Red Rock, Pearl Academy, Camp Plus, Cadence, Arcadia, Depot, Losi, and Oasis. So, also welcome new charter members as Syndicate Pearl Cadence now become associate members and wanted to join the NIAA, and you're always calling to help them work to get their membership. So that is all shot.
Well done. Any questions? All right. Now we will turn it over to the Executive Director of NIAA, Xavier Andrew.
Thank you, ma'am. If everyone look at the packet, we NIAA started doing a quarterly newsletter, and I got to thank Nicole Turnaround at Shadow Ridge. My newsletter was not going to look as beautiful and well put together as she's helped us make. But I'm just going to point out a few highlights. Number one, we had the national conference in Austin, and we had over 60 Nevada athletic directors and athletic administrators attend, which is the most ever that we've had at a national conference. But it just shows the rise of NIAA and the impact that we're making at a national level for the state of Nevada. I give a shout out to Tim, as he is rolling off of the committee, but also presented on certification. And we have now Shanoa Davis, who is a national faculty teaching member and taught our course recently. And then our impact on NIAA committees, this is the most we've ever had on NIAA committees. So again, just the growth that we've had in NIAA and the impact in NIAA has been fantastic. We do have our Athletic Directors Conference that's going to happen February 20th to 22nd. Here in a few minutes, we'll pass out the state conference agenda for everyone to take a look at. I'm going to take a little bit of Ellen's time just to kind of go over that really quickly. Something, as I stated, teasing Ellen, I know. So it's my third year as executive director, so just trying to continue our impact and things that we're going to do. Part of NIAA, what we're going to do is we're going to incorporate a mentorship program. Oftentimes we get brand new athletic directors, athletic administrators from all part of the state that just go in and have no idea what they're embarking on. They just know that it's a high impact situation. So what we're going to undertake is anybody that comes in brand new, we're going to try to link them up with a native athletic director, athletic administrator, so that they can have some guidance and mentorship and growth, so that hopefully that kind of calms, smooth the waves of the transition in athletics. I know Jason will be happy that I'm going to share that, hey, we need everyone to submit an NIAA Student SA Scholarship. That's due February 1st, so time is short. We'll submit that to Jason, and his committee will take a look at those applications, and we will honor a female and male student athlete as part of the NIAA scholarship. And then a shout out to the 3A North. We had Jim Bennett from Truckee and Sam Benson out of Sparks, who both passed their CA exam out in Austin. So congratulations to both of those members. And we know that we're going to have a few more members that are going to hopefully take the exam here in February, so that we can continue that rise, as I said. So really quick handout.
While he's doing his handout, would you please turn to page 67? It was a huge honor that Xavier was also during the same conference. He was awarded the Bruce Whitehead Distinguished Service Award.
Still learning the second one.
So he forgot that page.
Hey, X.
No, no,
Sir.
got it.
Hey, did you tell anybody else that you were winning that award?
Yeah, at any rate, so everybody today got,
Hey, Kate, did anyone in the NIAA get notified that Xavier had won this award?
I also think it was submitted.
And I'm gonna ask you one question. Who submitted your name for the award?
That was Timothy Jackson.
Okay, just wanted to know, because I wasn't there. Not that I'm sore.
And it was my understanding you knew.
Anyway, moving on. Thank you to Durango High School. Thank you to Durango High School that's going to allow us to host our kickoff and our end. So Thursday and Friday, or excuse me, Thursday and Saturday will be at Durango High School. Thursday morning, everyone will have the opportunity to take a test exam review to prepare to take the CAA exam. Dallas Larson from Willamette Valley High School is our certification chair, so he's going to assist and help anyone who is looking to take that CAA exam. Miles Hayes from Raiders, who's the Director of Youth Development, is going to be our opening session speaker. And it's not going to be about the Raiders. It's going to be about his path to where he is now, and essentially his thanks to his coaches and his athletic directors that got him to where he is now in the great position in the Raiders. And then, as you look at the workshop sessions 2, 3, and 4, you'll see that there's 2 going on at the same time. The intent for that is that the athletic director will go to one section of the session, and the athletic administrator will go to the other. So it's a 2-for-1 special that both of them can take notes and bring back some highlights that they can maybe impact their schools. Or, if you prefer, is to take some LTI courses, which, as many of you know, in Clark County, now if you get your Certified Master Athletic Administrator certification, you get an additional $2,500, which is per sensitive, which has kind of spurred some of our athletic administrators to get their certifications. And then just want to touch base, we do have for the first time ever a female AD roundtable, which will be led by Nikki Turner and Shanoa Davis to try to continue to ignite females in the athletics realm. Friday, we're at the Thomas and Mack Center in the UNLV boardroom. We're excited to have Mr. Jackson, Mr. Davis, Mr. Roy, and Mr. Anderson touch on some highlights about the NIAA and the transition there. And so we're hoping that Mr. Jackson will explain his new role in the 7 to 8 minutes of some highlights of things that are possibly going on in the NIAA. And then we've got some of our speakers that are coming in to share classes. For example, Corey Collier and Kevin Brooms, both Director of Athletics out in Georgia. And they're coming out and they're going to teach a class, and they're also going to do a workshop session for us. So we're excited to hear about how they navigate different conversations out in Georgia, because that happens across the nation where we have those challenging conversations. So basically everything's set up in fantastic situation for us on Friday to learn more and grow. We do have Yvonne Wade, who's the Director of Athletics, former track coach at UNLV, out of CSM, who's going to give some great remarks that we're excited for her to present to our athletic directors and athletic administrators. And then Saturday morning, finish it off, a few more classes again to try to get more people to get certified. And we're excited because we also have some teachers, for example, Aaron Shiro coming out of Hawaii, he's a current NIAA board member, and Rich Barton, who's the assistant executive director out of the NIAA. So we've got great people coming in from other states that want to make an impact through education-based athletics and to help teach and be part of our conference. So super excited about that. Any questions?
I will just say this, Mr. Jackson would like to thank you because he just found out he's speaking. Second of all, those of you that are, and his entire staff, those of you that are at the building level, I ask that you share this information with other principals, and if you could at your meetings, encourage them. Almost make it mandatory that their athletic administrator AD show up, because I'm going to speak frank. It's those that don't show up that need to be there. So we really need your assistance in getting a lot of individuals. And if you have questions on, if they have questions for registration, have them contact Xavier as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ellen, you've been picked on twice so far in the reports. Okay, Ellen, you are up with the Nevada Officials Association.
I'm Calvin, official liaison, I'll be myself as well. You have the report in front of you, I have a few other things that I'm just gonna kind of, note on a few thank yous and just to make a note on a couple spelling mistakes in here. I've kind of broken this down again as my usual, the recruitment, retention, sportsmanship, and compensation. Those are the concerns and issues of the association. Number one, under compensation, we continue to have certain schools or school districts paying late delinquents in the fall to the soccer group, the NSSRA, to the volleyball group, coming in late November, December. This is well after the season has ended. They need to pay their officials. It's happened in winter sports. Washington County will be paying their bill this Friday and getting that check over to the president, Jeff Leathers. So that'll get resolved. That's a big bill, and then go before the board. And my understanding, Washington County, they kind of took full responsibility on that for not getting that done. That's going to get resolved by Friday. Checks in the mail, so to speak, on Friday. Recruitment and retention. The Eastern Association in those different sports, they continue to just have shortages of officials. Just not enough people out there that are interested in becoming officials, and then because there's such a small group, as I'll touch on, as I'll mention later, it brings up some other concerns. Central Nevada Officials Association has very, very few members, and they just continue to experience a shortage, meaning that the Northern Associations or the Southern, the SNOA, they provide officials. We will have the Northern group will go out to Winnemucca or Battle Mountain or Durham or Elko or Spring Creek from the Reno area. And then the Southern officials, will drive up to Tonopah or Round Mountain or wherever they need to go to fill in for them. So there's some good, coordinating on getting that done, but again, that costs the schools more money for that travel. So if we could get more officials out in those areas, that would be great. The NIAA would like to have the schools take a look at the schedules as they come out and maybe adjust that so that their region doesn't experience what they kind of refer to as Easter famine weekends, where they have tons of games on a certain weekend, which they cannot completely fill their own officials, causing them to need to recruit from the Reno area to come in. And then there's other weekends where there's only a few games. And so they also find that that's hard for them to recruit people because they're either working one weekend or they're not working. So they were hoping that maybe those schedules could be looked at and maybe spread out a little bit.
Ellen, I'm going to stop you right there really quick. Going forward, any and every one of you that are speaking, if you could speak, use your coach's voice, because apparently the audio is really good here. Of course, when Tim and Pam allow them to speak, it's okay. But out there in Zoom world, they're having a hard time hearing you guys. So again, if you could please speak up.
So louder for me too?
Please.
Okay.
Everyone.
Let's see. Many of the northern associations, like soccer, volleyball, wrestling, track and field, swimming, not the major sports ones, still need more officials to join their groups. The Northern Nevada track, they're going to be using indoor meets at the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority to gain more experience for their officials. That will conduct in December to recruit more officials. The Southern Nevada officials report that they have here's the numbers here, 482 officials for winter sports, which is an increase of 126 over last year. So they're getting more officials. The College of Southern Nevada, Carol Goodman's sport program, the Las Vegas Raiders really continue to assist in helping them recruit new officials through their various programs. The Raiders provided tickets to the final game of the season to 21 football officials, 14 from the South and 7 from the North. They were recognized during post-game and during the game, and post-game photos were taken afterwards. And they were also being recognized kind of as Crews of the Month for September, October, November. And NFHS recognized them, the NFL, and we were providing some sort of equipment. Sportsmanship. We had the Fall Officials Appreciation Week during October 6th to 12th. It was pretty successful in all regions of the state. A lot of schools got their students involved, recognized officials, they presented with gift bags, pastry boxes, gift cards, certificates, all sorts of things to recognize them. We have Winter Officials Appreciation Week this week. And if your school cannot participate for some reason, maybe you don't have a home contest, you can extend that easily into next week. The Spring Officials Appreciation Week is April 6th to the 12th. Regarding fall ejections, I'll have a lot more data at the next meeting, but fall sports, football and soccer, for volleyball at 0 ejections. Good job, volleyball. Football and soccer, we're looking at about over 250 ejections between those two sports, which is more than was in the previous year. I'll have more data on that, and as well as like how the schools are tracking that to the compliance reporting. I'll have that in the next meeting. Some other just tidbits and kudos and things to share or alerts. Northern Nevada Swim and Dive Association reports that the new Millennium Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center will host the most Northern Nevada league swim meets as well as regionals and state. It's an awesome facility. I've been over there. Looks like it has also great parking, which is really important for our fans. The the Northern Nevada softball would like to have the NIAA or their leagues look at moving the softball JV time limit to 2 hours and 15 minutes, so it aligns with baseball, and that beyond that, ties are not played out. So they either play at the end of that inning if it's after 2:15. If it's a tie, it's a tie. Game over. The NIAA, again, struggling with adequate training for baseball and softball due to the overlap of winter and spring sports in February. And this has to do with the fact that they have limited people in their organization. So they're doing basketball, and suddenly baseball starting, softball starting, and they just have not had a chance to really do adequate training. We know the weather can be restricted to try to get out in the field, but there's that kind of overlap for them. So until they get more numbers, I'm of the opinion they're going to always have this kind of this issue here, unless for some reason we get more days suddenly added in February, like February 29, 30, 31 or something. Not happening. James Cavan, I spelled his name wrong here, it's not Calvin, it's Cavan. He's the state football rules interpreter, he's an SNOA football official, he's been doing it for over 45 years. He's retiring. He's also a member of the NFHS Section 7 Football Rules Committee. He's going to be great in this, just him as a person, all of his experience that he brings, and we all wish him a lot of good luck. The Northern Nevada Wrestling reports that girls wrestling is trending where it should be. It's on track with the 3-year plan. There are more wrestlers overall, not just girls, but they've noticed more boys are wrestling as well. So that's a plus. Shot clock update. The SNOA held 3 shot clock training for officials. They report minimal issues using the clock. The Northern Nevada basketball in the East have minimal shot clock issues, mainly because the clocks aren't up and installed yet, so there's nothing to be concerned about. But we have noticed in the South there are some schools using the shot clock at league varsity level games. And so we sent out a memo, I think, yesterday, maybe just kind of remind them that no, you can't do that. Please don't use the shot clock in league varsity games. Just an update on that Washoe County School District policy that I mentioned last meeting. We had a meeting with Mr. Jackson and I met with about 5 people from Washoe County in early December to discuss the school policy. It was very positive and it addressed the concerns of the association and the school district with respect to the indemnification waiver that is supposed to address non-owner auto insurance. So that's just ongoing in hopes that maybe it can get resolved by the beginning of the school year. We will see how those go. 1, 2 little items. State football, just to let you know that I was able to reduce the number of officials from 7 officials to 5 in a number of games leading up to state playoffs. So they only used to get 7 officials in the semis and the championship, or 5 in the 1A, five officials in the 1A. And then lastly, just to thank Durango, because Durango volunteers for a lot of use of the facility, as does the Node. They're hosting the preseason spring coaches meeting as well. And so I just want to kind of thank them for providing that. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, superintendent's report, Mr. Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dennis Holmes, Superintendent Liaison. Just a couple of things. It is School Board Appreciation Month, and I know we have several trustees in the room, so I can thank those trustees for all their work and whatnot. It's much appreciated, so thank you. Did send out a memo here a week or two ago asking for input for this meeting. The only thing that I received, and ICT has just received an email here not too long ago. Carson and Douglas have some concerns about the football realignment. Otherwise, I did not receive anything from the members. Along with that, in terms of concerns with the state legislation starting soon, I think that would be a huge concern for all of us as we strive as superintendents and ambassadors of education, all of us, to not only sustain funding, but to find optimal funding for everything that we do. It is so important not just to settle for what we currently have, which is nice, don't get me wrong, but we really need optimal funding. And to me, that's what students deserve. And so I think that will be, I know that will be a huge charge from all of us for the next several months. But I remain grateful to be a part of this group, and thank you all. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Board President report. I just have a couple things. Again, realignment, as I always say, thank you. That is not an easy job. Those are not easy conversations. And when you think you have it all figured out, the rug gets pulled out from under you. And then you have to go in a different direction. And you get criticized, you get hammered, you get, all these fun things. But again, I appreciate you and respect you for the work a lot of you around this table has put in. I just want to share some conversations that Mr. Jackson and I have had that I think are important, and I think he's going to touch base on some of them. We've got a different direction with our athletic physical. Back in the day, you not only had to have the doctor sign out for the physical, but there was a prehistory form, and that was vital. And that's where it went through everything, joints and history of diabetes and this and that, chronic diseases. And that document used to be given to the school. And that was a document that athletic trainers reviewed. Well, that according to the SMEC committee, isn't needed. And that stays with the doctor that provided the physical. Well, Tim has talked with our head of our health services in the need of having that. We've had kids this year have cardiac arrest. And we're also having parents not disclose things. That document would be vital. So I have talked with Tim, talked with our health service. Tim has talked to Sherry as well. We're asking that the SMAC committee reconvene because we believe that document needs to get back in the hands of the schools and our athletic trainers. So I'll leave it at that. Tim and I have also had a conversation. I first had a conversation with our health service. Apparently there's discussion out there about requiring all athletes to have an EKG, which I don't know if Tim, you're going to talk about that, but we're just going to say that discussion's out there with legislators. And then lastly, I guess this is really a Tim question and something to put on your radar. In reviewing the wrestling assessment fees in which I pay for the district, there is an assessment fee for girls wrestling. There was like a discrepancy. There was like a $65 fee, and then another bill had an entire fee. If when we get to this time next year for girls wrestling, you can have an explanation of what that looks like and the why behind it. Why would you pay this and that? So That is it. Again, thank you for all that each and every one of you do. All right, so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, almost everyone. Good morning, late morning. Again, I decided to print this out at the request of Tia. Thank you, Tia. That was smart. So I don't have to share my screen, which is even smarter. So this is part of my board report. First thing I'm going to touch on is the photos. My plan today was to have a photographer here to take pictures of us in our NIAA shirts, put it on the website, and make it look a little bit better than the logo that we have in front of everyone's face as it is right now. As you can tell, that did not occur. I could not believe the cost that an individual and a group of individuals wanted to come here and take a photo. I just couldn't do it. It's ridiculous. Oh my gosh. What's that?
No.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. We're going to find a kid who can do it, and we'll take care of it. We'll get a kid. They'll take care of it. So if you did not receive your NIAA shirt, please see Ms. Wonder so that she can have that taken care of, and we're going to get that taken care of probably at the next board meeting. Yes.
If you want to do it in the fall, my photography.
Done. Sold.
Do you want to host the board meeting?
There we go. Done. We're done. We got the board meeting set, and we'll have our photos taken. Legacy is on the record.
No, come, he does all my stuff.
No, thank you. That's what we were hoping to do, and that's right where we were going. So thank you. I broke this into two things: continuing projects and new. So continuing projects, hosting facility checklist. That was one of the tasks that Ms. Sloan had asked us to undertake. I will tell you, it started with great fever and then faded because the duties of the job have mandated. I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you we haven't had time to get to it. But at the end of this, you will see where we are with this. This is what we're trying to put together is this. It's broken apart by sport. It tells you everything. But here's the problem. I can tell you what I did when I hosted an event. The minute I hand this off to Kate, Kate's like, well, you forgot this, and you forgot this. This is never ending. Oh. It just grows, and it's silly things that you forget that you just do them. So we're trying to develop it. Our hope is eventually what we can get to is a click, link through, hyperlink everything. So you don't know what a floor looks like when it's set up. You click that, it'll show you a picture, then you can mark it up because you don't know what you don't know. Here's the other thing we've discovered by doing this. What we did not know is this. We were the keepers of the knowledge for too long. If you look at your athletic administrators right now, and I'm not trying to disparage any of them because the work they do is thankless. How many of them have hosted major events? And we're asking them to host 4 or 5 in a week. I mean, I will use David Stump. He's a prime example. David Stump at Coronado High School hosted every single round of girls volleyball, girls soccer, boys soccer, and 2 rounds of football. And 2 rounds of football. And I expected him to have all this knowledge in his head to do it every single night. So we got to make this a little bit. So this is an ongoing project that will continue, but right now it's in a hiatus of sorts. We're going to keep going there. The website continues to explore options. I want to thank a few schools who gave me some ideas on where to go. The cost is ridiculous. However, we did find one company that would recognize us as an education-based organization. Most of them will not because we do not have direct connection into the school. So with that being said, we found someone that can. Are we happy with the product? We don't know yet. We're still looking at it. We're working our way through it. But there are some schools in Southern Nevada and Northern Nevada that use this company. So we're looking at those. And I want to thank Sierra Vista's principal. She provided me the information I needed immediately. So if you want to know what company we're looking at, Sierra Vista's website is that company. Oh, thank you for that. Letters to assembly members. This was something that I wanted to start, and I will tell you this was a success. I was completely satisfied with the outcome of this, especially considering that when the notices were sent out, we started sending them right out after the election was over. And I don't think because of the outcome of the election, I mean, some of the people that we were sending them to didn't get reelected. And they were okay with it. They were cool. And we were happy. So they still handled it very nicely. Some of the members had times where they actually went to the school and did proclamations for the teams that won. We got some nice photos back from those schools of that happening. We plan to continue this. The other thing that had occurred was we started conversations with our legislators. They don't know what we do. They don't understand it. How does a golf team win? Wait a minute, who did this volleyball team play? Well, wait a minute, why is this team playing this team? They asked questions. Some of them staffed it out. I was happy to have those conversations. So we're going to continue it. It's not a difficult thing. Actually attached, I think, at the back an example of one of the letters. It might be in there.
It's the last page.
It's the last page. It's very simple. And I send it to Assembly and Senate. Whoever they are, I find it. I found a neat website that you type in the school's address. It tells you who their direct rep is for the school. It goes right out. So that worked out very well. Educational component, there's no change in the status on this. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of getting there. I still have the project that I want to implement, but we just haven't had the time to get to that yet. We're working on it, but it's still there, and we're hopeful about that. Because there are many athletic and administrative directors serving in their roles for the first time, some of whom have never coached. For administrators or athletic directors, it sends a negative message about the importance of the education in these processes with no certification requirement for those administrators. In other words, what I'm saying is this. It's a very valuable position. The letters behind the names, the RAA, the CAA, the CMAA, all of those letters, they indicate some commitment to this craft, and this is a craft. There is no greater retention program in your school than your athletic department. There is no graduation program greater than your athletic department. If you go back and look, you will see that your graduation rate of athletes is higher than any demographic you can throw together. And that's so important. Considering the availability of free courses from NFHS Learns, we would like to develop this into something that we require our coaches and students to take part of. I am not a fan of grandfathering in people who took a course 21 years ago. I'm sorry, it was 21 years ago. The kids you're coaching weren't even born yet, and you took a course 21 years ago. Think about what the world looked like 21 years ago. This wasn't here. None of this existed. So we need to make sure that's important to me, and I think we'll get there. The NFHS is on board. I had preliminary conversations with them of certification aspect, and they didn't flinch. They're all about that NFHS Learns, and I know we can tie it to the NIAA, which without hesitation, they will be on board as well. And free is important to me. I don't want there to be an additional cost for our coaches. We have no trouble getting coaches, but the importance of understanding that what they see on ESPN is not what coaching looks like. Jim Larinaga resigning from Miami hurt me personally. I've known that man since he was at Bowling Green State University. That man loves kids. He quit mid-season because our kids have changed, and we need to make sure our coaches stay in the forefront. So I want that to be a very important thing. The NIAA Hall of Fame Committee will hold its first virtual meeting. Thank you, Ms. Sloan, for offering access point for some of our less technology advanced members on that committee. Who cannot join virtually or don't know how to join virtually or scared to join virtually or don't know what the word Zoom meant. But it will be at Palace Station on June 26th, a little later this year, but we were limited in the time frame because of other events down south. Then we will be reaching out to the members and entities to seek nominations for the prestigious honor. We have secured a host for the event. Everyone's familiar with him. We will be flying him in special. His name is Donnie Nelson. I don't think there's anybody better to host an event. So we badgered him a little bit, and Donnie's going to be the host for the Hall of Fame in the North and the South. So we're going to continue that tradition with Donnie, and I'm excited to keep him involved. And I think it's going to be awesome. I think we have a good group of people coming together, and we have some good nominees to start. But if you know anyone from the South, this is a Southern-based nomination class. Please get those to us, and we'll take a look at them. Centralized sites for championships. In recent weeks, we have engaged in discussions with UNLV and UNR, University of Nevada. We're working on a partnership with both of them, trying to build this. I will tell you that we had a conversation with Nevada the weeks leading up to state football, and they were pushing hard on why wasn't not a MAC. And we explained all the dynamics that went into it. I went into our financials with them, and I shared everything so that they know where we are. With that, we've done the same with UNLV. Up until last Friday, we were at high school sites for state basketball. Well, we are no longer at high school sites for state basketball. We are now proud to announce that we will be hosting state championship games, the finals, not the semis, the finals, will be at Cox Pavilion. So we'll play the 10 games at Cox Pavilion, 4 on Friday night, 6 on Saturday. And I will tell you, thank you, X, for joining me in those conversations. I explained to him, we can't afford it. I was point blank, and X can tell you, I was adamant. And he goes, what can you afford? Not that. I want you to know what the price was. $5,000 per game. A game. Not a day, a game. So what they came back with was half price. So they cut it in half for us, and we were very happy. So we are very close to getting that done. The contract should be done here shortly, but we're confident we can say that we are going to get Cox, and I'm very happy to say that. So our semifinals will be held at high school sites around the valley, but we'll bring everybody together at Cox for the finals. We could not use Thomas and Mack because the boys have a game that night.
The Rebels are home. Yeah.
Rebels are at home that night. So I understand that, but we're working on that. We're also going to meet with UNR. I'm sorry, no, I shouldn't call them that anymore. I'm sorry. We're going to meet with Nevada, and we will be meeting with them about baseball and softball. And we're going to start that. And they are, once the calendar is then adjusted after the alignment for football, depending on how many state championships we end up with, we're going to get into conversations about securing Mackey for not just next year, but years out, because we'll have a rotation for 3 years. So we're having these conversations. Obviously, today Jesse came from Raptors C3. That's a phenomenal facility, and the entire, I just think you got to understand, not just that facility, the county, the city, the school, they're behind this 100%. What they're producing for us is unbelievable, and they're doing it for us. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? They're not coming at us to say, oh, you guys all have this money. They know where we're at. So we're working with all the facilities. We have had conversations with Lee's Family Forum. We are priced out. We are priced out. We can't afford their days. Bart was in that conversation. We were looking at $100,000 for 3 days, and we can't afford that.
Yeah, more than 100.
Yeah, more than 100, and they had to take a cut of our tickets. Understanding we don't make Taylor Swift ticket money, we can't afford that. So we're going to continue to fight for our good facilities as well. With that, the rotation of venues. Once we have finally established football realignment, that will pretty much trigger everything else that we need to have done. We can start doing the following. We are going to set a rotation for the next 3 years as to who will be hosting regionals and who will be hosting state if we are not at a centralized venue, so that schools can plan 3 years out. That way, if Jason Odegaard is leaving Pahrump, they know in 3 years, whoever takes his spot is responsible for the 3A Southern Boys Basketball Regional Championships, not 2 weeks before, hey, can you guys host? We can't do this to our schools anymore. We can't do this to our employees. We can't do this to our state. So we're going to end it. I was going to have the first meeting with the Southern Nevada administrators. I postponed that until we get this finalized, and you'll see why with the calendar. But that plan is in place, that we will go to the next monthly meetings whenever we can. We're going to do it. I'm stealing the idea of the 1A, 2A, and 3A. They plan this out in the future. They know who's hosting things where. We're going to put together the old-fashioned calendar like we had 20 years ago, that you could go into it 6 years out or 3 years out, you know who's hosting what. So we'll get there. NIAA and NADC conference, I'm not going to harp on that because X did that, but thank you, Mr. Groy from our office, for continuing your work with the NIAA. I rotated off, and the time for me to rotate off was right. So we're thankful for that. Congratulations to X for winning the award. I think the person who nominated you just had a forethought of knowledge and would have loved to have eaten that dinner if you had just told that person that you won the award. I hear it was, but that's all right. I don't have any ill will or any hard feelings, because I want you to know, X, I want you to know something. Turnabout's are fair play. So we'll get you.
Congratulations, X.
Okay. I went to the NFHS winter meeting, and I want to tell you that I'm glad I did. This meeting is different than the summer meeting. This is executive directors only. We all met there to engage in discussion and presentations that will directly impact the work of the NIA in Nevada. I was impressed with the presentation on AI. It was a continuation of the AI presentation from the NIAA with exploring Chat GPT. But I also I heard of a platform called Claude AI, and I started using Claude. Chat GPT says everything you ask. You agree to it. Claude does not. So nothing is saved. Nothing is all private. Your information is your information. Not that I'm sharing anything bad with Chat GPT or anybody else, but I don't like that idea. So I started looking at that. Gemini Google is interesting and intriguing, and Llama Meta is as well. This is growing, and we're exploring these different avenues for helping us with all the different things we can. I try to spend a little time every day in AI to simply see if I can stump it. because I think that I ask it the hard questions that I don't have a direct answer to. One of the things I asked it was, if I have 7 teams and want a home and away schedule and only can play in 45 days, what would that schedule look like? So it's little things like that. The network is, additionally, we had a healthy conversation and discussion about our one-time transfer. I didn't put this in the report because I wanted to share it personally with you. I want you to know this. I want to commend our board for doing what they did with the one-time transfer. New Jersey has a one-time transfer very similar to ours. They saw a 20% jump the first year in transfers. And then all of a sudden, they saw a decline in transfers the next year. But more importantly, Florida did not stay in front of it. Florida had it legislated on them. There are only 4 reasons to transfer in Florida. Military family. We'll never argue that if you're military, we're going to get you that transfer. Number 2, you're put into foster care, court appointed. Obviously, that's a no-brainer for us as well. Court-ordered custody goes to the court order. Number 4 is what they call their good cause policy. And each school can define what the good cause for allowing a transfer to come in is. On the first year of their transfers, their office quit counting transfers when they hit 27,000 from their 750 member schools. They quit. They just quit counting. They just gave up because now it's just ridiculous. They offered nothing to stop it. They had their board was taken and added members appointed by their governor. They lost all control of it, and I want to commend you for the work that we did on this, and you did more importantly than me. I didn't do anything about it, but it's very important. So that's where we are with the one-time transfer. I think we are in a good place. Our rollout will be good, and we're in good shape. We had a healthy discussion about J1 and F1 visa, and I really appreciated that conversation. J1, a lot of states are going to journey in, you journey out for J1. The F1 is the one that's causing the most grief, but I think we're in a good place. We will continue to monitor the cases as they make their way through the judicial system. There is a court case going through Utah right now that we're monitoring, and there's other ones across the country as well. The NFHS network is continuing to grow and develop. We look forward to updates in the coming months, but we are on a definite path. And when I say increased revenue, I do believe there will be another 0 behind our name in the near future. We'll be in the 6 figures. That's good. But I wanted to go over this last thing with you. The most impactful presentation that was in the discussion was this continuum, what they call it, the human experience of the executive director. And there's a lot of new executive directors in there. I'm happy to say that I'm no longer the youngest experience. My 7 months and 4 days when I walked in was only toppled by New Mexico, who had been appointed 2 weeks earlier. So he had the wide eyes. My eyes were getting a little less wide. His were wide open. Most of our time and not enough of our time to imagine, discover, and solve. I don't believe our office gets to spend enough time above the line solving the problem. We process the problem, we communicate the problem, we investigate the problem, and we reprimand the problem. But we haven't solved the problem. And I think that's going to be one of the focuses for this year. I don't believe in New Year's resolutions because I think that's just Quitters Friday, which is this Friday, by the way. Quitters Friday when you quit your New Year's resolution. Might have been last Friday, but too soon. But I do believe that's one of the things we're going to work towards this year is making sure that we are starting to discover ways to investigate, imagine, and redirect so that we can stop falling behind that line. I want to commend our staff. As you know, we're down a person. Ellen, thank you. Your addition has been great. Kate, thank you. I can't tell you that I didn't take a beating for that. She's within hand's reach right now, so I just stay outside the smack me in the mouth face. And Bart, your continuing support has been wonderful. And I don't know what I would do without Paul. So I'm very thankful for the staff we have. But I'm going to tell you that we have been flying a position. We are not going to fill it at this time. I'm going to email everyone and tell them we're holding off. It has nothing to do with the quality of candidates or great applicants. It has to do with the financial commitment of this organization. And when we get to that part, I'll explain, you'll understand why I think it's time we wait. And I've talked to the staff as a group and individually. The load is hard, but they've agreed to continue to carry it, and we'll continue to do what we can do. With the exception of two things. One, we're going to find a bookkeeper because we need to have a bookkeeper. We're going to get that solved. And the other thing is we're going to continue to strive to make the association better from our standpoint. So that means we'll continue to work and not let things slack. But that also leaves us with one problem that we will always have, is that some of these finer points, we cannot get to them. But we are not ignoring them, and we are not letting them fall off the burner. We will continue to work hard. And with that, any questions? Thank
No
you.
questions. We're going to get through two more things.
Yep.
And then we'll transition to one.
Yep.
If you would please go to page 79. Thank you for the patience of Civica and Debbie Smith Academy for sitting so long. So we're going to go to page 79, Civica Association membership application. Kate.
Staff for the record. Start with Civica. I'm actually going to start down on my report on 83 of the pages prior to that initial application. This is for associate membership. This is not for full membership. This is just to give them their kind of trial period as an associate member, and then we'll decide down the road. It will be in 3 years once this realignment is over on their full membership. So again, just keep that in mind as we go through this. This is just associate membership and not full membership. The first page there is basically on 83, going over the basics of where they're located. They're in Nevada Public Charter School. I've listed their contact information there. Tentative timeline, as I said, because it's a 3-year realignment, we're looking at year 1 would be going into next year if they're approved today. Year 2 would be 2027, year 3 2028, and then they would be eligible to apply for membership in the 28-29 school year. So as of right now, they have permission to play. They've started to compete against some of our member schools. Looking at page 84, their enrollment numbers over the past 2 years and looking at what they are projected for next year. They have been steadily growing as they're adding a class each year, starting with 9th grade per year, and next year they'll be 11th graders. So you can see where they're kind of projected as of right now. And that will obviously grow each year as they continue to grow their classes. At the bottom of 84, they are currently fielding JV teams this year as a permission to play, having only 9th and 10th graders, and that makes sense for what they have on their campus. In the fall, they participated in boys soccer and girls volleyball. I know it says future plans. This was created when we had first kind of talked in October. So they are currently fielding our boys and girls basketball programs and girls basketball programs. Their plan for spring is baseball, softball, boys and girls track, and boys volleyball. And then they plan to add, as you can see, additional sports into the next school year and moving up to varsity sports as a hope, as they will have some juniors on campus. So that is their plan going into next year. At 85, I did a site visit in October. Their current facility, the only facility that they have and are able to use currently right now is their multi-purpose room in the main building. It has an NIAA regulation volleyball court. We're not going to see about 200. They also have a relationship and have already worked to secure the TD with strong baseball and softball fields, so just half mile off their campus. I guess in the bleaching capacity there as well. Currently in construction, they have a 3-story building with a single gym that will be estimated to be complete this summer for use in next school year. This will be what is used while their football field is, while their standalone gym is built by their football field. That will really be their primary space once that's built. So it's kind of a temporary space for a secondary gym for their future. They also are in construction for their football soccer field, which should be done in August of 2025. And the standalone gym, which will be eventually their primary gymnasium used for indoor sports, will be likely in August 2029. So it's kind of last on the list there. As far as their site visit report, we're looking at their facilities and the gymnasium. As I mentioned, in total, once all the construction is done, they'll have 2 NIAA regulation basketball courts, 3 volleyball courts, both equivalent boys and girls locker room in their plans. Obviously, this is all tentative. They'll have bleachers, built-in concession stands, sound system, adding detailed scoreboard, all of the good stuff we talked about. So those are all in plan. Their flag football, soccer field plans, same as basically their indoor concession stand, bleachers, all of the good stuff that we would hope. And the restrooms right now will be located inside of the standalone basketball facility once that's created, but we've also talked about some plans for possible outdoor facilities, which they can talk about. A few look at the top of 86, that is the blueprint of the final product, basically once they have all of this complete. So we're looking west to east, right, here, and so it's exactly as you're seeing it. Their current building is to the east side of what you're looking at, and then the blue and like tan color areas are part of that 3-story and standalone basketball facility, gymnasium facility that is in the works, and then obviously that football field is also in the works. The parking is all the way around the entire facility, as you can see, and then at the bottom, looking at your southwest area, is, and I'll talk about this in a second, but another facility, not that they own, but that they have a relationship with for parking, currently an overflow parking down the road if need be. At the bottom of 86 are some photos of the baseball softball field that they're contracted to use during the season and for the foreseeable future. There's no plans or space on campus to build those facilities, so this will be what they will use. On 87, as far as hosting events, again, this is all kind of logistical. A lot of it, once they actually get some of the facilities up and running, they are in communication with hometown ticketing to get set up with the online ticket sales. They have a plan for security, metal detectors, wands. They do have a plan for where they'll have the opposing teams for meeting and keeping their belongings. They're going to be using that main building multi-purpose room during this construction time. That'll be manned by security officials. Same thing, they'll have some spacing locker rooms when they're built. They will have a trainer on campus for all home games and have their own office depending on the film. Emergency action plan, parking, all kind of secured and just waiting for construction. So as far as moving forward, one of the things that came up this current year is just ensuring that they're able to field the teams they're anticipating, and we're worried about game cancellations, and once we sign up for this schedule, keeping that schedule. So that's a big concern for all of our member schools. So we talked about that as we had a couple early season game cancellations as they were still building those programs. Something I suggest is survey a student body. So you can build your programs around the interest at your school. It's always a good practice. Ensuring that you have a plan for the outdoor restroom facilities during the football events, plan for the locker room restrooms, that they do have a plan, just making sure that that is coming to fruition as they're actually having those games, and there is that location for officials, opposing teams, and all the people that need location while on campus. Another issue that comes up a lot of times with our schools that don't have public transportation or school district transportation is securing that transportation for away games, and that not being an obstacle in having to cancel last minute on your schedule. So that's something to consider. And then obviously the building of their varsity teams as they are getting more of the higher levels, grade levels at the school. They're focusing on having varsity teams, and then eventually also having enough students on campus to have both varsity and JV teams, as we talked about here. That's a big push, especially in the lower divisions. So outside of that, just maintaining that off-campus facility. Another big conversation we have a lot here is about off-campus facilities, making sure that they are, vetting that space, maintaining it, going ahead of time, making sure that everything works good. There's not broken bottles and things like that all over the place, and really treating that as their space when they're hosting it. So that's what I did in my report. Obviously, any questions for me, feel free to ask. I do want to have them come up so that they can speak and they can answer some questions as well. But anything that you have to ask.
How are you?
Hello, how are you? Probably Artist Area Principal of the Academy, and also in Berlin, our athletic administrator. We also have Brianna Copenhagen for our athletic director. So thanks for the opportunity, obviously, just to come by and meet you all in person. It's important that we keep in person rather than speaking on Zoom. That's important to us. Luckily, we kind of had the experience, Ms. Lynn and myself, the past 4 years of building an actual athletic program from the ground up with the NIAA, our previous school. So as you can see, we've been busy. We've been doing everything we possibly can, and I've been in every single PE class I possibly can to enhance the student engagement. We've got just a couple of statistics here. I'll have Ms. Lane read through. Just to kind of show you, again, we have 105 high school students that we're dealing with this year. Our projection is at 250 next year, but you can see we're maximizing the amount of athletes, of course, with the student body as best as we can. And our middle school group coming up in 8th grade is very solid. So, and then we're blessed to have a league that we play with on the charter side of things, NCSAA. So I'll have Ms. Lane kind of read those statistics so you can hear kind of what's going on right now.
Yeah, so from the fall season, like was mentioned, we had boys
soccer and girls volleyball. Our boys soccer was the most athletes. We had 14 athletes. From our girls volleyball, we had a total of 9, which from our student population alone was only 22%. But looking at that, we only had 105 students to choose from. 22% is kind of a big chunk with that. Looking at our winter season, we fielded 3 teams, boys JV basketball, girls JV basketball, and girls JV flag. Total student athletes, we had 6 for basketball, full teams, and then 5 for volleyball, a total of 7, which is 18% of our student population for our winter sports. I know we try our best to make sure that we're not over-promising and under-delivering. So we're doing our best to field the teams and kind of giving as much opportunity for our students to choose rather than just saying, hey, we only have girls basketball and loading that up. We're trying to make sure that our students are involved within our sport.
And again, we know one of the most important things being an upstanding member of the NIAA. So if you never have a problem with us, obviously moving forward. We follow line, we follow rules, we protect the organization as a whole. So we'll hopefully have the opportunity to build out that specific student deserves. It's kind of the message of the 4th year of existence. We took over myself in April of last year. So we've been moving fast and furious. That's what that school and community deserves. And we have a back and we have a right on the street from our city hall, which is a great thing to have. So we're coming fast, and those numbers with just student counts and building that indicates that as well. So hopefully we have the opportunity, and we are here for any questions, please.
Roberts.
Yes, Robert. So last year was your first year participating?
This is our first year.
This is your first year, so this past fall you've been participating?
Yes.
Right now, X-Man.
Xavier.
X-Man, how's the competition been, fulfilling schedules, how's that going?
Well, I can speak, Xavier Anthem for, I guess, on this situation, schedule this out. I know that working with Amber, I mean, she's in there trying to get as many games as possible. JV specific, which can be a challenge, as you know, those schools with varsity fill-ins, but trying to be strategic, I would say, in filling those spots, seeing and looking at the schedule, seeing who will not have a JV schedule, and trying to fill in those gaps. So kudos to Amber and the team for doing that. And I can also add one more thing is that both the athletic ministry and athletic are to the national conference. So they are trying to grow and be part of the education by athletic teams as well.
And Katie, with our process of the new membership, as they go through this, how many years and when is the requirement that they have the 6 total teams and all that? Or is this year one of that, or this is just zero?
This is 0 year. Yeah. This is 0. Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, by regulation, they have to have 2 years of male and female sport for all 2 seasons, right?
They
And so they'll
understand.
have, yes, and they'll have 3 years to complete that because they won't be able to apply for full membership until 2020.
Okay, as long as I think that's been perfectly clear to them. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
I have a really quick question going on page 81. Whoever is running, you could kick that out. And I appreciate the comment in which you don't overpromise. I have this conversation every time we have you have 200 kids and they want to play everything. Off to the side where it says on-site facilities, I know you've gone through revision and everything else on the facility and how exciting to start it, how exciting it must be right now. In regards to soccer, when you host home games, where are those games played?
Where those are, this year we don't have any home games. This year, next year will be on our facility. That field should be done in August.
So you are road warriors this
Yes,
year.
ma'am. Yes, in every sense.
Does that also apply with basketball?
Currently, yes. We will have the regulation size high school on site next year, so we'll be able to host home games.
Okay. Will you have a track?
No, we won't. That was one of the first things I asked. We wanted to space around the football field in that area because we had enough clearance for the sidelines. So
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think it's fair, but you strongly believe next year you'll be able to have in the winter basketball, volleyball, basketball, bowling, flag, and wrestling. You believe that?
we are confident, yes.
Beautiful. Okay. No, welcome aboard, and I have total faith because me and the Saturdays work. So at this time, we are looking for a motion, actually. Motion for Civica Associate Membership. Okay,
I was board member, I'll make a motion for the second
Associate membership.
Associate member, membership application, associate.
All right, we have a motion by Rollins, looking for a second.
Keith Wickerman, second the motion.
Mr. Bickerman, thank you very much. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. All right, now if you would please turn to page 88. This is for Debbie Smith Academy full membership application. This is the one of the very few opportunities to say, yay, it's in the north. So I'm going to turn this over to Kate.
Okay, starting at page 89 again is their application. Skipping down my report, you can obviously look through that. My report starts at 92. So this is for Debbie Smith, which is CTE Academy. It's part of Washoe County. It's a public career technical academy. This is a full membership application. The reason that they are able to kind of skip that associate membership section is due to being a part of a school district that has already been approved. So it's a little bit different than how we typically do things. So this is to have them enter as full members starting with this fall. So I kind of put that on page 92 just so you understand what we're looking at. So projected enrollment, again, this is a little closer than just projected. We have pretty good numbers, and we'll speak on this a little bit more Mr. Gifford when he comes up, but they're looking at about 700, which will put them in the 3A northern region. So that is where they're anticipated to land. We've talked about already realignment, where they're going to be for the sports that they plan to have, as we're anticipating hopefully an approval here today. As I've listed there, this is also within their application, but I just put it in one place for you. All the boys and girls sports for each season that they plan to have, and as well as whether or not they have an on-site facility. They do have a facility for every sport that you would expect to have a facility for, obviously without looking at girls golf, bowling, skiing, where they don't need a facility on campus for those, swim, dive, everything else they do have a facility for. They plan to have varsity level for all of their sports and a few sports with JV to start, and hopefully building that over time as interest and population increases. So a note here, I talked with Mr. Gifford a lot about this. He has surveyed all incoming students. He knows what students are coming to his school next year. He knows what they're interested in. They've done an initial. They're doing another one just to kind of verify and double check that these are the sports that their kids are interested in and plan on coming out for. So this is not a guess. This is based on data that he's collected. On 95, it goes on to my site visit. I did site visit in December. They have 40 acres of land, a ton of land. It's still under construction in a lot of ways. The building itself is in existence already, as it was the old Club High School, but it's under construction as they're updating and changing some things. But a lot of fields and those spaces, tennis court and football field, you'll see are already in existence and just being kind of refurbished. As far as their locker rooms, I was able to go into those. They're being newly finished. They look great. Still under construction, but most of it is done. Very large space. Have a coach's office, restrooms, shower, storage, tons of lockers. The boys and girls are equivalent, so you'll see the picture there on 95 and 96. On 96, the boys will have lockers as well, which have not been put in yet. As far as the gymnasium, that was under construction. You'll see a photo of it on the top of 97 on the left-hand side. That's the gymnasium space. It will have wood flooring. They do have just one gym space with a practice gym space next to it that can also be used for wrestling as well. It'll be lined for basketball and have all the standards that are expected. It'll also have, the capacity for holes and things like that for volleyball standards and padding on the wall and the baskets. We talked a little bit. You see there are some windows back there. That's where it's separated between the main gym and that practice space I was talking about. And did talk with the construction there about ensuring that those are safe. And I don't want to see a kid's head going through that as they're running off the court for basketball. But it looks like a lot closer than it is. There's actually quite a bit of space behind that basket as well before those windows, and he did assure me that they were safe. They'll have a concession. It won't be a built-in space, but they will have concessions in the gym. Restrooms, they are ADA compliant. They have a ramp right outside the gymnasium for restrooms. a brand new sound system coming, detailed scoreboard, all the equipment, bells, sports table, all that good stuff. And occupancy broken at 716, so decent size, I'll have bleachers on both sides that are already there, they'll just be refurbished because they have right now, so that'll be kind of in the works. On the right-hand side of page 97, that photo is a weight room that they'll have that they just want to kind of improve so that they have that moved into the hall. Outdoor facility, as far as their soccer field and track, they are not planning to have football, so this will just be used for soccer and track at this time. There's fencing around the entire field and track, there are concessions, restrooms, and ticket stand outside fencing already in existence. Large bleachers on both sides. It is a grass field, it will be regulation for soccer games, they have their goals. Regulation goals, all appropriate equipment is ordered. Scoreboard they have, again, being refurbished as it has the old school information on it. Jumping pit, disc string inside the track. They also have a shot covering outside the track, so they're set up for track and field and events. They also will have a separate grass field area for practicing. And games and practicing things like that. Like I said, they're not currently attempting to field football, but they also do have the facility support that if they ever do plan to have that in the future, so just heads up on that. Several photos there on 98. Bottom right is just kind of a dirt area where that practice field will be eventually. What we're looking at there. 99, tennis court. They do have tennis court with 4 total courts. We recommend closer to 6 and above, but 4 is doable. They will be refurbished. So sorry, that's a little hard to see behind a couple fences. As far as hosting events, they do plan to sell tickets, and they're basically going to follow most of the Washoe County protocol as far as security plan, ticket sales, and all of those things kind of already set in place for their school district. They'll have an administrative on site for all home games. They are able to separate for opposing teams. They have the locker room capacity. They have the coach's office for the officials already in place. They do, hopefully, will be able to have a trainer again that'll be more dependent on Washoe. Hopefully being able to provide that for them. They do have a training room on the north side of the gym already ready for that trainer. As far as emergency action plan, they will work to create an EAP that's specific to athletics. Obviously, they have their own after school that they've developed, but we really want to see something for athletics and after school events. 80 first aid kits will be available on campus, and they have tons of parking. Reassure me that would not be an issue. They have space for buses as well that can be separated from the general parking area. As far as moving forward, area of consideration, just ensuring that all their facilities are going to be completed in the time to host those competitions in the fall. As far as our NIAA standards and adjust dimensions and regulations, we ensure they're following those guidelines. Communicating their timeline with Washoe and NIAA to make sure that we're all on the same page, and if there's any hiccups along the way that we're aware of that. There's a lot of time to make adjustments to schedules if need be. And then just providing updated photos as that facility construction is progressing. The hiring, I know we're in the process. I don't know, you can speak on this too when you come up about hiring the athletic personnel, getting an athletic administrator, an athletic director, getting them training before the fall, ensuring obviously all the equipment, jerseys, everything's ordered, inventory, we have everything. Since this is a quick turnaround and getting started once the school opens. Resurvey, we talked about that, plan to do that to raise interest. Hiring obviously your coaches after you get your athletic staff in order, working on that process of getting them cleared both through Washoe and the NIAA standards and requirements, and getting the registration of students for the fall, since that's going to be another quick turnaround. So the other work cut out for them, but I know we've had really good conversations, and I think they're ready. They have a good team. They got Washoe behind them, and schools that they can kind of reach out to on how to get this rolling. But I'm confident that they're all ready for the fall. So do you want to respond right in? Answer any questions? Obviously, any questions that you have.
Thanks, Kate. I just got to mention my kid from the principal of the CTE Academy. We're really excited to get our school open here in a few short months, and our hopeful chance to have a really athletic program as well. As you said, we have our students right now. We have over 670 students that are in campus ready to roll with us next year. About another 40 students that we are meeting families just determined that they actually will come to school. So we should get that 700 number for our target for the first year. After that, our max capacity is 825 students, which we're no concerned about getting that. We are pretty heavy on freshmen this first year. About half of our students are freshmen. and then have mixed through 10 through 12. And then, that'll slowly start to even out as the years go by. I have the numbers, if anybody's interested in who has expressed interest in every sport at all grade levels there. So I can show you that there is enough interest for us to be able to offer all of these sports. As Kate mentioned, we're not going to start with football, baseball, softball. Baseball, softball, mainly due to the facility concerns. Football, there's some decisions that were made about starting a collective program, but as a former football coach, I hope that one day we will go to all three of those schools as well. But to start, we want to make sure that we start successfully. As the previous school said, make sure that we're not overdoing what we can actually do. But I'm extremely confident that we're going to be able to offer the sports that we're asking for today. We have hired all of our teachers already, and every sport is spoken for with the exception of tennis, but I've got a lead on tennis coach as well, so we have coach ready to go. Athletic director, we're bringing back our top 2 candidates tomorrow, so we'll have a final decision on who our athletic director is tomorrow. But either way, we have people that have many years of experience in coaching and administration, and they're ready to hit the ground running and work with you, work with Rollins, to make sure that we can get this going without any hiccups and are ready to do it come off. So, yeah, with that, any questions you guys have for us? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You're good. Just get a little quieter.
Yeah. I'll use my first choice. I'm sorry. So any questions at all that you guys have for me or our school?
Well, I would just ask, if page 90 would go up there. I know you're a Washoe School District, part of Washoe, and then you'll be working with Rollins. You're strictly a CTE?
Yes. Every single one of our students, kind of like SECTA in the South. So every single one of our students is a member of a SECTA.
Okay, well, what is that? What is your emphasis?
What is our emphasis? We have 9 different academies. So
okay.
we have building, we have construction, we have agriculture, teaching and training, culinary, hospitality, tourism, marketing, multimedia, nursing, biomedical, and so pretty cool.
I like that setup for CT. Okay, Rollins.
I like, this is new for Washoe County in terms of coming in this way. Our other CTE schools have not had sports. Your sister school, like we say, which you used to be the principal of.
Yes.
And this is our first attempt in Washoe County to have a CTE school come in as a full member. I can say that Mike is a brave man with regards to these expectations here. One of the things that I clearly love about this is, from a new school standpoint and coming in as a CTE school, the facilities are going to be fine. You can see on these pictures that they basically just took over the old campus and basically made it that campus that I worked at for 25 years. And they made it outstanding. So from a facility standpoint, they're going to be just fine as far as coming in. The aspect of all of these X's by these sports are the biggest fear that we have in coming in as a full member with that. I think we need to get one thing straight for sure. Number one is, from an NIAA standpoint and membership coming in, a sport that you offer, let's say we're going to offer tennis. A tennis team that comes in and has only, say, 7 freshmen go out for your tennis team. Do those 7 freshmen come out have to play varsity tennis? No.
We don't have to.
There's no varsity.
It's only a varsity sport.
Okay, it's only a varsity sport. So let me use a better.
Say soccer.
Let's say soccer. Let's say they have only 10 soccer players out, and those 10 soccer players or 12 soccer players are all freshmen. Would they have to play a varsity schedule as an all-freshman team?
But you'd have to schedule it. You'd have to figure out.
Pardon me?
You'd have to figure out how you're going to schedule though, without varsity.
Okay, without a varsity team, but the kids that go to that school, say a sophomore or a junior that play soccer, but they only have a JV team, does that kid get to go play back at their zone school, or do they cannot play?
No.
So that's the information.
If we have, let's say we have a senior soccer player, could be a senior, who has played 3 years at Hug High School, and have been at AACT or other CTE schools, right? And they never played their zone school because AACT doesn't have sports. So they played 3 years of soccer at Hub. Their program is transferred to us. We don't offer a varsity soccer program. I think we will, but let's say we don't have a varsity soccer program. He cannot play at the school he's played at the rest of the year.
Well, that'd be tough because you would have a senior, therefore you'd have to offer varsity, and he would be functioning as a varsity program.
If he's the only senior soccer.
If you're gonna have him play.
Yeah, that's.
Am I wrong, Clark?
No. Well, make sure we're in order here.
Bart Davis. I'll recognize you.
Sorry.
There's, Bart Davis and I stuff. There's options here, right? If you're gonna be admitted into the league, you would need to be a varsity member playing a varsity league schedule in order to hold that league membership and the ability to play postseason. That being said, you could always play an independent schedule in that sport. You'd come out of that league. You could be a varsity team playing nothing but JV schools. Or you can just say, look, we're going to play down. And as long as you're at that JV level and you've talked to those other schools, if you're going to play a senior at that level and they're okay with that on your independent schedule, there's not an issue. But to hold the membership in the league and be postseason eligible, yes, it would have to be a varsity team all the way through.
Would it help, really just conversation wise, you guys know that these are fall sports with an interest level? Care?
Sure.
So volleyball, we have, this is for next year's grade level, but so 10 through 12 next year, 55 students interested in volleyball. We have 135 freshmen interested in volleyball, so 190 total, 9 through 12. Cross country, 11 10 through 12 graders, 50 freshmen, so 61 total. Soccer, 30 10 through 12 graders, and 100 freshmen, 130 total. And tennis, 32 from 10 through 12 graders interested in 7 freshmen. So obviously, again, heavy on the freshmen, but we've got the numbers in the 10 through 12 available. And we are, like Kate said, going to resurvey these students down to their official part of our school, confirm these numbers.
And when you survey, I would be very careful because I could see a kid go, yep, I want to do cross country. Ooh, soccer looks good.
Yeah.
Volleyball looks good. And I want to tell you, speaking from somebody that opened a brand new school 100 years ago in Las Vegas, it was a time that seniors could opt to stay a long time ago. So they could go and they chose to stay. So when we opened up, it was rough. And I will just tell you that first year, we primarily just had varsity level. And we had some programs, because of the interest, we had lower level. This is quite a few opportunities, sports. I think it's too much, but then it's me. Like I said, I've been there, we've opening up school. You might want to tailor this down a little bit. And then the following year, you can add more. But the last thing you want to do is offer anything and everything. And then you're going to have to report to the scheduler, or you're going to have to call this man. Rollins can't do it.
So sorry.
And then you drop a varsity level, and that's not good. Or you drop a program. And then
a kid is stuck,
Yeah.
I mean, we want to make sure that we're giving the parents and that student, especially that sophomore, junior, and senior that are enrolling next year, that opportunity to at least make a decision whether to stay at the school they're at or go there and possibly not play the sport based on the fact that we don't have enough numbers.
I might be able to simplify this. This being that's a district, and you are the district leader. That maybe this conversation needs to be between the two of you.
If I have that ability, it will be between us, and we'll be able to take care of that. I just want to make sure I'm following the NIAA rules with regards to their participation.
And that is a clarifying question that hasn't answered in the past, but I just want to make sure everybody, if we don't offer the sport like football, a student can still go back to Spanish and play football.
Yes.
So Pam,
go ahead.
I mean, the rule is really pretty simple. It's if you offer a sport like the example you gave with soccer, if you have one senior and that senior wants to play, then it's going to have to offer it at varsity level. you're not gonna be able to say, no, we're only gonna have JV, and now she or he can go back to their other school, and play. So if it's offered,
Regardless to what level it's offered, they can go back to their school.
correct. But if it's not offered, like football, then they can't. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how SEC is.
That's just, yeah. Unique to SEC, unique to CTE programs.
Yep.
David?
David, I'm a tour liaison. Thinking of that, where I say, hey, if you want to go independent, correct me if I'm wrong, if they decide to say we're independent, they're independent for the next 3 years. So that's correct.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And so,
That's why we kind of chose to.
That's what and I know, like when I was in Arizona, we go to schools doing that too. They jump out and they say, hey, come have president's office in the school for one person right away. And it just something it takes a lot, but my personal experience is that they good thing to do. Because when you go in as a sophomore and you're taking your lumps at varsity, what this doesn't matter what sport it is, you expect that, like, all right, I can get that. But when you say you're going JV, and then all of a sudden you come as a junior, senior doing varsity, and you're not used to that speed of play, you take lumps, then you're like, what the heck, what am I doing here? So.
And we're gonna lose kids, that's my concern.
Yeah.
That's like, I wanna go play, go Trump, right? And we wanna keep our kids. But I understand the concerns.
Yeah, and I definitely think that number two, that this is the man you need to speak with, and you guys need to create your game plan and see.
And just speaking as a former tennis coach, only having 4 tennis courts, for me is challenging, especially the number 50 competition coming out. It is what Hug had. So we know that.
We played before, we played with your kids.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
They separate boys and girls up here.
Right.
Oh, they do?
Yes, they don't play both boys and girls at the same site, same time.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
And, like, 4 or 5 years, we've got 2 schools in our 4A that have been playing with sports for many years, and they've been successful. So Reed High School has only played with 4 courts. Douglas County High School, they've got a system down, they're able to make it work. So I wouldn't have any concerns like that, we don't have 4 courts. Another note, I just want to make sure the Rolling Stalwarts name is still up on the football.
It's still there currently.
I was gonna ask that question.
2.0.
I think his son has some plans to steal it. It's still there.
All right, so right now, I believe we are looking for a motion for Deb Smith Academy for full membership. Okay, we got a, second, thank you very much, Jay. All right, you guys, we have a second, any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, Linda Papassos. Yes, ma'am.
It's not a question. I just, you didn't know the background, Principal Dickert, I believe that this is the school, your school is named after former Assembly woman and Senator Debbie Smith.
Yes.
So for those who do not know her, did not know her, was an amazing advocate for education and for athletics. So you just wanted to put that up.
Thank you, appreciate that.
I'm glad you had it.
I did want to.
I'm totally afraid. All right, appreciate, thank you for bringing that up. All right, we have a first and second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, congratulations. All right, at this time, we see that lunch is here. It is 12:24.
We have to, that's 1 o'clock, we have to hear it at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, we'll see you back at 1. Thank you.
Hold off, everybody, in the conversation until we get it muted, please.
Not muted yet.
Hang on.
Not muted. So we're live? Are we live first?
All right, everybody, if you could please have a seat.
So that's right.
On my report.
All right, you guys, thank you very much. We are actually going to go back to the liaison report, going back to page 57. Actually, Mr. Jackson had a couple things that he wanted to share, so I'm going to turn that over to him at this time.
Real quick, I wanted to give you guys an update on assembly bills that have been VDR'd, that we know they're coming. Right now, there are three that I'm, three of them that I'm watching. I don't know what kind of impact they'll have on us, but we should be paying attention to them. I will be honest with you, one of them is my favorite bill of all time. There is a bill being drafted right now to get rid of daylight savings time in Nevada.
There always is.
Yes, so hopefully we can get that one through, because that will help us with our spring sports and our fall sports as we lose daylight because of the clock change. Another one is Assembly Bill 53, which does not directly impact us, so to speak, but there's a unique little caveat in there. It is an assembly bill that is provisions relating to outdoor recreational activities, and there is a direct reference to archery in there. And I know our Southern Nevada schools are participating in archery quite a bit, but we're going to keep an eye on that one because it looks like it may be credit bearing in possibility, which would be a new aspect for our kids to get more. While it's not a sanctioned sport, I do believe it's a recreational sport we should watch. And the other one is one that just popped up today, and I don't know exactly what it means for us, but I sent a copy to Paul, and I'm going through it. It's 92 pages, so I did a cursory reading of it early. It's AB 81, and that has more to do with exempts the state of Nevada from provisions of federal law. Oh wait, that's sorry. AB 81 it's AB 78. I apologize, we're the wrong one. It is Committee on Review and Economic Development revises provisions relating to boards, commissions, councils, and similar bodies. We are named in it because we are a setting board in the state. I believe this has a little bit to do with oversight as to making sure we show them what we do and how we function and what purpose we serve and whether we do serve a function, almost as if to say, what do you do, why do you do it, and why do you need to exist? So I'm going to delve more into it, but like I said, I did double page. It's 92 pages. It's quite intense. I want to see where we're referenced in there. Right now, those are the only three that I see. We are only mentioned in one. The other two are more for my own enjoyment and following from this position. However, I have been in contact with Sherry McPartland from CCSD. There is talk about an EKG requirement. I appreciate the purpose of an EKG, but I'm also understanding that that is going to be an incredible burden on our schools and our students. Getting an EKG when you need an EKG is difficult and costly, let alone requiring it to be a part of participation. However, heart health is nothing to joke about. I have not seen a draft on that yet. I don't think it's come out. The person was not an assembly person that she had talked to. It was somebody who was working for an assemblyman. And so once we get that clarified, I'll keep you guys posted on that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to go to workshop item number 24. If you would please turn to page 136. Workshop public hearing to solicit comments on proposed regulations. Going to turn this over to Mr. Anderson.
And Ms. Roy, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
You tag team,
Yep, okay.
All right, Kate.
Paul, is there anything you want to say before I start?
No, you go ahead and then I'll dovetail off that.
There are two regulations here that we want to discuss. If you have any comment or any discussion of the group about moving forward and possibly updating these. The first is on page 139. It's regulation NIAA 35B.306 relating to cancellation of games, contests, and meet. There is already in existence, the subsection 1 states that you can't cancel a game without the approval of the executive director. So we haven't really implemented this in the way that it's written, in the sense that they have to actually explicitly get team's permission. They work through their scheduling entities that we kind of designated and basically let them know that they're canceling a game. The issue that came up was more regarding last minute cancellations and the cost that is incurred on those other teams, whether they're a home team or an away team. So this regulation was brought both to the Rules, Regulations, and Policies Committee and then the Membership Committee, and both committees wanted to move forward with the language that you'll see proposed in subsection 2. Basically, to put a little bit more onus on, you have the schedule, you are signing off that this is your schedule, these games you're participating. If you're canceling within 24 hours of that game, you're going to possibly be fined both by the association, by the NIAA, based on our sanctioning and fine regulation, and possibly also be billed for the cost to the opponent. So for a home team, you may already have your security, your officials are coming, ticket takers, ticket sellers, anybody extra that would be there, your announcer, whoever else that you're paying, obviously also your ticket sales that you're going to be missing out on when that team decides not to show last minute. So, there's some leeway there by just saying determined by the executive director. Basically, our thought was that the cost could be submitted to him for his review, and then he would kind of assess that and see, if it matches up. And he can talk a little bit more about some of his ideas as far as making maybe more of a set number for each sport, things like that. But that was kind of the thought behind this, and both committees agreed that this would be a direction that they felt was necessary to hold people accountable for these. Obviously, on the flip side, also, it could affect you as a visiting team, because there are schools that we have our charters and private schools that may have to pay for busing. So they pay for that bus, they get all the way to your school, or they already scheduled it, and have to pay ahead of time, and everything else. That would be a cost section as well. So Tim, do you want to talk a little bit about your ideas on the side of things?
Sorry, I got to my mouth.
Sorry.
That's okay. My concern here is we have these schools that are canceling, and there's nothing we can do. There's no teeth to it. We can say you can't do it, but it doesn't stop. I'll pull in X. I mean, you're doing it. Bob, you've done it as well. We're not talking 10, 15 changes in a season. We're talking hundreds to thousands of changes and cancellations of these schedules, and they're done sometimes without any fallback or any blowback, if you will. My thought was the schools could submit the costs that they incurred at the event. So if you were the home school and the team cancels and doesn't show up and doesn't give you the 24-hour notice, and you would have the cost of your officials, the cost of your ticket takers, your security, everybody else, you would submit that to our office. We would review it, and then we would assess a fine based on the cost. In other words, we wouldn't say, okay, we know it was, say, $1,000. We're not going to fine you $1,000, but it would be a scale to say, okay, the first time you do this, it might be $250. The second time you do this, it might be $500. The third time, it might be, okay, now you're getting into a pattern. You're paying the full note. But that way it would be tiered up, because I do not believe if we don't put a little teeth behind our penalties, they're really not penalties. They're more of inconveniences. And I think behavior continues until behavior has no choice but to change. And unfortunately, in our society, monetarily changes our behavior quicker than social stress. So I think we need to look at it from that. That's my idea. I'll work with Kate and bring it back to the committee and work with it this way. But I'm looking for guidance and as well as suggestions, because I believe it's a major issue.
Wait.
Tim, so would this apply for schools that cancel programs completely and fall out of compliance with the membership?
No, this would be the day of cancellation.
Okay.
So if you, on Monday, you find out you're not gonna have enough kids to play JV football because of eligibility, you're outside of that 1 day window. Now, where this becomes tricky is during the fall and winter seasons and spring for those sports that play on Mondays and Tuesdays. It can be tricky, which is why I don't want it to be a full amount on those. Like, you may not know when you come in on Monday morning and you run your eligibility, your freshman basketball team's ineligible. You may not have known that going in. So that's why I want that discretion, because if we don't have that discretion, then we run into a situation where we provide an avenue for deception. And I don't want that either.
Let me explain what we do within CCSD, and I only do this within CCSD because I'm gonna tell you, if this transitions over to the NIAA, it's gonna be a lot of work. And you know that. I'm sitting in that office. I have just this fall, anytime a game is counted within 24 hours, I assess the school, the home school, and it's just within CCSD because I can't do anything to charters, the cost of the bus and the cost of the officials. Again, if it's within 24 hours. If it's Monday and you don't, because of eligibility, you don't have enough kids, guess what? You're paying that bill. Because SNOA, I pay the entire bill for CCSD for officials at the beginning of every season. So that bill's already been paid. And I'm gonna just tell you right now, at the end of the fall season, there was $8,000 that returned to my budget just because of these cancellations. So if you put something in place, you know, maybe within the districts can do, you know, their own things, but yeah, I don't charge the security or the ticket takers because a lot of times we invite the last minute to tell them don't come and don't show up. But yeah, we've done it probably 4 years now. You know that. So because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yes.
Just a question. If there are fees being assessed, who's going to collect the money? Where does the money go?
That's fine. School or district.
It would come to us and we will then distribute it back to the schools. And we're not using it to make money. No, we're not. Well, I don't know. With that idea, no, I'm just kidding. No, it would go back to the schools. Actually, what we would do is probably, instead of them sending it to us, we would say, we would approve this and then allow the schools to go get the money on their own.
We can do a budget transfer.
Yeah, but.
My question is on this wording where it says maybe bill. So we're going to put in there that will be billed instead of maybe billed, because if we continue to say may, then we ain't going to do it.
Well,
So
major
why-
discretion.
So
I want to have shall. Yeah, shall. But I want to, again, I don't like the word will, because that means we're going to under all circumstances.
Yep.
Sure. But you want to talk about teeth, that doesn't sound.
Well, that does have teeth, yeah.
You could put shall in there.
My slide says will.
Thank you.
Keith?
So if we're in CCSD, we'd be fined by Pam and then again by Tim?
That's something we have to discuss. I'm just
Well,
asking an
This has never
example.
happened to me yet, but I don't want to be fined by
But you know.
you and then be fined again by you if I have to cancel the game. That seems.
Yeah, but that's something we need to.
And the purpose of this is, the fining would be the same. So if the fine is for the officials, for the busing, and maybe the gate receipt, it would go to that school or school district that's paying. So it's just more to put teeth. She's doing this on her own, but there's no regulation that says she has to do this or she can do this.
I want to be clear,
You know what I mean?
I'm not opposed to necessarily doing it. I don't disagree with the team. I just don't want to be charged.
No, it's not a double charge.
By both of you, is what I don't
Oh,
want
I
that to become a thing.
Yeah.
So another way we could approach it would be the same way we do eligibility, where Washoe and Clark handle their own fines between their schools. You know, just like you do your transfers, and then the NIAA would handle private, charter, and all rural schools.
Because I'll be honest, I'm sorry, is that some of the issue too is when, like I said, there's nothing I can do if a charter cancels at the last minute. The private cancels at the last minute. I don't have any teeth. So, Jake.
No, I was saying, I think what you said earlier, I think it's important that you get reimbursed for the bus and for the referees. They don't have tickets being sold, but they have to get much bill. the hard cost of the bus and the referee, I think, would be needed.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, like I said, you know in advance that when you know, so you can cancel security until you finish.
Calling up Region 4, I agree with the Will. Tim, to your point, would absent of any extraordinary circumstances, would that kind of encompass what we're talking about? Where there would be some flexibility on your regard, but you still say no?
Yeah, Tim Jackson, yeah, absolutely, because we have to have it, I don't go into anything without checking first. So I talked to section 7-8 of the NFHS, what do you do in these situations? And they have put in different, some of them do some stuff, some don't do anything, some of them leave it up to their conference, some of them leave it to the league, but bus breakdown, water pipe break, the discretion is there. To your question about the ticket sales, if a school cancels a football game, that's a big number. That's because it's a limited supply. So I asked, what do you do for a football game? What they do is they take the average of 2 years' gate receipts, divide it by the number of games they have, and that's the fine the school pays. And I liked that. I thought that was very clean for football. But at the same time, the bus was a no-brainer, the officials were a no-brainer, and security was a no-brainer because those are usually scheduled out and you have that's a hard cost. You gotta pay it no matter what. So I like the discretionary action there.
Well, we had the fires and we had the smoke, we had that, I mean, and we canceled for the day and, you know, there's always extenuating circumstances, but in a lot of cases really isn't. I don't have enough kids, you know? Yeah. So, no, I like this.
Just one of the point, because assuming this is approved, then I'm gonna have to send it to the LCB. So are we changing the 2 Mays and A and B to will? Is that what the consensus is?
Do you believe also that we need a little more substance as an explaining?
Well, they'll provide that to us. I mean, let's send it to them and see what they say. Yeah, that's
Okay.
We're going to put at the discretion somewhere.
As determined by the.
As determined by the.
It's on there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, I see it.
So we're gonna get rid of may and put shall?
Will.
Nice.
No shall.
Like that word.
And do we have to push it to the districts in the reg to say that the district will do it, or is it still going to be through?
That's a discretion of the.
We don't have it in our current regulations, like when it comes to eligibility, it's not specified there, so I think we should work with that. It needs to specify that.
Thank you.
District's over 100,000.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so, I'll make a motion to approve NAC 385B.306 with the, change from subsection 2A to will and subsection 2B to will.
Thank you. Okay, first, we have a second by Ron. Further comment, questions?
Okay, just one thing, Tim, did you want to bring up anything else about expanding this outside of the 24 hours?
No, let's leave it alone at 24 right now, especially with the sliding scale. It would work out.
Okay, we have
One last question, sorry.
No, Linda will be next, it's okay.
If the schools show up to the contest and then they find out that there was something they're missing, or they forgot to cancel the game, does that still follow their same stipulation? Does that make sense?
Depends on the circumstance. Yeah. That's seldom. I need a little more detail. All right, any more questions, comments? Okay, we have a first, we have a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you. All right, Mr. Anderson, we're gonna go to page 140. Or Kate, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this regulation, AC 385B.710 is regarding age limitations. This conversation has happened in lots of different places, and I believe with the board and the Rules Regulations Committee several times. We did a little bit of research. We pulled in all the Section 7 schools. They all have a regulation that is in regards to when a pupil turns 19 with a cutoff date. Ours was prior to this, these change dates a year, which if they turn 20 during any season, they can't start that season. So this allowed older 19-year-olds to be able to participate. We are the only school within Section 7 that is allowing those older 19-year-olds, if that makes sense, participate. So this change aligns with the kindergarten cutoff that's statewide. That's why we chose August 1st, to make it clear, clean, and consistent with our state. And I believe that's probably where most of the dates came from, with Section 7 is like with their own, cutoff dates for kindergarten, because some were in June, some in July, some in August, and some in September. So the only real thing we were trying to discuss is when we wanted that cutoff, but we were in good agreement that we feel that we needed to move this down to 19 so that we didn't have those older 19-year-olds. It also provides some more like fairness against each sport, right? So you have a football team that could have this really old 19-year-old, but then they turn 20 right after football season, they can't wrestle. Like, what's the difference between a month and that student? So this really keeps it in the whole school year, and it's fair across the different sports. So that was kind of the purpose behind moving this back a little bit.
Okay, any comments, any questions? Yes, Paul.
A quick question, then I'll make a question. Is there, I guess, Mr. Anderson, what would be the timeline on this? And do we have students in a situation where they were expecting to play senior year and would no longer be eligible to it? Or what would that look like?
Mr. Anderson.
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, the timeline on this going into effect, it is dependent on how quickly the LCB acts and gets it back to us. And, we all know that they are now going into their legislative session, and so we typically don't get much back from them. So I wouldn't expect to get this back until July from them, following the session. So it may not go into effect. I mean, we potentially, I guess, could vote on it in our September meeting, and it would be in effect for possibly next school year. Although they typically will put a date, an effective date, and so they could kick it out, say that it didn't become effective till 2026 or something, July 1.
Okay, yeah, I just think worth
Just
noting that we don't want to, yes, I think I agree 100% with this, but I just don't want to have a senior who thought they were going to be able to play and you take the rug out. Thanks.
Cheers.
I was just gonna ask, for who's in the room, we might want to talk about this, I'm not familiar with it. How many, does this happen a lot? Do we have a lot of 20-year-olds that are?
We have some 19.
Okay, that's not sure, this is.
Well, it's when they hold the kids back, but I won't say that.
Right, but even when you hold, yeah, that's one of the whole things. Is there a rule that says in there that much you hold your kid back? The whole red shirt and thing, is that, what?
No such thing. Mr. Jackson.
We have a regulation that starts when they become freshmen.
Right.
So what they do before they get to freshman year, late start September, birthday, oldest kid in the kindergarten class, hold them back in 8th grade. We see a lot of different things. This kind of cleans that up, but it also takes into consideration the student that needed that extra year of development before they moved into the 4th grade, or a state that has a read by third grade mandate of something like that. We don't want to penalize those kids.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel. That was part of the discussion in the regulation committee. Was we don't want to question decisions families make when kids are 5 or 6 years old and hold them back a year before they start kindergarten or whatever. And we're not going to question them if they hold them back for a second 8th grade year, but by putting, moving the age down a year, the old saying, they should know what the law is, and so they can deal with the consequences.
I'm going to go to Dennis. I know you had to cover.
Dennis, I agree with Mr. McNaught, and I do support this. But I think it goes beyond seniors, or juniors going to be seniors, really could impact certain freshmen. So I guess my point in saying this is I would hope we just be really quick to deliver the message and to define the timeline. Because there are a number of kids currently enrolled in high school who would lose a year of eligibility.
All right, Tammy, I'm going to go to Paul.
So just to respond to that also, every virtually every regulation we have, I won't say every because we do have a couple exceptions, but every regulation we have that deals with eligibility allows for a hardship appeal, okay? And so if there's a bunch of kids that get caught up in this the first year, we could have hardship appeals where, you know, that could be dealt with in that fashion. So, yeah.
Okay, Tammy,
That's actually what I was going to bring up, because we talked about it in the committee meeting, because we knew that was going to be one of the big concerns that held people back from saying, yeah, let's do this, was people made decisions 2 years ago to do things, and now all of a sudden they're saying, oh, by the way. So that's what I was going to do, because they'll have a couple of years of what they do things. But now, going forward,
but I'm gonna tell you, we've had this conversation every board meeting. This is not a new conversation. But I will tell you, I do know within CCSD, because Tim's right, there's nothing we can do to a kid that repeats 8th grade. That should have had enough credit units, passed all, and 8th grade should have been a 9th grader. But I do know within CCSD, kids that didn't transition, schools were enrolling them as 10th graders. Our district is currently doing it.
and that's, I think, part of the reason why we had this conversation, is there's CCSD may do certain things, Washoe may do certain things. But statewide, there's no rule that puts everyone on the same plane.
Yeah, we can't. There's not a common. Okay, hang on.
Sorry, just Jay, to answer your question, these are the kinds of kids we're trying to deal with. We have a lot of kids who are intentionally holding kids back in the 8th grade who have A's and B's in 8th grade, and they're taking 8th grade again, so that they can be 16-year-old freshmen. And so this helps to address that. They're hard to catch sometimes. Kate and I have had a lot of conversations about it, but your registrar has to be really on it, checking that birth date and then going back. Now, to the point they made earlier, we don't want to punish kids who are legitimately held back in, let's say, kindergarten or 2nd grade, but there's a lot that are doing this later in the game. And they'll even tell you by the time they get frustrated, like, you're disadvantaging my kid. They're doing this all over the country. Why are you doing this? And I have a handful that I've made go straight to 10th grade because they're supposed to be 10th grade.
Yeah.
But yes, it does happen more than I think it shouldn't be, but it happens more than you think.
And it's not just 8th grade. They're doing this in the 5th,
7th grade or 5th grade.
Right, we're doing it in the 8th grade, right.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to take it back to Mr. Don.
I'll make a motion to approve NIC 385B.710.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Christina, thank you very much. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? C. We have a first, we have a second. Okay, going to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go back. Okay, we're gonna go back to item number 10 on page 70. Partnership update. Brady, you're up. Where's Brady? Oh, there he is. Again, page 70. Page 7, Brady's report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you again. Brady around here with 25 Sports. Here to do a partnership update. Does everyone have a pamphlet coming around? Just to start off, we are, in terms of the time frame, we're kind of coming to the end of our selling period of FY25. Naturally, there's still some out there before the winter championships. But usually when that time hits, we start switching the page to FY26, which I'll be going down to this month. With the rest of the states, there's 22 states, will all be together in Phoenix to go over our sales deal for FY26.
on the paper I stand, I will see the financial side, what the budget was for Playfly to me this year, 625. Right now, we have contracted and blocked $664,026. The rev share model's on the right. So as of right now, on 114.25, the NIAA will see their guaranteed payment of $280,000 plus an additional $40,000 as of right now, which is great. So that number is increasing. So any deal that comes in from now on, it goes to that number in the rev share, which is great. And that's what I'm focused on, bringing in some more money. Next page, you can see our current partners that we have. There's a list in there. I won't run through them all, but I did send out an email to the voting board and our staff yesterday with each of the companies and what they invest and everything, so you guys can see that and get an idea of who does what with us in the tiered system there. Next page, just to show you who we have new partners for 24-25. Listed there, IDW Local 401, Northwest Design Inc., Hometown Health, Fairweather, Chromebook, Big Chicken and Firehouse Subs, Local 872 out of Vegas, and Jiffy Lube came on board 2 days ago. So right now, my focus is on the financial sector, find an official hotel partner for the NIAA, which is a big focus, healthcare, government, mental health awareness, going through those channels, the 988 Lifeline. A lot of states are doing that, and we want to we got to get on board with that. It's very important. Mining, good meetings with the Mining Association. That's going in the right direction, which I'm excited about. The tech industry and solar companies are coming to the forefront right now for me also. So right now, that's an update on the partnerships, where we're at, and you guys have any questions?
Is there any issue, I'm just wondering why there hasn't been a casino purchase? Is there an issue with the casinos and some kids, or like a gambling thing? Is there anything to do with that?
No, there was at one point. Naturally, Pam with Clark County, they can stay at the non-gaming hotel, Circus non-gaming. Washoe used to not be able to have kids stay in a gaming hotel. That rule has now changed, which is opening up the door. We had Stations Casino for a long time as a partner, and the Fertitta's kids were playing. They were a great partner of ours. When they graduated, they kind of moved out and weren't a partner of ours anymore. Caesars, I talked to them, and actually with the Coronas and everything, and just work going down that path, trying to get it done. Expanding out, I did reach out to Mark Ratner on Stations, and we can re-talk with them. And ideally what we wanted to have is a hotel partner that Rollins and Pam, they work with, and also the parents of the student athletes have deals. We want to supply all that. And I think we're a great avenue to do that. It's just taking time, and I'm definitely trying. So naturally, we have to wait gaming too with their properties and stuff like that. And then GM. I mean, we're not limiting it. We're trying to get that done, but it's a big undertaking. I've talked to Rollins about it a lot, and Pam as well. And, so hopefully we can get that done, not only for them and the easiness of that and having this partnership, but also for the community and parents, where they can get good deals and travel and save some money. Anything else?
Any other questions? Staff, anybody to add? Mr. Jensen, nothing? Okay, Wade?
It's good to see that we're in the share category now.
Yeah,
I like to
definitely.
see that.
Yeah, so I told Tim the other day, I said, Jiffy Lube came in, and actually it's good news, and money right in the rev share, which is great. So every dollar that comes in, it's rev share, which is exciting. So.
Take any down, they give.
Very good. Thank you, Bree. Thank you so much. All right, we are now going to item number 11 on page 71. NIAA Legal Counsel. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you, Paul Anderson, Legal Counsel. I'll try to make this as quick as I can, so you know the tension's building for the big item. Just go going through quickly, level 2 appeals since our meeting in September. Kate and I have had 7 appeals, and we prevailed in each one of them. There was another one that ended up kind of just resolving. That was in December, so I didn't really count that because it never went to hearing. But anyway, so we had 7 and 1 on each of them. Legislative updates, let me get to that real quickly. I mentioned earlier, you got the 2 regulations that you just approved. Those were ones that we had discussed at the September meeting that have now come back, and we'll get those down to the LCB, and then we have the other 2 on the consent calendar that have actually passed. Those have become law. We still had the sportsmanship regulation. We had that one almost done a meeting or 2 ago, and then there were a couple of tweaks that the board wanted, and so I sent that back to the LCB. Unfortunately, it hasn't gotten back to me, and I doubt will, based again on the fact that the legislature's about to go in session. So every person down there is writing bills. They're not worried about regulations right now. The same with the one-time transfer. We're really close. The LCB, when it first came back, there were 3 or 4, maybe 5 little things in there that weren't quite accurate. And so when we last met in September, or it's either September or November meeting, we decided to send it back. Again, the LCB was great. They got back to me quickly on it, but they didn't quite get it to the point where it came back where I could bring it to the board here for final approval. So that one's still out there too, but it's close. And I'm optimistic that perhaps we'll be able to still get it into effect prior to July. It'd be nice if we could get that rule passed so that as of July 1, going into the new school year, we would have the one-time transfer rule applying, and then we can begin that little journey and see how things go. So anyway, that's kind of where we are in terms of our regulations right now. These 2 that we just talked about, like I say, I'll be getting those down to the LCB, and we'll see what happens there. Finally, as far as legal updates, public comment today was filled with the Title IX and transgender participation and all that, and focusing on our policy, which was developed in 2016. I'll give you a little bit of history because most people on the board now weren't here then. Back in 2016, this was a whole new thing across the country, and different states were doing different things. But nobody had a real good grasp on the whole transgender thing, and it really hadn't come into light. But the idea was that every association should have a policy of some type in case it came around. We followed the state of Washington. They're the ones who basically developed the policy that we have in place. And what our policy does right now, as far as the way it exists, is it allows a transgender student to participate in the sport of their choice. There's a check and balance to it though, because schools within the league or schools that participate against that school that may have that transgender athlete can raise an issue, and then the matter would come back to the NIAA for a hearing. We've never had the issue raised, and we've never had a case or a hearing dealing with that policy. I agree with everybody who spoke today. We need to take a look at our policy, and I think that's something we ought to be looking at putting on as a future agenda item. There's a lot going on right now with this. Last week, I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday, the Eastern District of Kentucky, the federal judge of the Eastern District of Kentucky ruled in, I think it was Tennessee versus Conrad or something, and basically overturned the Biden administration's what I'm going to call abomination of the Title IX regulations. I mean, the Biden administration basically came in and turned Title IX, which was designed to protect females and women's sports, into a body of law that protected not just women, but transgenders or anybody of any sex to do what they want. So personally, I was glad to see that. And basically there was like 6 or 7, 8 states that were parties to that case where that decision definitely applies. But the legal thought across the country is that this, in essence, stays the enforcement of the Title IX regulations that the Biden administration was attempting to bring into effect. This issue, as we all know, is a political football. I mean, I know where I stand on it. I know there's people on this board that may stand on the other side of it. And there's people, any way you go, that's how it's going to be. But it's something that definitely needs to be addressed. Tim sent to me today, it's interesting, our Lieutenant Governor has the task force that he's putting into effect, and you heard from all those people. There's a bill in Congress that was just introduced today, entitled, what is it? HR 28, it's Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025. It in effect would amend Title IX. It amends 20 USC 1681, which is Title IX. So, and it in essence would be doing basically what the governor's task force is looking at doing. The problem we have in Nevada is in 2022, the citizens of this state voted for the second time, and it became a part of our state constitution that you cannot discriminate on the basis of gender identity. So we've got a constitutional amendment in this state that says you can't discriminate against a transgender student who wants to play a female sport. So I'd love to work with with all the people that are looking at bringing what I believe is sanity back to Title IX. But we are restricted in how we do that. And if we take the lead, if this body takes the lead, you've heard from Tim how well we're doing financially. There will be a lawsuit. It'll come from one side or the other. And I don't know that our insurance would cover it. And I don't know what it would cost to take it on. So it really puts us in a difficult situation. A lot to think about and a lot to talk about, and I think it's definitely worth a lot of discussion, especially with some of these groups and whatnot. But I just wanted to make everybody aware that there's a lot of factors here. It's not just what happened in Kentucky with the Biden administration, with the stay of that. We here in Nevada face a constitutional issue if we were to change our policy as is being requested. Jay.
So it's kind of just a real point we talked about. We cannot do anything as a board right now, make any direction until it's changed there. Is that what you're saying? Or is there an opportunity for us to do something?
I think it's worth a discussion. I mean, it's what I would like to see. I wish we didn't have the constitutional aspect of it in place, and I wish our legislature would take the bull by the horns and pass a law so that we know where to go with it. A body bigger than the NIAA make those decisions, because really what we're here to do is we're here to allow participation, and we want as much participation as we possibly can, but we want it to be fair and equal. But again, yeah, we're hamstrung to a certain extent. But I think it's worth discussing. And I think by doing that, I think it's worth bringing out some of these groups, on both sides of the issue, so that we can get a fair understanding of where it's at.
Thank you, Wade.
I know eventually it's going to hit the legislature. This topic will hit the legislature. There's already legislators out there that have crafted some BDRs. Now, the question is whether they receive a bill and they go to public hearing, and if they can get through the committee. The committee chair of education, and I think that's where this would probably end up at. It would be up to them whether they brought that bill forward or not during the session. And right now, I don't think that the state of Nevada and our legislators are willing to have that conversation. I think there's some that would like to define it and put something out there, but I don't think that there's a willingness in our legislature to tackle this issue in the state of Nevada yet. I think potentially, as Paul says, if you're part of the conversation and you're talking about it, eventually something will break, much like our one-time transfer, right? Look at how many years that has been talked about, and now things have been moving forward. I think it's the same kind of thing. But yeah, there is some BDR out there currently that are crafting language to bring it, but whether it sees the light of day, I don't know.
Deanna, do you have something?
Oh, I just, going back to like 11th grade or 12th grade government, right? I'm just trying to figure out if they pass what you were talking about, what you said was introduced today, how will that affect what we have on the books in our,
That's
because it's in conflict, right, at that point, so we have to do something then probably to go in alignment with the federal government at that point.
Yeah, so the argument that the governor's task force and the people that are making these arguments are saying is they're saying it really doesn't matter what your state law says, your constitution or whatever, because federal law preempts state law.
Right.
That's true for the most part, but I want to make sure that's absolutely accurate with respect to a state constitutional issue. I mean, so like I say, I just think there's a lot more work that needs to be done before we could really know how to move on it.
Yes.
Just a comment, not a question. I agree with everything that everybody has said so far, that including the things for discussion. We want to take a look at this. I think the Paul has really brought up some good points as far as we do have, this is in our constitution. Wade is absolutely correct, because I'm having the same conversations. And I'm not going to say that they're not willing to look at it, but for a bill to come through at this point in this legislature is not likely to pass. It may be actually get to a committee, etc. The other thing that we have to be very cognizant of, and not just in Clark County, because I don't know every single district's, policy. At Clark County School District, we have the gender diverse policy. And so we need to be very aware of what that policy says in every single district. And I don't know in every single district, but what we've had to basically say, sometimes with people come to the board meetings or write to us and we listen to everyone, we do have to say, this is a state mandate. We have to develop our own policy for that. So even though it's not strictly talking about athletics, we do have that policy and it will draft. So I just want to make that point.
Anybody else? Yes,
Just following up on Linda's comment there, just so everybody understands, and I think you probably do, Title IX does not only address athletics, it addresses discrimination in general, with respect to things that go on in the educational environment. So it's broader than athletics, but for this body's concerns, we just worry about it from the athletics standpoint.
Anybody else? Yes, Rob.
Oh, where do we go from here as far as messaging? Because there was a group of people here that came and made a presentation, and they made the presentation to us like we could do something about it. They made a presentation like, hey, look, you guys are over athletics in the state, you make a decision and let us get it done based on our presentation. That's why we're coming to you. And so there's got to be some type of message or some form of communications that needs to go out, because I don't want people to think that this group is just not doing anything.
Well, so Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I think by placing it on a future agenda, but when we get to our future items here, they'll know that we listen to them, we're gonna bring it back, we're gonna talk about it at our next meeting. And between now and then, I'd like to meet with that group, and talk to them and get their ideas. They may have a lot more, they may have done a lot more work on it than certainly I have at this point, and it'd be helpful to partner with people like that. And on the other side of the equation too, so that we are well informed before we go and do, jump off the cliff, basically.
Yeah, calling out before, I think I appreciate the last part of that, Paul, because I do want to reiterate that I think I just want to make sure that we as a board are starting to lean one way or the other, and just understanding that there are valid arguments on both sides, and I think we should collectively respect that, and also just make sure that we're bringing to the table not necessarily our personal views, but what is best for the students in the state.
And that's the point I was bringing up is that whatever we say as an individual, we should be saying as a group in terms of our position on the board. Now, you go home and drink beer with your buddies or whatever, you can say whatever you want to, but as far as a board member is concerned, and what the policy of the NIAA is concerned, I think that's where I feel safe in terms of in representation of this body. We are following these laws and these requirements, and this is what we're doing. And I think, because again, we all have our personal duties on this, and we also have our responsibilities of this board of what we are responsible for saying.
My question is nothing to do with that topic, but it is on something you spoke about. Is that okay? Okay. So you said that you didn't quite have the verbiage back from the LCP about the one-time transfer. Sorry, you said you didn't have the verbiage back from the LCP for the one-time transfer, but that you were pretty confident that we would. If we get it, say you get it back, we don't need it until April. Is that going to be enough time? I don't know if you're the one to ask. I don't know. I just feel like from January to April is a long time, so we don't get the.
So, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, we can always have an emergency board meeting like we did in November, and we can do that by video. We can make that happen. So, with an issue such as the one-time transfer rule, if we did get it back, I think it'd be important to try to do that.
I just in my brain I was like, April's a long time away, and April to July is no time out.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions or comments? All right, let's go to item number 12. Is there a need for a closed session?
No.
Okay, we can cross that one off.
Just so the board knows, we'll always keep that on there in case we need it. That's just a standing agenda item from here on out.
Okay, let's go to item number 16 on page 101. 26-27 board control meeting dates for possible action. There is no.
There's no dates at all. No, we don't have them yet. That's the whole point.
No, they're saying that because in previous years.
Okay, new director, new direction.
I know, new direction.
New director, new direction.
That's why they're saying in previous
Yes,
years.
in previous years they've been thrown out there. I'm not going to throw them out there. The only thing I'm going to request is as we go through this process of selecting new dates, that we do not have a board meeting this week next year. I think a week coming off of the Christmas and the holiday break, this is too tight. I think we need to move this to the first week of February in the future. That's a personal opinion, because for staff to come back, as you guys all know, it's the start of a new semester, there's a lot going on, and we're throwing a lot of things in. I mean, we've been back, the school's been back in session a week and a half, and we're trying to throw this together. It gives us a little time to allow the schools to recoup from the holiday break and perhaps move it a little, I'm looking for a little week. So if you guys, let's start with the fun. Now, I don't know how you guys rolled before, previously, but to me, the June board meeting is the end, so the September board meeting would be the start. So if we started in September and rolled our way through, we usually have it around the third week. So we are looking at 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, we have this.
14 through 16. 17.
Mm-hmm. That would not be a good week. That would actually be the worst week of my life, that I'm looking forward to not. Yes?
So on here it says for 26, 27, but we're talking about 25, 26, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I put the wrong dates. I'm sorry. 25, 26.
Thank you, Tammy.
Sorry. I got a little excited.
So we maybe look at 103 crossover because we don't want them during playoffs. What was back in 2015?
Yeah, the section 7, 8 meeting is 14, 15, 16. So
do we go
the week before or the week after?
before?
You're gonna go later in January, and we go 1 week later.
In September?
Is September, February?
It's the week before Labor Day week.
We're looking at September 22nd, or 23rd, 24th.
Rosh Hashanah?
So once the section, 14, 15, 16.
So we'll go 23, 24. Any problem with 23, 24 for a start?
Board meetings?
Are you talking January or
September.
September? That works.
Nothing on the CCSD calendar.
Nothing? Are you guys in session during that time? You guys have a lot of works.
I got it.
So it's September, December.
Oh, no one's
It's good, but I'm not gonna wait 23rd, 24th. That one isn't good.
That would be,
So,
hold on.
Yeah, fall, spring and fall are big.
Yes.
Vegas.
Winter and summer.
okay, when was the next meeting?
So we've just had a side conversation over here. We want to stay away from the first week of February because of the start of postseason. So we're thinking January 27, 28. January 27, 28.
So we did it for 24.
Yep.
So what is it, January?
27th, 28th? That is around, state bowling.
See, that would be the week of individuals, like bowling and we're generally okay with that. If we go a week later, that's not just team bowling, it's also the last week of the regular season for basketball flag as well.
Yeah, we can't do anything after that.
Just speaking of high school principals, yeah, like, I don't have a problem with this.
I do.
I
do, and I'll be honest with you, that's more to the
But
national.
like, you
Yeah.
know, the school leaders, like,
Yeah.
this was back on check.
The reason I do is because of the winter meetings.
Yeah.
It's been a rough 17 days of trying to get this rolled out.
Was state bowling going on? Because state bowling is only in the south, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that meeting that be held in the south? If you guys are already going to be for state.
Bart, I'm gonna yield to you. on
The
that.
individual portion of our state bowling, especially early in the week, our bowling coordinator for CCSD, Mr. Gregorich, handles a lot of that. I try to be out there as well he coaches Clark. And I want him to have the opportunity to coach his kids, so I try to be out there to help him run it. The individual portion of that, especially early in the week, those kids show up, roll 2 games, and it's not done. I don't think we'd have a problem in the individual. I'd have more of a problem trying to hold the week of the team bowling.
I think in Christine, I don't know what Christina's referring to, I'm referring to, I like to get bowling from kids. You can't be there.
I do, but if we do this Tuesday, Wednesday, potentially you could be there Monday for the opening part of that, which is when most of those kids are gonna be there. As we get later in the week, you're down to 8 kids in each gender in each class.
We're good.
Okay. 27, 28 January. Thanks, Kate. Thanks, Jay. April, I don't see a need to change it. What would be the rotation for that? 14, 15?
Yeah, we have nothing going on.
Yeah. So 26, April 14, 15.
Check everybody for a check on that.
Sorry. April 14, 15.
Locations.
Are we in spring break?
No.
We're good? Are you in spring break? Are you in any kind of break? Washington's good?
Anyone else?
Okay.
Okay.
April 14, 15 south.
Yep.
Summer meeting, June?
Yep.
April 14, 15, yes?
April 14, 15.
14, 15.
What do you think?
That's 2026, right?
Yes.
All right, so June, was 9, 10?
When do we have it this year?
4, 5.
Yeah, it's early this year.
So 2, 3.
Oh, yeah, wait, graduation.
Oh, whoa, wait a
Are we
minute.
done with graduations yet?
No. Kate, what's our last day of school?
The 26th.
26?
Or 22nd, sorry,
Yeah,
22nd.
26, and we're graduating, I'd rather have it on 9/10. X and I gotta work graduations.
Hold on, Washoe.
When's your graduation?
Well, the first week.
Most people.
Last day of school for Washoe, June 5th. We do not want that week. No following week 10. Yeah,
We might be at 16, 17.
those are still your contingency days. Just in case, but
How many days do you graduate? We take the whole week.
your last day is Friday the 5th. You do a whole week.
You start
Oh,
graduation.
you gotta go later, Tim. This is still graduation.
You probably start graduation like we do on the last day of school.
June 16th, 17th.
Yeah. Hey, we're kind of out of order. We got a lot of people talking on the side. So let's, okay. So we're looking at June 16, 17 late because of Washoe and Clark County. It does keep it, that doesn't, it may go deep into people's summer plans, but can't go earlier.
16, 17. Is that 16, 17?
Hey, was that last day of school? Our last day is the 22nd.
We'll be done with graduation.
We have no school on the 25th, correct?
It's Memorial Day.
Which one do you?
No, 22nd, X, we just had this meeting with Grim.
Right.
We graduate all, we have graduations all the way to 30th, is that right?
Yeah.
This is the following.
And that, it'll still be
Yeah,
the,
we say like,
it'll be the same,
the Washoe apparently is a week later.
correct?
I don't know, just 9 to 10 too early.
No, 9 and 10 is actually where it should be.
Washoe's-
Two or three is on the rotation.
Yeah,
first week of June.
Washoe's last day is on the 5th.
Mr. Levitt, only person calling order.
I don't speak for Washoe County School, but I'm looking around, I don't see anybody on this board other than Rollins from Washoe, and I don't know what his obligations are with graduation. So I don't know if there's a problem with June 2, 3, or 9, 10. From a Washoe perspective, Rollins.
Pick one. Okay,
There's nobody sitting around this.
I like 2, 3.
Let's go 2 and 3.
Okay, so the following dates are what we have on the board. September 23rd and 24th, January 27th and 28th, April 14th, 15th, and June 2 and 3.
And then June 2 and 3 is
North, yes.
One more time.
September 23, 24, January 27, 28, April 14, 15, June 2, 3. We need a motion and a second, so I'll turn it back to Ms. Sloan.
It's the quickest thing. Hey, Rollins.
I got the motion, approved dates that have just been mentioned on board control meetings for the 26, 27.
25, 26, right?
26.
25.
25, 26, sorry.
Okay,
Board control meeting dates.
thank you. We have a first, and we're looking for a second. Thank you, Greg. Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. That was well done. Before we transition to item number 17, do we need to take a short break?
Yes. Before we take that short break, turn the page of the calendar. Is anybody opposed with the new format? The other direction. The other direction.
Page 103.
102, 102, there you go. Anybody opposed to this new format?
Miss you.
Anybody got any problems with this new format? If we move forward with it, it's just more appealing to my eye. But if people want to go back, I thought the other one had a little too much on it.
No, this one's better. I like this.
Okay.
Hammer proof.
Okay, moving forward, I'll reissue the calendar out in this format. We'll start posting it this way. Thank you. That's all. Take a break. If you want, you're back.
Okay, you guys want to take a quick break before we get into, let's take 5 minutes real quick, stretch a little bit, and then we'll get on with 17. Thank you.
Hold your conversation. Principal Real, if you can hear me, we are in a break right now. When we come back from the break, it will be the realignment item that we start with. And we'll start with the comments. I think yours will be third. So we'll queue you up. We'll let you know. I just want to make sure you're aware of what's going on.
I appreciate the update. How long is the break?
Principal Real, if you can hear me, we are in a break right now. When we come back from the break, it will be the realignment item that we start with. And we'll start with the comments. I think yours will be, you're aware of what's going on.
I appreciate the update. How long is the break?
Principal Real. Okay, quick change. You're going to go first here when we get to the public comments. So just be ready. You'll be up first, Principal Real. Again, we'll queue you up.
It's funny, I pulled this
All right, everybody. We can now go to item number 17, football realignment 25-48. Please go to page 105. There's an organizer here. All right, just to let you know that we have some public comment. We will listen to the public comment before we go forward. Has everybody said everybody ready to go? Mark, we're good. All right, at this time, our first public comment is Mr. Royale with Western High School. Antonio, how you doing? All right.
I'm doing great. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm sorry, to remind you, you have 3 minutes.
5.
Or matter of fact, you have 5 because you're speaking for a group. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks for clarifying that. Let me know when I can begin.
Ready, go.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. If you recall, a couple of months ago, I spoke on this issue just for Western High School specifically. To give you some context leading up to this, and after that decision last time to deny the first proposal, we came together collectively as high school principals, proposed the structure that was sent to all of you. I believe you should have received 15 or 16 letters from us. While that is part of our group, that represents the consensus of our entire group. We are unanimous on this approach. I actually just left the high school principals meeting to join you for this conversation. So just going to summarize quickly the letter that was sent to all of you for the sake of those that are listening. I know this is recorded in the public documents, but I'm going to read to you the first main paragraph, which is based on the rubric scores. This is our proposal. Based on the rubric scores from the 2024 season, teams would be aligned to 5A and 4A for the season based on an even split of the rubric rankings from 24 and 25 season. Those in 5A and 4A will remain there in respective divisions for the entire season. The divisions will be divided up into leagues with 5 to 6 teams per league that combine geographic areas and competitive balance. We've articulated a playoff structure that we think is equitable for schools of all type of demographics. Remember that one of my primary concerns with the proposal that is apparently back on the table, which we don't understand as a group of high school principals in the Clark County School District, is that it creates a scenario of the have and the have-nots. When you only have one group of schools, and I articulated previously, but we all agree on this again, when you have one set of schools that make the playoffs, you look at the rankings, the top 20 schools that would go into the previous proposal, it is a list of have and have-nots. It is the urban ring of schools. I'm sorry, the suburban ring of schools and the urban schools are not primarily reflected on that group. Recall that 8 of the top 10 schools in CCSD in terms of Title I poverty rates are on the bottom of that list overall. So we've proposed a structure that we believe is equitable, just like we have in all of our other sports, where kids have the opportunity to compete with like peers and like abilities. You know that schools in the inner city do not have the opportunities to have kids in club sports, to develop kids in the same way with youth programs. So there is a different opportunity to compete, which is why we believe we need to have different divisions. Inside of this letter that we have sent to you, there are 6 primary components to our proposal. 1, even split of teams between 5A and 4A. 2, stability within divisions. 3, league structure based on geographic and competitive balance. We know and we agree with the executive director that we need to have more competitive playoffs in football. We just believe that the previous proposal, which again has come back for some reason, does not accomplish this goal by eliminating so many schools with different demographics. Therefore, we believe a 4A, 5A structure with fewer teams that make the playoffs, the top 8 in each of those divisions, with the top 6 and 5A going to an open, additionally, creates competitive balance, competitive opportunities, and competitive playoffs for all schools, while also having very competitive regular seasons. We too do not want schools that do not deserve to be in the playoffs to be there in October and November. We want to make sure it's competitive. So again, that third point, league structure based on geographic and competitive balance. 4th is the proposed playoff structure, which I just articulated. Once again, the top 8 from 4A and 5A with an elite group open division for the top 6 schools overall. The 5th is commitment to safety and student well-being. And that safety and student well-being is obviously important depending on the types of schools that play each other. I think you can create scenarios right away when you look at the most elite programs in our state versus other schools that would be clumped into the same organization. So 5A and 4A puts appropriate schools matched with one another. And then the 6th proposal or component of that is supporting competitive equity across divisions. You have that letter. I encourage you to read that. Again, you've received 15 or 16 of those, but we, your largest group of constituents in the NIAA, the high school principals in the Clark County School District, are unanimous on this proposal. We are also unanimous against the other proposal that would clump us all into one group and creates the have and the have-nots. So my hope is that you will hear the voice of the people with which you represent and strongly consider this proposal that has been put forth to all of you. Once again, I appreciate the time that you've given me, speaking on behalf of the high school principals in the Clark County School District, and the goal of creating competitive football environment and playoffs for all of our schools, both in the North and the South. Thank you for the time.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, T, I'm going to ask you, we have a letter that was submitted by Andrew, is it Bewley?
So before we do that, it was asked that I just list the schools that sent that letter, because we did get more today, so that would be the letter that he was just referring to. Arborview, Bonanza, Centennial, Chaparral, I always say it wrong. I know, but I get nervous. Cheyenne, Cimarron Memorial, Clark, Desert Oasis, Del Sol, Durango, Foothills, Green Valley, Las Vegas, Legacy, Palo Verde, Rancho, Shadow Ridge, Sierra Vista, Spring Valley, Sunrise Valley, Western, Canyon Springs, Silverado, Mojave, Basic, and West Tech, who's a non-member school. Time myself. To the NIAA and NIAA Board of Control, the Carson City School District is troubled by what seems to be a disregard for the logical and reasonable proposal by the current Northern Nevada 4A 5A teams that ensures competitive balance and safety of our students. The 4A 5A Northern Region proposes dividing northern schools into 2 classifications: the top 6 schools in the 5A division, and the next 5 or 6, including Brewster, if applicable, in the 4A division. The region wishes to retain control over the placement of schools in these classifications and to implement a relegation system. Under the system, the lowest performing 5A school would move to 4A, while the top performing 4A school would advance to 5A then each season. The region opposes both a ranking-based state tournament and an open state tournament determined by rankings at the end of the season. Schools in the north do not want to participate in such a tournament. If the NIAA Board of Directors approves a ranking-based open state tournament that includes 5A Northern Region schools in this region, planning to immediately appeal to join the 4A division. The primary reason for this appeal is that no 5A North school is willing to compete against Bishop Warren High School in football, with concern about the potential for lopsided defeats, injuries, and public embarrassment. Additional concerns include the significant financial strain on districts and schools and the excessive loss of cost time for student athletes through frequent travel. None of this is acceptable. It is not for high school sport, not good for schools, and not good for student athletes. I strongly encourage you to abandon the direction you are going and to institute the request in the Northern Region. Sincerely, Andrew Fueling, Superintendent Carson City School District.
Thank you. Okay, we have some public comment cards at this time. Pablo Duran, sorry. Again, you will have 3 minutes.
Can I start?
You may start.
All right, hello guys, my name is Paul Duran. I'm representing Charlotte High School since Chris Mecca is not here today, so I'm going to speak to you about Northern Nevada 4A football team. So we propose to have open division for North team as a, for example, fix a road to make the open ground, and then could lose the embarrassing to fix a woman in an open loss. So since it's not such woman, but I would view Liberty, Colorado, you name it, could lose the game against South, 80 South team. So that's due to you're not playing an open division for North, only in the South. And for North team, for like top 14, could make the 12, 5A 12, next 4 should be 4 and 12. But the bottom 4 and 5A team should not make a 12. Here we go. So, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, Rob Hummel.
Good.
And
3 o'clock. I don't know.
3.
3. You're doing the coaches. Coaches, I'm on the average.
Okay, you all coaches, let me reset.
I don't know if I'll need 5, but I'd like to have it just.
Okay, go ahead.
Rob Hummel, head coach of National High School here in Northern Nevada, also the president of Northern Nevada 5A Football Coaches Association. Obviously, there's no perfect way to make this work, but there's a couple things that we would like to see come out of this from the Coaches Association standpoint. So, first change, based on looking at the proposals, would be the ability of the Northern and Southern Football Leagues to construct their own 5A, 4A divisions and leagues within those divisions to best serve their region with regards to geographic location and competitive balance. For example, the North would like the flexibility to add more teams if they wanted to, rather than just have 6 as proposed in a couple of the proposals. There's schools in the 3A division in the North that are willing to move up to a 4A division if it is created. But again, that's all pending what is resolved here. North doesn't feel we should have any teams locked into a division for 3 years. Want the ability to have promotion or relegation between the 4A and 5A divisions in the North, based on regular season record. So, and on an annual basis, the bottom 4A team, or excuse me, the bottom 5A team, based on regular season, will drop down. The top 4A team, based on regular season record, will move up for each year over the 3-year alignment cycles. The second change, well, let me just finish that point. I believe that the ability to make those adjustments is necessary to maintain competitive balance and ease of scheduling from year to year. The second change that the North is adamant about is not being forced in an open playoff division. We feel the open division is something that should only include the South because of the seat time missed by students, costs associated, as well as safety concerns and lopsided scores if the Northern team is forced to play Bishop Gorman. I'd be happy to present a playoff structure for the Southern 5A division that was developed by myself and Coach Baracco from the Southern division. If you guys allow it, at some point later in the meeting today, on how we could potentially satisfy a lot of the conflicts that are going on with this particular thing, this particular issue, where there's games for everybody to be had, so to speak. If I'm allowed to present, I would love to do that.
We feel it's very important to play out our regional championships within both the northern and southern regions, and then have the regional champions from each region compete in the state title game, provided that the South plays out their own open playoff, excluding teams from the north. In addition, we are strongly against a state ranking system that would force northern teams to travel to Las Vegas potentially multiple times during playoffs due to the amount of time student athletes will miss in their classroom and the significant costs associated because the substantial funds to make that work are simply not available to do that. We scheduled, there's a couple teams in the north, just to give you guys an example, that have scheduled teams in Vegas to play, and whether you're traveling by bus or you are traveling by plane, you can have anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 to send a football team one way or another. It's not like sending a basketball team or a tennis team or something like that. It's anywhere from 15 to 30 grand to do it. By the time you have hotels, transportation once you get there, charter buses or flights, it is an expensive venture to do something like that. I think that's it for right now. I appreciate it. Anybody have time? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Richard Johnston Saltler.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Johnston Salter. I'm the principal at Galena High School. Thank you for the time today. I'll speak for 3 minutes. Let me start by saying I appreciate the amount of work and discussion that has gone into this topic, both in the South and the North. I recognize as a principal myself, being involved in these things, you have many other things going on, and we in the North have met quite a few times. I know that our colleagues in the South have met as well. As this is an important issue. The structure, the open playoff structure for the 5A, I appreciate the fact that we need to reduce some state championships. This is what I've heard. The input was to the athletic directors, the board, that we needed to reduce the amount of state playoff championships. I get that. However, I do think it should be understood by this board that all the coaches and the administrators in the North do not support an open playoff system. None of us. We met and we agreed, and that's where we stand. Just as a matter of point, it cost $18,000 to take Galena down to play Centennial this year in the state championship. A bus is $9,000. If we're doing that twice a year, that's $36,000 just for that playoff structure. We are also not in favor of locking our teams into a structure where they stay in a division for 3 years. We know as coaches and administrators, there's an opportunity. Sometimes schools have ebbs and flows. Galena was very lucky the last 2 years. We played in 2 state championships, but we got the rebuilding year coming up on us. So we want to recognize the fact that we have athletes that are going to perform at a certain level, athletes that are going to perform at a different level, and the North has done a very good job. Coaches have done a very good job moving people around to make those games competitive. So there are a variety of reasons that we oppose the open playoff structure. We want competitive contests. My school, particularly, we had 2 very competitive state games. So we were excited about that. But there's a financial responsibility, and I don't know if Washington County School District has the money to support something that you're asking them to do. And there are other things that need to be resolved before any further action is taken or you vote on the proposal. So there are further proposals. You heard from Rob today. People are talking about it. They're working hard to figure out what we can do. And so take the time to consider the different proposals. Don't lock us into a 3-year alignment that's not going to serve our students or our schools well. And it may prove to be financially unattainable and competitively irresponsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Freeman Holbrook.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for having me. Freeman Holbrook, I'm the principal of Galena High School here in Reno. I actually submitted an email. I think you guys have. It's on page 114 in the docs. And it really kind of just goes into detail. I know it's been hit on a few times up here, but I wanted to go on a little more about the reasoning. So after the realignment committee, the North voted on that committee. The entire North voted no. that proposal to come in. The principals came together, just like they did in the South. And just like they did in the South, we came up with a proposal that works for aligning us up in the North. We were very purposeful not to hit on anything in the South, understanding they have much larger district and a lot of different nuances that go with it. So we tried to really focus. What you see right here is simply for Washoe and everybody else we have up here in the North. Okay? We collaborated with Carson, Noe, and Douglas, and every district that would hit up here in the 5A, 4A. And when I tell you that we have every principal, assistant principal, athletic director, and coach on the same page, we do. So what you're reading here is from the North, so that we can look at hopefully gaining some empowerment over our league alignment with the understanding that going into the playoffs is going to be a different setup. And so the realignment committee submitting what they submitted to you for the North and the South meeting the playoffs from a principal's lens was what we saw as the best. And so what I mean by that is playing that one state championship at the different levels with the North and the South and the 5A, 4A, if that's what you guys choose to do. So we felt that cost effectiveness, student safety, competitive balance, we felt that was by far the most beneficial thing for the North and the South. We felt like if you look at that, without us touching anything that they were putting together, knowing that they were coming with their own proposal today. So I wanted to ask or answer questions for you guys, but what we did, if you see on the second page there, we have two setups with an open division approved and an open division denied, because we didn't know where the board would go with the open. And so I would ask you to please look closely at that when you guys have your discussion, and we will be here for any questions that come up, okay? So,
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
yeah.
Next question.
A question for a speaker.
Yeah, go.
Because
Did you-
so my question is, because we have it in the board package, are we allowed to ask questions of this particular speaker? Because
Absolutely. The president can call him back to the podium to answer the question.
It's not just.
It's not public comment. No, it's just discussion with the board.
Okay, that's what I wanted to check.
So
I do.
you do have a question? Sir, can you return to the podium? Thank you. Hey, Mr. McDonald.
So Tom, not Region 4. Thank you. I can appreciate doing this in the South. I can appreciate how much effort it is to wrangle all the high school principals together. And you're doing it across multiple districts, so I can imagine that's even more challenging. So thank you for that work. I want to make sure I understand exactly what the North is asking for here. So if you could just explain to me what you're envisioning it look like in the regular season, right? So what I'm hearing you say is a division in the North between 4A and 5A, right? The number kind of varies whether it's 5 or 6 in 5A and then the remaining 4, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then in the playoffs, what do you foresee? What is your proposal for that?
So what we would be looking at is, it depends on the open division.
So let's assume you all get exactly what you want.
Right.
Okay, open division is denied. So we would have the 5A, we would have the top 6 in league, and then our 4A would be our next 6. Okay? In each of those divisions, the top 4 teams would go into the regional playoffs with the winner of the region playing the state championship against the South in those divisions 5A and 4A.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that you're proposing a tournament in the North and a tournament in the South, and the winners of each play together.
Play each other.
But so.
So 5A would play 5A, 4A would play.
And just so I heard you correct, there's 6 teams in 5A from the North, and you're proposing 4 of them to make the playoffs, right?
In the
North, right? In the North playoff. Essentially, it's like a northern champion, a southern champion, the two meet together for this division.
Understanding different systems, you get there.
Okay, he got it. Bart.
Bart Davison, I staff. Mr. Holbrook, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service on the realignment committee too as well. When you say top 6 and bottom 6 from the starting point, where are we getting the top 6 to the bottom 6? How are we determining who goes where to start?
Yeah, so I think we've got that done right now, I believe with our coaches. We were okay with how the alignment was set, knowing that some of our teams might appeal up and down, understanding that something won't work out there, but I think we have that set. And understanding it's based off, past what we've done. We've done this for the last 3 years as far as one school dropping, one coming up.
Right.
So that would stay the same as far as the alignment being able to change.
Go ahead, Keith.
Just so you understand, as we did this as Southern principals, we only placed your schools based upon the point system. We were not trying to determine who would be 5A.
Yeah, no, yeah.
We went off the point system. I don't want you to think that we as Southern principals were dictating we don't even set up our own. So we were just, this is the estimate of what it would be.
Yeah, no, that is how it took actually, that you guys kind of created it.
We created it based upon the points, based upon the RMHS system, whatever it is. This is the top 6. This would have been the next 6. That's what. So one of the big things in your proposal was not playing Gorman, but if you're playing the 5A, whoever's in the 5A would likely end up playing Gorman, yes?
Yes.
If the open is denied,
right,
your school who wins the North Championship would end up playing the South Champion, which based on historical would likely be, so you wouldn't avoid Gorman by your system.
Not in that one.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. Thank you, appreciate it. But you'd automatically, a North team would automatically get a bid to the state, and then one South team would automatically get a bid to the state championship under your proposal. Okay.
I mean, unless the open goes.
No, I understand. I want to make sure I understood how you were.
But if the open were to go forward, then what you're saying is that you'd like the entire North to play.
The teams will fit.
And can you help me understand the why behind that? Because at least the way that the South is proposing the open is to take the top 4 teams and pull them away from everybody else, right?
Yeah.
Top 4 to 6. I think the realignment proposal is 6. Right? Taking the top 4 to 6, pulling them away, and leaving the rest of us, which truthfully kind of solves the Bishop Gorman challenge that you're all bringing forward, right? Because we know that Bishop Gorman and Faith Lutheran are probably going to end up in that area, right? So I guess I'm just trying to understand what the challenge is for the North with that.
The challenge, I mean, a lot of them are demographic. So we're looking at, if we went in as a 3 seed, for example, right? Let's say if we know the team does really great, they go in as a 3 seed, they're going to travel to Vegas twice, right? And so we want to, and as a group, we want to come and make sure that does not happen. Okay, so that's not number one. So number one was student safety, and understanding that you guys also have that concern at times. So going and playing a team down in the South, in a game we're not going to win, the students are going to get hurt. Most likely, this is just off record. Spend money on it. Families are upset. Season almost stops before it starts. And so, in our mind, we're punishing a team for being successful in the North by putting them in that division. Now there's no state championships happening.
Okay,
and I mean, on top of all of that, so we have student safety, competitive balance, and then cost. And from a principal's perspective, it doesn't work.
I absolutely understand the cost layer of it. I mean, that number is wild, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's the same for us going the other direction, right?
Which is why
so I can appreciate that. So you're primarily concerned about the open, right? So are you also opposed to then the remaining 5A teams? The top 8 could be some North-South teams competing against each other across the state. I'm assuming the opposition would be the same.
You mean during the playoffs?
Yeah, because the high school principal's proposal from the South is taking top 4 to 6 to the open, right? And then leaving the 5A group taking the next 8 and creating a division. And I think you envision you all be part of that playoffs as well. Are you also in opposition to that and the same thing before it?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think, I mean, as far as playoffs would be concerned, we would have a say in that or be in opposition to that. I think league alignment was what we were more concerned with. That's what it is to it, but yeah, I think that's something that we can talk about.
Let me,
I think you're both talking about 2 different alignments here. You're talking about, okay, because the principal's proposal that has been brought forth has 5 divisions and an open.
Right.
Mm-hmm. The original proposal had 4 divisions and an open. That's a major difference. Because you see what that, and I think that point needs to be clarified, because the other thing was there was no postseason formats created at all, because the discussion had been that there was no way we were going to put a northern team going south twice or a northern team going north twice or southern team going north twice because of the cost factor. which was why the number had to be adjusted so that if it was a one northern team in the northern alignment that qualified for the open, they would host regardless of where they finished. And we would have to have that understanding. That was huge. That was a huge discussion because you could come in technically, if we go to 6, you could come in as Reed, could come in as the 6th seed, and they're hosting the 1 and 2 get by 3. They're hosting the 3 seed. Now, there also is that possibility, since it's a 3-week pro season, they could host a second time at home because a second Southern team could have to travel. Would be a different team, but that would be the main. That was one of the main concerns. I agree with that. That the cost was very prohibitive if it was not aligned correctly, which is why the caveat at the end was the playoff structure would be structured in a manner to prevent excessive travel because of that concern. And I appreciate that greatly. But I want to make sure that that was, because that's what I'm questioning. Your open division approval is an open division, which open division? Because both proposals both proposals have an open playoff division option. And I want to make sure we're sure on that. Because the principal's proposal has an open division, they're called 6, and then the original one had an open division as well. And everybody was then in 4. So I want to make sure that's clear.
So Tim, in the original proposal.
Yes.
It was a 1, 2, 3, 4 open.
Yes.
The way it was initially proposed was the 4 and the teams that went into the 4 and the open, it would just be one big mass of all the teams going in together.
Yes.
And then we would separate.
Yes.
So only the top 20 teams.
No, so you're on the wrong finger. Stay on your other finger. That's the remaining teams.
Let me go to Xavier.
I am on the wrong.
You're on the wrong finger.
So we're peeling off the top 2. You're just peeling off the top, and there's not a 6th champion.
Correct.
All right.
So they both have opens. That's why I'm asking the question for clarification.
All right, we're stepping on each other. Xavier.
So, just based off of what we've kind of talked about, because I've reminded me of that a whole bunch of times, we've met 17 times, it appears. We have 2 items that were listed on the board back. Basically was the RMH system, right, and breaking everything apart. And we had the new realignment proposal, which I hate to say this, but it looks like the principals actually agree from the north and the south in the league alignments that have been set, with some fine tuning from the north, right, based off knowledge and whatnot. So that's a pleasant surprise. Now, I think the only sticking point that we're at is playoff structure. And I don't know, Tim, I don't want to step out of bounds. Are we good to say that, hey, league alignment wise, depending on voting, obviously, I think right now, kind of the way I perceive it is that option B, I guess we could call it, is where we're headed. Approve that, and then potentially look at figuring out play.
Okay, so once again, my question goes back to the original question. The original question has not been answered yet. The original question was this. When you say open division denied, do you mean the open division by the principals, or do you mean the open, you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Because the one you're talking about that you think that we should go forward, and I'm saying should or not at this point, I don't care. We need to get something passed today. What I'm asking is this. One of them pre-divides them into a 4A, 5A, correct, and has an open.
Correct.
I'm hearing from the northern representative here that if there is a 4A with an open division, they want to stay in the 4A. If there's an open, but which open does that tie to? That's what I want the board to make sure they understand.
What I'm hearing, Tim, is that the North would like to go with the secondary option.
Don't say secondary. Say a 4A, 5A.
4A and a 5A.
Thank you.
And the open when it comes to playoffs.
So 6 divisions.
I believe that they like both sides of principles, the North and the South, agree. We want to see a predetermined 5A and a predetermined 4A. And then when it comes to playoffs, that's where the rubber meets the road. Am I calling on that?
Okay, then my question goes back to this. This had nothing to do with the proposal. My question goes this. Does this solve the original issue of an offer going into playoffs?
Yes.
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 How are you going to do the depth of your playoffs? Depends on the depth of your playoffs.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on, Ms. Parker.
Okay, so that was originally my clarifying, but I want to make sure I hear from you. So just to clarify, you are still looking at within the northern schools having a definitive 5A and 4A.
Correct.
Not a combined 5A, 4A, because you look at competitive balance, you're looking at safety, you're looking at the needs of your schools, and that's what your coaches have expressed, your administrators, athletic ADs, athletic administrators, principals. Sounds like conversations we've had in the South, same thing. But the sticking point is just how the open piece will play out, and keeping in mind, obviously, the fiscal responsibility of, you know, the travel when it comes to the playoff structure and whatnot.
So if the travel could be worked out, sorry, if the travel could be worked out because, again, you guys mentioned Gorman a lot of times in your presentation. Gorman's going to be able, there's a 5A or an open. You're not avoiding Gorman by going to a 5A or an open, right? Gorman is going to play some top teams, whether it be South, North, it doesn't matter, right? They're going to play them either way. You're not getting away from playing Gorman by what is the problem with the open division as it was proposed by the city?
So I think that
we can figure out the travel issue, right? I agree with the travel issue as a principle.
More than that, yeah. So I think from the north, when you talk about, our understanding was open division will be something where you pull the top 4 to 6 teams out of the state into based off the points. Understanding that Gorman would typically be the top school going into that, right?
Correct.
So their concern in the north is that for whatever reason, one of those 4 or 6 teams is from the north, then that team will have a real big issue as far as traveling down to the south. So in playing in that game. And so that was kind of our understanding of the north, of how that was going to look. Now, when it comes to the 5A, I won't speak for all those schools as far as if it lined up that way, where it worked out, if they would go play that game or not. I don't know. Yeah, you know, that would be something I think individualized personally.
Meaning they might not play that game.
Correct, yeah. Mm-hmm. And that is a discussion in the whole thing. Yeah.
So the North teams, if you got in the finals, and you were the North champion, I'll call it that because that was years ago, and Gorman was the South championship, you guys would not play that.
Like I said, that would be up to this, yeah, I don't know, that would be up to each individual.
Interesting. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, let me go to Bart, and then I'm gonna go to Colin.
I didn't think I'd speak so little as the realignment committee chair on this, but this has been fun. Bart Davis and I staff. Mr. Holbrook, Mr. McNaughton will put you on the spot. Both. We did an open division out of that 5A. We got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do an open division on top of that. The open division 6 teams can only come from the south. We have a 5A and a 4A established in the north. We have a 5A and a 4A established in the south. The winners of the 4A in the north and the south meet. The winners of the 5A in the north and the south meet. We have a 6-team open division up top. Is that something the north is agreeable to from your end, from what you understand, yes. Principal Holbrook? Something that not from your end, you've kind of organized a lot of the southern principals with this too. Is that something you guys are on board with or no?
So what I would say
All right, you guys, we need to
get some order.
let's calm down a little bit and listen to one another, please.
In short, the answer to that question, I believe to be no, because I don't necessarily think we as South feel it's fair that the North does not have to engage with Bishop Gorman, truthfully, right? So I think that, and I know I speak for a large portion of high school principals saying what I just said. And that's not to say I don't want to work with you on this, absolutely, because I appreciate, I hear what you're saying, and I think the travel thing is really worth noting. We have the same competitive problem, right? So I think the safety problem is true for both of us, right? Sorry, Bart. So just to answer your question, I don't want to take your time.
No, you're good.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say, though, Holbrook, right?
Yeah.
Is that you all followed the board meeting in November, I'm assuming, right? So where did the North stand on the group together? The North was in opposition, like the Southern principals were, to that large group. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay. So I think we agree, North-South, 5A, 4A, broken up competitively, right? Similar to what we had proposed for you all. However, it's broken down 5-4. So I think we can come to that point, at least from Southern principles, right? I think though that like the challenge that I have is that everyone's kind of worried about playing Bishop Gorman, right? So I don't want to just pigeonhole the South into playing Bishop Gorman, right? A little more open, to be honest, to that North-South, because ultimately we're probably going to have to play Bishop Gorman, right? In the ultimate 5A state championship, which is kind of North-South championship. It's more than likely going to be potentially, right? I mean, you could hope for, you never know, right? Liberty's done it before, it could happen, right? So I'd be more willing, and I don't want to be the, you know, I would kind of look to my other representatives from the South on that as well, but that's the feeling I get from the South is that I do not like the idea of just taking the top 6 Southern teams and putting them in the open division, because I think that's not fair to us, relative to the North. I think
Okay, Deanna, you had your hand up.
I had one question to answer. So apart from the foreman issue or engaging the foreman, the other thing is the travel. So if we figured the travel out, that may make the North not so opposed to what we're proposing today.
Yeah, we can talk to them. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I mean, I absolutely hear what you guys are saying. But yeah, demographically, it's going to be tough for us to keep them on that. Yeah. And it's going to be the type of game it's going to be. And so they'll, you know, and I know that we all keep kind of beating around the bush and created a vision for this and all that, but I mean, when it comes down to it, the North is going to put safety first. So I do think every school, I mean, from the 89 side, they'd be willing to do that.
You guys, I'm going to remind you that all these sidebar conversations can easily get picked up and distractions. So take a deep breath. All right, I want to go to Tammy.
Because I'm hearing the same thing, like a lot of the sidebar, a lot of the, I would agree with Colin. I don't think you could find a single person in the South that would agree that that's fair. To not, I mean, everyone knows that that's an element when we see it on our schedule, right? And we did the last year like that, and we went Division 1 to South. We took our bumps, and Division 2 was dominated by them. So you have to look at the point that at some point we are the state of Nevada. It's not the North, it's not the South, we're the state of Nevada. And at some point, I think we have to get back to that. Because there's, I mean, 1A, 2A, and 3A travel all over the state. They do, they travel all over the state, right? You guys travel further than Reno to Las Vegas. And they don't say a word, they just do. So I think at some point, we need to look at it and go, okay, 4 and 5, we need to do the same. And I don't know what the right answer is. I know not everyone's going to be happy. But at the end of the day, someone's going to be upset, someone's going to be frustrated. But I think big picture, we have to look at where the state of Nevada, if we make 1A, 2A, 3A travel, 4A and 5A have to some point travel. Now that means put the stipulations on size of teams, you say? I get it, because we did the same thing when we came up with Lake Salinas. We took a lot of kids. It was one time, no. And I know we did talk about it realignment. We would try to make it so that they didn't travel 2 weeks in a row. That was a big thing because we understand costs, we understand missing. I mean, I'm not parent or not that I don't like missing that much time. But again, we go back to our other sports, they're missing 3 or 4 days in a row. If my kid's a golfer, he missed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to go to state. So I think we have to remember that there's a lot of other factors that play in. And nobody wants to say that we're avoiding government, but I think everything that's happening is to avoid it.
Thank you. Rollins?
I think we're missing a point here a little bit with regards to Gorman, because I think Gorman is Gorman, but the reality here is what's missing out of your presentation right now is that it's not just Gorman. It's those top 4 and 5 schools up there. It's Arborview, it's Liberty, it's Faith Lutheran, Centennial Legacy. It's all of those big schools with 3,000 plus kids. Our biggest school up here in the north has 2,200 kids in it. And it's Hunt High School that hadn't won a football game in 3 years. So it's not just about Corbin. The presentation should be that our best schools up here, I mean, that Liberty, Gorman, not Liberty, excuse me, I'm talking about the Minot game at McQueen this year against Faith Lutheran. Faith Lutheran was what level?
2.
They were level 2. And Manoa was our best team by a little bit. Not much, but they were our best team by, they were a good football team, but we had 3 teams that were real competitive. That was it up here. But that was a good, close, hard football game. And I tell you what, there was one bad call in the third quarter that could have changed the outcome of that game.
21 points in 22 seconds.
But the reality here is that is the level of where we play at in Northern Nevada. And because we've had state championships here over the last 50 years in the state, doesn't necessarily mean we have to have a state championship between the largest school in the north and the largest or best school in the south. We don't have to do that. And I think there's this need from this committee that we have to have that take place. If you look at our numbers in our schools in the north, look at their student population, look at their records, look at that. We're right in the middle of where all your 4A schools are, population-wise and athletically wise. So we don't necessarily have to have a state championship between a school in the north and a school in the south. You've proven that the last couple of years that in the south, the best 2 5A schools, the largest schools in the state, have played against each other. That's happened. The 2 best teams in the state in football have played each other. And it's kind of funny that as a Clark County, and you come here and you say, well, we should all do that, and Woolsey, Meade, Norman, and we have Clark County schools in the school district in other sports that are winning just as much state championships as one school as Norman has in football. Centennial Girls Basketball has won 10 state championships in a row, and no one's fighting to kick them out of anywhere and move them somewhere and saying, why can't that happen? We have another school down there, I have it listed here in my folder, but there have been several Centennial, 10 straight wins in girls basketball. Green Valley, 5 straight wins in wrestling. Gorman, 5 straight wins in the last 10 years in volleyball. Palo Verde, 7 wins in the last 10 years in girls tennis. Boys tennis, Palo Verde, 6 years. Palo Verde boys swim team, 10 straight years. Girls golf in Coronado, 7. Girls track, Centennial, 9. No one's voting to kick them out of the dang league, and yet Gorman has 10 straight football championships, and we're trying to change every damn thing in the world about that? I mean, that's what the principals came together for, a great cause to deal with this Gorman situation in football. But I don't see anybody coming together and going, oh man, we should stop Centennial from winning all these damn girl basketball games. We should stop Coronado from winning all these girls golf championships. Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I'm going to back you up. I've said this for years. You cut the head off the one snake and the second head replaces it. Tia, would you do me a favor? Would you check the list of schools that submitted by principals and tell me if Coronado and Liberty were 2 of the principals? Because I don't think I heard their names.
No.
They were not. Because they know they're going to be in your open division. I firmly believe that. The open division that the proposal from the principals in the South has, they already know they're going to be there anyway. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. It's just the appearance. Well, I don't see how they're not there. So even if they didn't submit it, or if they did submit it, I still say that the open division, Rollins, you're right. We try to move the realignment committee, gets forced into a corner to manipulate football to avoid a certain competition at the expense of our other sports. There has not been the outcry in other sports like we've had in football. And if I were a soccer coach right now, I would be upset if our school was very good in soccer and you were not fighting for us as well. We need to put our eyes back on the ball, and the ball is Nevada. Not Nevada in the north, not Nevada in the south, Nevada. And that's the key to this. Thank you, Rollins. I give it back.
I'm going to go Deanna, then Keith.
Rollins, I'm confused by your statement because you just said that there doesn't have to be a guaranteed championship, between the largest school in the north and the largest school in the south, did you not?
Yes.
But that's really what the north is proposing, so are you speaking against?
No, the North is proposing that they play the championship between,
I thought it was I thought they wanted the 5A north and the 5A south, so that's what he asked
yeah,
for
they said
clarification on,
that,
right?
but that was without the open. I was assuming that there was an open that included the top teams, and then the 5A would go ahead and play each other.
I just feel like I was just gonna say, I just feel like the RHM system, if I'm saying it correctly, does allow for more competitive balance because of the way, it's literally looking at how are these schools performing instead of, throughout that season, instead of, like you said, like some sort of, I don't know, guaranteed championship. That's why I was just confused by the comments. I feel like that's why I really liked that system, is because I felt like it gave a couple different measures, looking at the school and the team and how they're performing that year to make the game more competitive at the end. And I guess my last question would probably be for Pam. Is there a way, like if we were to approve what the Southern principals wanted, would we have to make a motion, or would we have to add to the motion some sort of guarantee in the playoffs, or would it be fair to do it if one of their main things was travel, to say that if there is that we could say no Southern or no Northern team, travels twice, so that it's
That's a
balanced?
realignment decision. That would have to come back to the realignment.
So we wouldn't put that in the motion today, or could we put that in the
That
motion?
would be a call, Anderson. Call.
I think you can put anything you want in the motion today. We need to come up with an alignment for football today, and if it includes, it's probably gonna have to include a state playoff structure, because that's really all that's hanging all of this up. So, yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
You gotta remember, my topic was, let's not separate Gorman. I had six or seven schools up there that would probably do the same thing to most of our schools up here on a pretty consistent basis. And that we showed our worth with regards to our best team up here having a great game against the best, quote unquote, what was it, 5A1, 5A2 team from the South.
We don't have a proposal right now, though, do we, that doesn't have an open at the top? Yeah, so we're separating them regardless, and I feel like it's kind of like the same, like I said, I'm speaking from Liberty. We feel like we're going to be up there competitive, so we're playing them either way. So I think we're kind of indifferent for that, in that aspect. But if it solves it for some other people, for the other principals, where they feel like maybe they have a better shot because they don't have to compete in that open, that's why I'm for that. I feel like it solves two problems for everybody else. Like if that's just my opinion on it.
And I know too that we're talking in football. They don't want to be in the open, but right now, the North participates against Gorman and other schools. And like you read off, a lot of those sports, in some of them, the North is competing in that division, in that 5A currently. So for what that's worth, it's not like you're not. All right, Keith.
Ron, just to hit one of your points, when the 5A principals down south and 4A principals met, one of the first things we started with was the understanding was, this is not a meeting to get rid of Gorman. We literally said that when we started the meeting. We were not trying, I just want to be clear to everyone in the room that was not the goal, because we said, look, Gorman's in the room, so we got to figure out a system that can be made to work with Gorman in the system. I just want to be really clear. And again, nothing's going to make everybody happy, but I want to make sure that I said that at least 3 times to start our meeting, that we're not going to talk about getting Gorman out. We have to talk about a system that meets the requirements that we were given by the group, right? If we were going to present something to the alignment committee, we were given a couple of competitive balance, teams that are 0 for not making the playoffs, and less championships. Those were the 3 things. So we said we need to come up with something, that proposal that meets those, because those were the 3 requirements that had to then be given. And so we created, but again, I want to be very clear, at no point, because it was brought up. I want to tell you that nobody brought it up. But every time it was brought up, we said, that's not the elephant. Leave it alone. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a system that meets the requirements of the NIAA board, which was less championships, no over teams, more competitive balance. So that's what we went back to the board. I just want to make sure that was clear.
And I
We were not trying to get Gorman out the door. That was not the goal.
Oh, no, it's no good competition. Bob?
The public or many of us in the room have been around for a while and look back historically, but keep in mind, that administrative code says we have 4 classifications, 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A. The only reason we have a 5A is because we've been having the same conversation for many years. And when we finally got serious about finding a solution, this idea of the 5A came up. And at that time, the northern schools were adamant that we didn't fit in a 5A. We fit in a 4A. And that begged the question that, oh, the 5A is going to be a Southern Nevada only classification. And at the time, it was like, oh no, the top of that 5A said, no, we insist that we have a North-South state championship in all classifications. And so the 5A wouldn't exist if the schools in the North on that day didn't say, okay, we'll go 5A. Put us in the 5A. We'll do 5A so that we can find a solution here moving forward. The next time we had the big conversation was a few years ago, and this idea of a 5A1, a 5A2, and a 5A3 came up. And at that time, we said, we are 4A. We fit in the 4A here in the North. The only reason we had a 5A1 and a 5A2 and a 5A3 is because Worcester, North Valleys, and HUD said, okay, we'll do this 5A3 thing so that we can have a 5A classification. But again, we've been making the the North schools have been making the same argument all along. And I'm not, it's that we really strongly believe we fit within a 4A classification. Yet I know the athletic directors and the principals of the North and the athletic administrators and the football coaches of the North are again saying, okay, we'll do a 5A and a 4A, but all we ask is don't include us in the open. And when Coach Morocco put his proposal on the table, and I said on the record during the realignment committee, I said, Coach, our concern is, one, that you're saying should a team from the North qualify, not the North team that qualifies, but should a team from the North qualify for that tournament, this is what's going to happen. We're going to be seeded 5. So at that point, it was like, what? We're going to qualify, but the best seed we can have is 5 because the 4 leagues in the North are going to get the 1 seed, the 2 seed, the 3 seed, the 4 seed in the open tournament.
There's no guarantee.
And at that time, Coach Morocco, who represents the Southern Nevada coaches, said, okay, if the North schools want to opt out of the open tournament, so be it. So the Southern Nevada football coaches support the North schools in football, saying, no, thank you. That's what these gentlemen and ladies of the northern schools are here to argue today. Again, well, sure, put us in a 4A, put us in a 5A, give us a little latitude in determining what those are going to look like for us. Because again, as I've been having a conversation with my colleague here throughout the day, we don't have 40 schools. We got 12. And so you give me 6 here, you give me 6 here, I got 5 games. I got to fill 4 to 5 open dates. You know who I'm going to fill them with? If I'm Bishop Minot, I'm still, well, not the best example. If I'm Reed High School or I'm Spanish Springs High School, more than likely I'm filling with those schools that are in 4A. And if you want to look at the data, the gentleman over here has the data of what those head-to-head competitions have looked like over the last 2 years. Even our 5A and our 4A has such a huge disparity. Those games have been lopsided. HUD hasn't won a football game in 3 years, yet has come up to the plate and played every one of those schools in the 5A too. So again, That's all the North schools are asking to be considered here is, put us in the 5A and the 4A. Fine, just leave us out of that open.
Calling down Region 4, just a couple, I just comment on a couple things I heard. And I do think that South and North principals have a nice collaboration. We can get somewhere for sure. Number one, Mr. Jackson made the comment about a couple of schools not submitting a letter. I want to not forget the fact that 26 schools in the South did submit that letter, many of which, one of them being Harborview, who was, in theory, the top public school in Southern Nevada. So, I don't want it to be confused that just because Coronado and Liberty didn't have the opportunity to get a chance at the time, whatever it may be, to submit that letter, that does not negate the voice of 26 other high school principals in Southern Nevada. Number two, Rollins, I think, sorry, Vice President, to your point about the other sports, I hear you. I think what I'm hearing from the North and what I think is being said from the South is football is unique in a safety layer of things, right? I mean, I don't know that there's as much of a safety concern in golf, right, as there is in football. So I think that's part of the reason why we're not having a conversation about, removing Centennial High School from girls basketball, right? Because I think there is not as much of a safety concern, number one. And then number two, I think public schools play by the same rules across the state of Nevada, in theory, right? More or less, right? I understand districts have different rules, right? So, whereas some of our charter and private schools, their zone is the state of Nevada, right? So I think it's just different rules. So I think it's just all worth noting in the consideration. Kind of shifting back to where we can land on this, because obviously we have to land somewhere. I very much hear Mr. Levitt's comments over here, and so I want to find a place where the North and the South more comments and land somewhere that makes sense and feels fair to everyone. Is there an opportunity, like if an open division were to exist, would the North be open to the same concept of a Northern Open champion and a Southern Open champion?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking. I mean, like, I think it's fair for me to ask the question, right? And we're not talking about a state champion, right? We're still landing on 6 state champions because they have to meet and potentially have the open champion for the state, the 5A champion for the state, whatever it may be. I originally was not opposed to eliminating the 7 champions, if you remember. So like I'm more in favor of like give kids opportunities to find success, right? So like the more opportunities we can provide, great. But just curious, so what is your thought on what I just said?
I think as far as having 2 opens, I think it actually would be tough up here. I do think a lot of what I hear is it's tough because we're in comparison so small. There's a lot of the ideas like 7 champions and things like that's hard for us. I do think that I honestly think both of the proposals could go together. I don't think they crossed lines other than the open, which I do know is the purview of this board to determine if that would happen. So if so, and that playoff structure is designed, and the alignments of the leagues are the way they are, and we have some ability to adjust that from year to year, I think that's a big key for us as far as how we align our leagues. Meeting you guys in the end, I think is, however that's determined, if it is open and that's what you guys choose, then that's what we'll abide by. But I don't know if creating another one I just don't think there's enough spots.
So what you all would prefer is just 5A, 4A, North-South champion in each one, and then we'll be in the middle. Understanding that you're still going to probably end up, in some years, the North is going to play in the state championship for 5A. And in that scenario, the North is not going to request, let's all be 4A, we can all be 5A.
Yes.
That's correct?
That's correct. I don't think all of them showed up here tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Bart Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. A few of us up here have been a part of several of these realignment committees. I will tell you that my goal every time is to try to find as many competitive games as possible. I'm never concerned with the postseason. I want teams to be in a spot because the bulk of their season isn't the postseason. It's the regular season. I want them to be in a spot where week in and week out, they feel like they can be competitive. We're terribly hung up on a postseason format right now. We want to make sure that these kids that come out, whether it's at, sorry for picking on you, Ms. Brockett, whether it's at an El Dorado, whether it's at a Rancho, whether it's at a Cimarron, whether it's at a Centennial, that you go out week after week and you're not getting running clock every week. And you want to make sure that that's true, whether it's north, south, 5A, 3A, 2A, 1A, whatever. Most teams that go into the playoffs, unless you've got byes bracketed in there, half the teams lose their first game and they're out anyways. Football, you're playing 2, 3, maybe if you're good enough, you can get that fourth postseason game. Your regular season's 9 or 10. I've tried to stay more focused on the regular season part of this. The postseason is going to happen, and even if you focus on the regular season, there's enough of us around this table that know 35-point losses are going to happen on a given day. 50-point losses. We had a girls basketball game last week in the 1A, but the final score was 73-0. Sometimes you have a bad day. Postseason-wise, we need to just be able to figure out something, or maybe that championship game isn't going to be competitive. Not every championship game is. Even at the pro level, the college level, that stuff happens. But let's try to get as many people involved as we can, give the kids a chance to play where a week in and week out, they don't feel like they're going out there as a lamb going to slaughter every week. That's the biggest thing for me when we start to set up a 5A and a 4A. If you want to put an open division on top of that, fantastic. You want the best teams to play in the open division, great. The way the North's looking at this, in my eyes, please correct me if I'm wrong. If there's a 6-team open division and it's all South, your number 1 would theoretically match up in a championship with the South's number 7, the best team left. Is that where the best matchup is? Maybe.
Maybe it is because
Maybe not. When we look at the matchups the last 2 years, the 5A Division II title game has been Bishop Minogan Faith Lutheran. And they have been very, very good games.
All right, hang on. Let's get going here.
But
I'm going to go to Roland, Jay. I'm sorry.
No,
you
I
done?
really wasn't.
Are you done?
No, if I could just follow one more
That's
thing.
fine.
Thank you. But again, the bottom line to it is, yes, this is all of Nevada. Yes, somebody, sorry, Domingo, is going to have to play Bishop Gorman or Arborview or Liberty or Centennial Girls Basketball. Somebody's got to play them every week. It's only fair that everybody is in that same boat. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go Roland, Jay, and then Tim. Go.
I'll be real quick. It was the board that went to the realignment committee when the realignment committee submitted their first proposal to the board. We sent the committee back to the drawing board and said, come up with a reduced playoff. And we came up with, we requested a reduced playoff based on the fact that we had 7 state champions. The only state, we have more state champions in California. They have 1,000 more schools than we do. We had playoff games that consisted on an average score, the first round playoffs, of 33-10 was the average score of those games. And more than 70% of those teams in the playoffs had 1 or 2 wins for the season. So we didn't really have a playoff. We just had an extension of the damn regular season. And then after that, we had a playoff that really started, and We Are the World round 1 was just an extra game for every team in the league. That's not what the NIAA is here to do. When I first started coaching here, and I'm going to age myself, in 1984, the top 2 teams in the regions played for a regional championship, and that winner would play a southern team, and we would play for a state championship. 4 teams went to the playoffs. That was it. Now we have 24 damn teams in the league going to the playoffs. So the reality here, and you know, one of the things our football coaches here, and I was one of these guys here for years, we have a lot of pride. We want to play in the 5A. We want to play against Gorman. We want to play against Harborview. We want to play against Liberty. But the reality here, guys, is we can't. We can't. I'm telling you this right now. Years ago in 2004, I took a hug team to the state championship for the first time, and we played Cimarron. We played Cimarron. We played Cimarron and won. And then we came back to Mackey Stadium and played Liberty.
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. Yeah. We played Las Vegas here. And we lost the game 21-0. But after the game, I picked my kids up and we walked in and I hugged them and cried, and we went back to school the next Monday. And I looked up at the newspaper and I compared the 2 teams. They outgained us by about 40 yards total. We lost 21-0. And the population of Las Vegas High School at that time was probably about 28, almost 3,000 kids. Hug had 1,113 kids. That was a 3A football team as far as population goes. But remember, fast forward 4 years, Gorman wasn't even on the map then, playing a little bit in 2005, but starting in 2010, they've been on that streak. And that streak not only brought Gorman to the forefront, but it also separated football in the state of Nevada in the north and south. And what we're trying to do is bring that back here. And our football coaches have so much pride that they don't want to be the ones to sit up there and say, guys, we really can't compete with your best football teams up there. I'll say it for them. We are better suited and better set up as a school district that averages less than 2,000 kids per school in our region, and we only have 11 schools. I don't think it's even fair for us to even come to the table and say, we're going to have a 6-team league, and we're going to have one of those 6 go to a state playoff every year. I think that's ridiculous. I think all 11 or 12 of us up here in the north should be in the 4A, and one of our 4A schools should go play against the 17, 18 4A schools in the south, and we bring one team, they bring 3, and we play each other. We shouldn't have one team from a 9-team division automatically go to state against a league in the south that has 17, 18 schools, and they have to play the one winner and play for a state championship. So to have only 6 teams play in the north for a state championship, I don't think that's right.
Jay.
He did say a lot. Okay, so, okay, just a couple of things. I think we have to remember, and I got nothing but love for you. There's a reason we went away from enrollment based and went to a rubric.
You want me to go? I was on that committee.
I
was on that committee. I can tell you why. I can tell you why. The reason why was 3A. The 3A South had 3 schools. We had Boulder City, Milwaukee Valley, Virgin Valley. We had a regulation that said you could not compete in the state championship unless you had 9. So we had to figure out a way for them to exist and have games. So what we thought would be the best bet was to take schools that were underachieving and put them in the 3A to bolster their numbers, and they would grow and they would develop. The problem is, we all know,
The number of kids in your school does not equate to the number of athletes on the court.
That's exactly what
Never
I was
will.
going to say.
Okay, never will. So what happened was, those schools were strong in some sports, but not all sports. And of course, the main focus at that time was football. We looked at football. That was a driving force. It always will be, it always was. So we put them into this, and we used a rubric system, but the rubric system that we used the very first time only allocated points in the postseason. So if you were, and we realigned geographically, so if you were in a geographical area that had I hate to say it this way, an even weaker group of football schools, you had a school that was winning regional football games against the same teams they were playing in the regular season that were already bad, so you were inflating your points, and then you went to the round where we crossed and you got decimated. But the problem was the schools that had been beaten earlier in that were receiving lower points, so your worst school in one geographical area was higher, and we couldn't move away from it. It took 4 years to fix the problem. Bart was there, I was there, Pam was there, Rollins was there. It was a lot, and that's where it all started. And then we went sport by sport, and when we went sport by sport, then the disparity really grew because the number of enrolled students was still a driving force then for the 3A, who said, do not stick schools with 3,000 kids back down into the 3A. And we couldn't get past, and Mr. Odegaard can remember this, we couldn't get past the enrollment number of a school, for the example of Clark. Clark had 3,000 kids, but they were struggling in certain sports. They were superior in basketball. So we didn't know where to go, and it just divulged into this. Now it's a focus strictly on the parity in football, which there is no parity in football.
Right.
We don't have it.
And that's where, I mean, I think my comments were, so we went to the rubric for.
Out of necessity.
Out of necessity, right?
Because I've always said Occam's razor is always going to be my driving force. When all things are considered equal, the simplest solution is the easiest solution and usually correct. And Rollins just hit on it. I've said Occam's razor forever. The simplest solution is we go back to enrollment-based numbers only, and we have a postseason of the top 8 in the South and the top 8 in the North. We play it down.
But like you said, we all know enrollment has
Zero to do with it.
Zero to do with how well you do. Schools that have 800 kids can beat up on schools that have 3,200.
Right.
I mean, I have like 800 and we can't, we're struggling to fill teams.
Yes.
In certain sports. So we all know that. And again, to the point of the whole Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, very lopsided. The football's going to do that because every year you lose seniors. And we all know that. I will use my school because I know numbers as a perfect example. We won D3. We went up to D2. We were somewhat competitive. We did well. But Division 1 this year was very lopsided. We beat a couple of teams in Division 1 because they lost everybody the year before. So Division 1 saying that, some of the teams in the North, I would put money on the fact that Bishop Monroe would beat the majority of the people in Division 1. They wouldn't have beat Arbor, they wouldn't have beat Gorman. They would have hung with everyone else in that division, watching those games, okay? Because again, Faith Lutheran would do the same thing. The two teams who were in Division 2 could have competed with all the people in Division 1 because again, you lose seniors. And there's no way to avoid it. We lost 28 seniors this year. And so it's going to happen. Every single year, it's going to happen where a team, Silverado's a perfect example, won 2 state championships and then went over the next year. So I don't think we can look at all of that when we make those decisions.
All right, let me go Colin and then I'll go to Mr. Jackson.
Colin outreach for, so I'm a little confused. Very confused. So what I'm hearing from Principal Holbrook and the northern principals, is not what I just heard from Pam's phone. And so I'm a little unclear as to what it is that you all are.
The northern principals want one.
Okay, so you do want to divide it 6-6.
Well, we actually created, our second one has everybody in the 4A. There were four teams that had a big issue with that, so we had some good discussion. Being Hug, North Valley, some of those teams, they want to get put into a 5A division in their eyes with some of the notes and some of those, so they thought that equity would divide into 2 was more fair. I disagree. I do think 6 teams could represent in the state.
Okay, because I guess my only concern is moving forward in some sort of compromise here. Tomorrow, all 6 teams are gonna ask to go to 4A, and it's gonna feel like we kind of came to an agreement, but as it turns out, that wasn't what we wanted to do anyway, and I think I'm gonna have a hard time going back to the south and saying, I thought we were on the same page, and then the next day, all the northern teams tried to go to 4A and had the votes, and then here we are, so that's a little my struggle right now.
I think it depends on how you guys vote on this opening.
Well,
How
what
much
I'm
you get
saying
from
is, if we land on a 5A, 4A in the story, no open in the conversation, right? What I just heard from Vice President Stallworth over here was that the North may not want to stay in that 5A, and then.
That's not what. Yeah, it depends on the open.
Always remember though, the proposal brought forth from the south, you have to lose before you can get relegated. So you will still stay where you are for another year. Have to lose, then get relegated. You won't get relegated because you graduated 20 seniors. Right. That's a key point that I think people are missing. That relegation's a great idea, but you have to lose the seniors, then have a bad season, then get relegated. Where the other proposals don't take that into consideration. They take into consideration where you're at currently, and that's a big difference. That's huge for me.
I think right now we're going back and forth, saying the same thing, tossing the same salad here. So that's a new one. Tossing the same salad. So I just, where do we stand? We have 2 proposals on the table, because right now the first proposal was rescinded, so it's back on the prior proposal for the previous board meeting, and the other one is the new proposal from the realignment. So,
2 proposals on the table.
that's according to the board packet. However, where do we stand with?
They can't make a determination. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, they can't make a determination until one of them is approved. Right. Yeah, they would appeal that.
So at this point, we are entertaining A and B. Is that correct?
Both have local divisions.
Yes. So we
Okay, I'm gonna go Bart.
And I hate to muddy this process, but we have to get something done today. If we don't like A and we don't like B, we still gotta find something, because it's gotta get done. It really does.
That's no, okay, Colin.
Calling out the report, but I think there's an opportunity here where we can split this, right? And we can agree on 4A and 5A, because it seems there is no debate about division of. So proposal A, Tim's proposal, does not split the state 5A, 4A. It leaves us all in one bucket. That comes back to the equity argument I made before, right, with the bottom schools, et cetera. We all heard that, I think, loud and clear. So, Mr. Anderson, I guess my initial question is just to you. Can we first decide 5A, 4A? Can I make a motion to create 5A, 4A, divided in half, like by the results from the previous season, without discussing playoffs yet, and then we can figure out players.
Mr. Anderson.
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I think I'm understanding you, but I'm not sure. My advice is this: we have 2 proposals, but there's been a lot of discussion regarding a compromise here. If somebody wants to make a motion that compromises somehow between the 2, I think that can be done, because as has been stated several times, we got to get something done here.
But he's saying not vote on the playoff structure, just 5A, 4A, right?
Right.
Why would we not just vote on this, on B, which already has that, and just knock it up or down, so we decide if we're gonna have it open or not, Colin?
Well, I just think
That's the big elephant in the room.
5A, 4A, and I think teams can decide whether they think it's appropriate for them to be 5A, 4A, and then we can, as a board, decide what the playoffs look like after that. There's a little, where my head is at. There is no debate. It's very clear that the North and the South agreed to split the state 5A, 4A. That's very clear to me. So with that being said, I would make a motion to create.
Wait, hang on. You guys, we all, this is huge. We have to be on the same page here.
Sorry, so I'm gonna make a motion to create 5A, 4A split of the teams enrollment eligible for this large group here, this 4A group. So splitting them 5A and 4A based on the previous season in half, based on the previous season's rubric scores. Is that
one season?
The previous alignment cycles rubric scores. Is that an appropriate motion that the North is comfortable with?
So, so the language calling out using the rubric score. So the rubric is something that's never been used particularly in the North. So when we look at promotion and relegation, which is what I'm hearing from the principals, like we've done with 5A2 and 5A3, the past couple of years is different than using the rubric score, which is historically, part of the about wrong, has not.
Oh, hang on. We don't have a second, so we can't discuss it this
Well,
time.
I would be
Sorry.
entertaining workshopping my motion here just to make sure that it covers it correctly, because I understand that the North uses a little bit of a different scale approach, whatever the answer is here. I'm just, so for the South, what I am proposing is a 5A, 4A even split based on the rubric from the previous alignment cycle. What does that look like in the North?
So in the North, that would put us 5A, 4A. We predetermined our sites, and so based off what the realignment put forward, we have our 5A, 4A determined with potential adjustment based off appeals or teams agreeing to put that based off what they're feeling is coming up from their lower levels. So we felt that, alignment wise, the North can put the 5 and 6 together, not a problem, just like we felt like the South could, align their group with the rubric. So the alignments would just be differently, but
Okay, so actually,
use rubrics.
to make this easier, Mr. Davis, page 117 is the division that I'm speaking about, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, okay. So let me just, you don't know what the pages we are, so let me read to you the 5A northern region. It's Bishop Monon, Monty Ranch, Douglas, Galena, Reed, Spanish Springs. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the alignment on page 117. To approve page 117, 4A, I guess just 4A, 5A, because 3A is already done. So I'm going to make a motion to approve 5A, 4A, that is pictured on page 117 in the board pack.
Second. Wood Polson, Region 3, second.
Give me 1 second, please. Okay, we have a motion by Colin. We have a second by Wade. Any board member, comment, questions? Okay, okay, hang on. Just want to make sure we're following order here.
So I just want to say that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Davis, that alignment is based on rubric scores that have traditionally, the rubric that's been traditionally applied to all schools in the South hasn't been applied to the North, correct? This is based on that, because here's what we've got. I think Reno and McQueen, which you see in the 4A, both with last year, the last couple of years realignment, would have relegated down, and Damani and Galena would have promoted up, and that's what's happened. But this is based on rubric scores and not that. Am I correct?
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. Bart Davis and I staff. What you see in front of you on page 117, based on this past season, previous season's rubric scores combined. The top 6 of those are listed as 5A to the northern region, the 7 through 12, theoretical 7 through 12, because 3 of those schools were sitting out for a while, are sitting in 4A. The North was subject to the rubric, not this cycle, before we took down Worcester, North Alex, and Hug, down, it's a bad term, sorry. We moved them, shuttled them into the 3A. We had some difference in some other sports, but then we've basically chosen to not go with the rubric in the North. It's this most recent cycle, because those 3 schools had pretty much agreed across the board that they would be with the 3A group. Yes, what you see on 117, that is what the realignment committee passed on December 9th, and that split is by rubric. Yes.
And so what I believe I'm hearing for Colin, who's making a motion, and Wade seconded the motion, is that the northern principal principals and football coaches are asking for more latitude in how that 4A and 5A is determined by the league in the north, that would allow them to consider things like coaches saying, yeah, I got all my guys coming back. I know what I've got next year better than any kind of point system knows what I've got coming back next year. And that would allow me to say, you know what, the Queen's got no business being in the 4A, they're going to be pretty competitive. We think as a group, they'd be better off placed in the 5A. Just an example, and so that's, so,
Yeah.
is that what we're hearing from?
Yeah, the latitude is not necessarily, it's something similar to we do right now, where the team in season with the worst record will come down, top team who wins it will go up. And so that's the current design, and we would just like the latitude to continue to be able to do that with the understanding as we read through what the Southern principals have put together, the nuance of Clark being so large, the point system makes sense. We understand that meeting, that kind of discussion couldn't happen. So an understanding there may be two approaches that get us both to the right spot.
What would you change then? I mean, can they make a change on this document of what that would look like?
So I do think there was possibly two schools that had discussed looking at a different 5A, 4A, but doing that through the appeal process tomorrow. If that's what they had to do it the correct way.
Sorry, just ask the number of motion.
Okay. Let's get through these comments, okay? Let's go, Deanna.
I personally feel like we should all be graded the same. That's just my thought. Like, there's a lot of coaches I know in Southern Nevada that would be like, oh, like we just mentioned, my seniors are leaving. I'd like to move down or move, or I have a bunch of people come and move up and be competitive. I think, that they should just use the regular appeals process if they want to, move up or down, not be graded differently from everybody else. That's just my opinion.
Let's go Wade and then Bart.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion. So this from the realignment committee, right? This is what Colin voted on. With these schools for the next realignment time frame, would Bishop Minot, Demonte Ranch, Douglas, Galena, Reed, and Spanish Springs be in the 5A for the next 3 years? That's what this is. Is that what we're saying from the rubrics and from everything? They would be in there for the next 3 years. That's what you don't want. Is that what you're saying? You want the ability for those teams to move up and down year to year. That's what you're saying, right? That's your
Similar to how it would in the sport.
So you're saying, because there's a difference between the process and the team being locked in. I guess that's what the whole discussion is about here, right? It's a process versus putting names into the boxes. And so I just want to be clarified. Right now, if we vote on this and we approve this, then we're locked in for 3 years. The teams are, the boxes are, right? The teams are. Personally, I kind of like have a process in place and then adjust from there.
Okay, let's go Bart and then Paul.
Thank you, President Sloan, Bart Davis, and I staff. The reason, and I think, and I don't want to put you, when we look at this alignment that's on page 117 of your packet, we have 6 northern teams in the 5A, 6 northern teams in the 4A. There's no wiggle room for them to move around within leagues. We haven't determined leagues in the South 5A and 4A. We haven't done anything to determine that yet. That's something Mr. Anthium, during our last realignment committee, he and I discussed, Mr. Jackson had discussed about putting those leagues together. The North's a little pigeonholed into where they go into these leagues based on this single proposal. We don't know what league Centennial is going to be in. We don't know what league Eldorado is going to be in, or Chaparral, based on what we've got here. But we know based on what we propose here, we know where Demonte Ranch is going and we know where McQueen's going. That's a little bit of a hang up here, I think. And that's something where maybe we need to work on massaging that a little bit so that there is, I don't want to say flexibility per se, because again, then you got to determine how the flexibility works. But I think the North feels pigeonholed, whereas the South, you look at this and go, we got room here. We got wiggle room. North doesn't have the wiggle room.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
So piggybacking on that, that's kind of what I was going to raise. If motion were to be amended, where I think you can reach the true compromise, is if it was restated in a fashion that the North would have a 4A and a 5A, but however the North decides to do it, either the coaches association or the principals or whatever determine on an annual basis who's 4A and who's 5A. Would you have a problem with that?
Would you put a number on the number of teams that would be for it?
Well, it would stay 6 and 5 or 6 and 6.
I think we'd have to say that, right?
Well, that's what it would have to be, yeah.
Then why would the South not have that?
The South should have that same.
I think they should, yeah.
Yes.
So that
The
was,
South should have
that
that
was
same.
gonna be my question.
Okay, hang on. Everyone's raising hands and talking at the same time. Let's get it ordered. I know you guys are excited, Ms. Randall.
So if you were to amend your motion, Colin, to have a 4A, 5A with the Principals Association or Coaches Association in each region determining who's 5A, who's 4A on an annual basis for the 3-year period of the realignment, perhaps that would be the best way to compromise this. I'm just throwing that out.
We also have to make sure that we have that set number, and that doesn't fluctuate. Hang on. Let me, want to go, okay, Tammy.
It's just kind of a clarifying question, because I know we talked about this one. We did talk about if it were to go to this. And I think our big question was just how many. If it wasn't against the North, you have to do it and let the South do it. We just never came to a consensus on that. I think did 3 go down to 4A? And I think because you can't have the same number in the North, it's different. And I think that, I know we talked about this at the alignment again. That was a really long meeting. It was really cool. I can't remember, but I know we talked about it. And it was one that the realignment committee even said, yeah, let's do it. But we didn't say it.
Okay, let me go.
Wherever you want.
All right, Colin.
So calling out the report, what I'm hearing, is what we're asking for is essentially year-over-year option, like relegation, and options for down, up. And then of course the appeal process exists as well, right? So I think,
If it helps in the past, our relegation process has been one and knowing that, that's just a number, but it helps clear things up. And the other thing,
yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to what Mr. Anderson said, I just worry about opening it up to a group, whether it's the principals or the football coaches, just throw them in a pot and decide who's who. I don't know if that's really the move here. I think the better move is to say that we will allow the bottom 2 in each to change, and then an appeal process or something to that effect that allows for that flexibility. Is that something that the high school principals are more open to?
Yeah, and I would say like this year at McQueen, we were in school of drops, right? And so looking at that, talking to coaches, looking at what we have coming up, knowing that we were going to go down because it's set, it's not something that we determine every year, it's one, then we could come to this board and appeal or work with another team, which I think you guys will probably see tomorrow, where they say, okay, yeah, we're in the wrong spot based off the rubric. Let's see if we can switch and keep the 2 divisions at 6. I'm working out that way to try to make it as competitive as possible in the North, knowing we have just those.
Yeah, that feels more fair to the one in the South to just have a rule across the board of how people move, and then obviously to spend the basis point of the appeals process exists like one way or another.
Yeah.
So I would amend my motion to include year-over-year relegation based on, I want to leave it open because I think the state, the 5A South, one is, I want to say 2, have the opportunity to, the bottom 2 would switch and the top 2 would switch. I think that would give some nice flexibility. And then of course, I think that's where the motion would land, knowing that we have the appeals processes still exist. So I make the amendment to my second year over here to see if you're open to that.
I'm confused as to what the amendment is.
I know, that's why I'm re-articulating it right now. That was my goal here. So to say that the bottom 2 in the North and the bottom 2 in the South, 5A, year over year will drop to the top of 4A. Okay, and then the top 2 in the 4A, North and South, would move up. to the 5A each year in this alignment size. Does that make sense? Yes?
Yeah, I mean, we had done one, but
I just think one is small for the amount of that we have in the plan.
You guys.
So two, I mean, I could do one and two, but I think two is just too fair to me. Does that make sense? There's a lot of.
Yeah, it makes sense, I just don't know that I agree with it.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Jackson.
In the North, there are 6 teams in the league, they play everyone. It's not hard to tell who the top team is and who the bottom team is. How are we going to determine year over year who the bottom teams in the South are when they don't play each other to see who's going to go down?
Mr. Jackson, you presented a ranking system that does just that, correct?
No, it does not.
The RHM system, I thought it ranks the entire state based on those 2 categories.
Current level of play based on competitive balance. This just says, and I think the North has the advantage here in the fact that they have fewer teams. They play the 6, they know, they play their 5. McQueen knew who they beat, who they lost. There's nobody going to argue that they lost. In the South, what we're trying to do is we're going to break them into leagues. The first question is going to be, how many teams are you going to put in my league? And I'm going to look at my league and I'm going to say, I'm the worst team in my league, but I might not play the worst team in the other league or the other league. So my question is, what's the method for doing it? And does everyone understand that by doing this, we are realigning every year in football? Every single year in football, and we will have appeals every single year in football.
I know, but just like the North and South principals are trying really hard to come up with a compromise here, it feels like. Right? I mean, I think, would you agree with me? Like, I think we're working really hard here to come up with a compromise, right? And so what I originally motioned, which I think if I could just leave on the table, but I'm trying to bring in what I'm hearing you all say, that you, right? And is that accomplishing what I added? Is that accomplishing what the Northern principals
For the North
are asking?
Okay, I'm gonna go to Mr. Jackson.
Question. Northern, I only want a Northern answer, and I want you in a silo all by yourself. Nobody else is influencing you at all. If the first proposal were presented and the open division had an 8th line in the postseason, so say an 18 playoff, I'll say 17 playoff, I don't care. And that line was optional for the North team to either play in the open division or stay in the 4A, how would the North feel? Thank you.
It's difficult when we as high school principals are trying to do what we think makes sense. And it feels like we're fighting against the board. And so I think it's hard because we are trying really hard to compromise here. And I feel like that's happening live in front of us. But then it just feels like we're fighting against staff and the board in order to get somewhere productive here. I think we have decided that the first proposal is not in favor of the North and the South. The North and the South is not on board with that. I think what we are just trying to land on here is something that does what the North and the South want here, and the people who are on the ground doing the work in the high schools. So, I mean, I'm tempted to just call a vote on my original motion, but I would like to compromise here. So, I'm not sure where we can get on this compromise if we can on this group.
Yeah, hang on really quick. I personally don't think that the board is fighting with staff. Like, they're being asked to do these things, and they're the ones to have to figure out how it is to be done. And there's some roadblocks on how that is to fake, how that's fair, and that can go about. Jim.
I don't know, sports aren't fair. There's always a winner and there's always a loser. And I mean, we just keep going around and around and around. I want to know what is wrong with the first proposal that we voted on, right? And unfortunately, some of us, when we voted, we kind of tossed around so many ideas and didn't know what we were actually voting on in the first proposal. But in the first proposal, it gives an opportunity for a lot of teams. It's 20 teams, correct? How many teams has the opportunity? 20 teams. How many teams do you need to make the playoffs? It's 20 teams, so 50%. It's, that, yeah, I think it's too many myself. I mean, if these, I mean, it's unfortunate, sure, there are gonna be some schools that are gonna lose every game. Right? HUD does it, but you know what, they still show up every day, they show up for practice, they show up because they want to play. We're not taking away anything from the kids, you know, we're not taking away the opportunity to play a sport. Again, we're here for the kids want to play, but at the end of the day, there's winners and there's losers and everything. Whether you show up for work, you don't show up for work, right? So I just think that we should, in my opinion, we should go back and look at that first proposal and take a vote on that.
Christina.
I was just gonna go back and just to reiterate some of the points we made last time when we heard that first proposal, why, you know, we looked the other way, right? Or why we're looking for a different option. And some of the things were reiterated within public comment today, as when different people have proposed that they were for a proposal that showed, you know, stability, they showed the competitive balance, they showed the safety piece being addressed, because when we put all these teams, so I'm gonna look at just the northern region, when we put all the northern region teams within the same competitive division throughout the season, you know, yes, we're gonna have some very unbalanced games. And then when we get to that playoff piece, we did talk about how, again, we'll end up seeing the same teams over and over again within the playoffs. And that's what I know in the South, that's what we've been experiencing for a long time, right? And it's just, it doesn't open up that opportunity. And the kids don't see that opportunity when they see the same pattern happening over and over again. And again, my biggest piece is that safety piece. You have teams that have football programs that only have like 25 teams in it, competing against teams that have football programs that have over 200 teams. You know, and that's going to happen on a regular basis.
That also happens when they go on a job interview, and they're gonna have 200 other applicants going for the same position.
But that's why we have
So, I mean,
divisions.
but this northern division, you guys keep talking about, I mean.
Wait, hang on, Jay. Christina, you finished?
Yeah, but so that's what I was just saying, that's why we have 1A, that's why we got 2A. Otherwise, everybody would just be in the same pot.
We have 5A, you have 4A.
But that's not.
Yes, well, the first proposal was.
That's what I was. Hang
Yes,
on, you guys listen, now the emotions are getting high. Hang on. Now the emotions are getting high, we have to get back to the professionals here. We have to take a nice deep breath, and we need to figure this out. All right, Deanna.
Jay, to answer your question, you should say what was wrong with the first proposal. I was one of the few people that actually voted for the first proposal, because my understanding, like, I agree with Christina as a parent of the kid who's literally out there taking the hits. But to me, the second proposal is an improvement of the first proposal. I felt like, from my understanding, at least from the school where my son plays, he said that eventually he thought it was going to morph into leagues. So the leagues, as the way that the second proposal, I feel like it gives the same idea of the first proposal, but it has better structure behind it. That's just my opinion on what the difference between the two proposals are. And then it also adds the compromise, because so many people voted no, that they wanted not so few champions, and we wanted not so many, to bring back the one extra one. So really, I still feel like Plan B is everything we asked the realignment committee to do. We keep going around in circles. I feel like I would have, if Colin beat me to it, I would have made a motion, but I can agree with what he has on the table, not the amendment, but he gave part of Plan B. I would like to see us vote on that. We keep going around it. We've got the motion on the table for what was already given, and there isn't an amendment for the relegation. I think we should just vote on what we had first and second, and then move on to the rest of it. That's just my opinion.
Okay, let's go to Keith.
Jay, I just want to tell you, the only problem we have, we don't mind the RMHS system, we don't mind. Our biggest issue was that we had a 1A, a 2A, a 3A, and then we had a blob of a 4A, 5A. There was no distinction. The teams that thought that they belonged in 4A did not belong playing the big boys, and just like the argument comes from the north, right? That there should be a distinction, that Western should not be in the same division as Liberty, Arbor, and Gorman, right? And so that was the big distinction, was making a 4A. We didn't, again, I love the RMH, I love the way, I think that does it answers a lot of different pieces of data that really speak to how you did. I don't think that was the issue. The issue was, it was up to 3A, and then we said, well, there's no 4A, 5A anymore, we're just all in one division. That was the biggest issue with the first proposal, that the Southern principals came back and said, what do you mean? There's no distinction between Western and Liberty. There should be a distinction to start the season. This is the league you're in. You stay in this league till the end. You play in the playoffs for the 4A, or you play in the playoffs for the 5A. That was the biggest distinction that we wanted, that was asked for us. We didn't, again, RMHS, I love it. I told Tim that multiple times. I love that point system. There's just got to be a distinction between the 4A and the 5A, and that's the structure we were hoping for.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
And that's why I don't think we should put in here a relegation.
Right.
I'm okay.
That's my concern with relegation. We're using a system, and then we're going to do a whole other system that has to be used every single year to relegate. If you stick with one, my recommendation is always going to be, whether right, wrong, or indifferent, stick with it for 3 years.
I guess my question is this, my question is, if we have the RMHS system, right?
Yes.
If the lowest team of the 5As in the points by RMHS and the highest team in the 4A by the RMHS, could we not use that same system? If relegation is a big sticking point, we could use the same point system for them. I think the problem with RMHS with the relegation in the South is going to be, if they both come from the same area of town, is going to be the problem for us. It's going to be a geographic problem more than it is another problem. But you could use the same point system for relegation.
Bart and I have had numerous conversations about that very aspect, and that's why we want to stress with the South is that how you build your leagues is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you're going to build them geographically or competitively, because they can be adjusted as you need to every single year. But if you put this relegation on here, you got to keep them locked, because that you have to keep them locked. Because how are you going to then determine the bottom two teams in any one? I mean, do you take the southern region and the north and say you take the southern 5A, put them in 4 leagues, you would have 4 comparable leagues. You would have to go up this way, and now you're just destroyed everything that you've built, because the top 2 over here may not be the top 2 out of here.
I agree that geographical is a problem. But
yes.
I would say that you could just simply use the points. Here's the 4A points, all the RMHS points, these 2 teams. Mm-hmm. I get it, I get the problem.
And that goes back to my statement earlier, that you don't have a way to relegate. You got to have a way you're going to relegate. It's got to be determined.
And I don't know how to, we came up with this and we talked about relegation, and I don't necessarily disagree with relegation. I just don't know how to make it happen in the South. Mm-hmm. I think it's simpler in the North because it's 6 and 6.
Yep.
And you can go 1 for 1, and you're all playing each other anyway. The problem is our lowest could be in the far north southwest of town, and the other lowest could be in the and they could both be in the southwest, and now you've created a driving imbalance or whatever. So I just want to make sure, Jay, I want to make sure you understood. We just wanted a 4A set before we started in a 5A. That was our big, and that's what we tried to come back with that set.
And I think that's where the rub is too, is that whole relegation piece, and then we're saying, oh, we're going to relegate, and then we throw it on in our AA and say, what's that mean? And right now, there's no answer.
And no matter what answer we brought back 3 times from the realignment committee, the board has rejected it. So that's where I think the realignment committee is now, to the point where they've said, we put our hands up, we give up, we surrender.
Deanna.
I'm going to ask one more time, because I just want to make sure that I understand. If we voted on this for the motion that was first and seconded on the table, which is what's on page 117, and the teams are there for the next 3 years. If a team does not like where they are, and let's say they have a bad year, they can still appeal and move for that. Can they not? They can't.
So this
That's not how. Okay, that's what I.
This is a set bill item for 3 years.
Okay, I thought there was some.
But understand, we're not doing this for any other sport.
There we are.
This relegation.
Oh, I thought we're locking in.
We're locking in
for 3 years.
No, but this relegation, and then we're gonna have to go back and explain to people, why are we allowing relegation for football and no other sport?
And some teams may not want to move, right? So if we put that in there and we say you have to move, you're the bottom team or you're the top team, what if they want to stay in the,
But it did have that choice.
Yeah, they have a choice.
that's my point. So that's another reason why I don't like putting it in there where where we automatically have to move the top team or the lowest team. They may want to stay where they're at.
Could one team regulate?
But what is it, but again, what does relegation look like?
It's not even seconded, so we just need
No.
to.
Okay, so,
Could
can I,
one team regulate?
Can we take a break for 5 minutes? 10 minutes? We need to take a break.
okay, thank you. Mr. Jackson has asked that we take a 10-minute break. Let's do that, please.
Mics are still on.
Yeah, hold up conversation, please.
Howard. No, I didn't say a word. I'm giving
Audio's back on.
All right, everybody, please have a seat. All right, I'm gonna go back and remind the board that we have two proposals. The A is the prior proposal for the previous board meeting, and number two, the new proposal for the realignment committee. We have a motion by Colin to approve basically what's on page 117, to include the 5A and the 4A. Wade has seconded that motion. In which we have been in deep discussion about a potential amendment.
That amendment has not been seconded.
No, it has not. So again, we have a motion on the table for page 117. Now, let me ask that with that motion, page 17, does that open division because does that also, are we talking about proposal B?
No.
As long as I clarify.
Sure.
So calling out region 4, so my current motion is to divide the state as seen on page 117, right? And there is no conversation of playoffs in this moment. I think the next thing I'd like to talk about, depending on how we split this, is playoffs. But I think the first thing we have to do is decide essentially, are we keeping the state in one big jump, whatever, bucket of 4A, right? Or are we splitting into 4A, 5A as seen here, right? So my motion, and I think Wade's nodding, so we're on the same page about that agreement, right? The amendment that I'm attempting to add, right, is creating some opportunity for what the North is asking for, and I think what the South would be on board with too, of some flexibility and not being locked in here over here, right? So the question I have to Mr. Jackson would be, so I can just see if this motion can be modified to everyone in the middle here, is if we were to align the South into the same leagues geographically, for example, in 4A and 5A, could we then have a one-team relegation by region and the North? Is that possible? So what I'm suggesting, instead of just picking the bottom two of 5A, I'm suggesting the bottom of the southern, I don't know, whatever we call it, sunset, right, might relegate. The bottom of the sunrise might relegate, you see what I'm saying? And then the North would have the one that would relegate. So the numbers would be pretty similar in that the North would have 6, and then the leagues in the North and the South might have also 6 to 8. So it would feel a little more equal across the board and would allow a little more flexibility in this 3-year alignment cycle. So my question to, I guess, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Jackson is what I am saying possible and feasible for staff?
Mr. Jackson.
So my question would still be, what is the method we're going to use for relegation? And are we going to strictly limit it to the geographic league that lines up? So if it's 2 Southwest leagues, regardless of who is the bottom in that, based on whatever method is applied, that's the team that goes. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if the Southwest, let's just use Arborview in that column. Let's just say that's the Northeast, Northwest. Okay, and let's say in the 4A, Bonanza's the Northwest also. So the bottom of that league, regardless of who it is, would go to the bottom of would move into the Arborview League, and the bottom of the Arborview League would move into the Bonanza League. And that would line up linearly this way.
That is what I'm saying, yes. So in this example, let's say that the 5A group was ranked, I don't know, their record indicated in this alpha order in both cases, right?
Mhm.
So we're not only dropped to 4A, Bonanza, we jumped to 5. That is my question is that possible?
The only question I can see being raised is this. Let's just say Coronado's final point score is 114. Let's say Vegas's final point score is 121, and Shadow Ridge's is 120. Centennial is 115. Now they're mathematically using a mass evaluation over everyone. They are mathematically the second lowest team. But since they're not in that league, do they stay? Which I think then would cause the value and the validity of the system to be brought into question.
Okay, so there is also the option though of just leaving the motion as is. The North has the opportunity to appeal one way or the other, so does the South, correct?
So no regulation,
But appeal.
but an appeal.
I would like to leave some mechanism in place somehow. And I'm really trying to consider what we're doing North here, to try to come up with some mechanism there. But again, that's not the appetite of the board.
The mechanism is that's what we're spending a lot of time on. All right, let's go to Bart Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. Mr. McNutt, you hit on something there that I've kind of been saying to a couple other people. The North can do relegation without the South doing it.
Right.
It doesn't have to happen in conjunction. We don't have to play by the exact same rules there if this board wants to do that. If the North wanted to do a 1-for-1, because again, they just don't have the flexibility within inside of their leagues. And the South didn't want to do that, but the South wanted to do an overall 1-for-1 to make it a little bit easier for forming leagues. I will tell you, my plan, as we sit down and try to form leagues, I'm looking at leagues of 6. I really am, because it's half your season at that point. 4A is going to have somebody with 7 teams because the match is. But I think that's a possibility where you can open it up. Bottom line, we just got to find a policy and procedure for how we're going to do it. It doesn't necessarily have to mean the North is doing the exact same thing as the South. When it comes to North and South, we care about where they meet in the playoffs. They're not play each other during the year. That part doesn't really matter. Does that help you?
Yeah, I think so. I just want to make sure it's fair for both. And that's why I'm proposing it as a mechanism. It doesn't feel fair that the North is the only one that gets the changes in the 3 years. That's my point. So I will. Well, I'll be honest.
Since I'm the one that brought it up with my big mouth about fair, unfair anyways, part of the idea, from my understanding, about teams being able to move up and down is safety and competitiveness anyways. I think that since we do have so many leagues in the South, I think that's probably naturally going to happen anyway, Colin. I think you're probably good maybe just letting them do the 1-on-1 and keeping it simple, leaving the South as it is, and we'll be able to figure that out the way we do our leagues.
How can it can't though, right?
It can. The North can just do one. That's what Bart should say. The North can do their own thing. We don't have to, excuse me, have to do what I was saying in the South when I was like, how can they get to change stuff? I would just say at this point, looking at how complicated it could be, like they said, there's a lot less flexibility. We have more flexibility that's already built in because we have so many more schools. I would say instead of, if that's one compromise that we can do to help them get on board with what we're doing today, then I would say do the 1-on-1 with the North and then just leave the South as it is and amend it that way.
So, but my motion though is to create what's on page 117. Mr. Anderson, that still allows
you can amend it.
That still allows the North to appeal, only initially though, right?
That's
only
no.
Initial. Yeah.
No, so you'd have to amend it to allow the North to relegate as they deem appropriate, like 1-on-1 or something like that.
Well, and so just, I would say, can the South not have the same option?
It's going to cause chaos personally.
As has been said several times, the North can have it or the South can have it also, but it seems as though if the South has it, then it creates a potential issue in terms of teams not having played each other. So if you're looking at the compromise, I thought you were saying initially was just let the North do relegation, but I don't know if that's what you're saying or not.
Could the North just appeal?
That's what I asked, and they said no.
So
They
here's,
said we're stuck with it.
so,
Hang on, Paul.
so the problem with appealing and the problem with, you know, all this is we're doing a realignment for 3 years. So we need to just set something that's set for 3 years. If that involves the North being able to relegate a team up and a team down, I mean, that's kind of what the old system did anyway across the board. Then fine, you know. But in terms of having to reconstitute the realignment committee or the board to come back, so every year within that 3-year cycle to have appeals in football as to who goes where, that's problematic, I think.
Mark Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. And again, the reason I bring up the North doing the 1-for-1, the depth isn't there, right? 1 through 6 and 7 through 12, and that's all they've got. There's a lot more depth of these two pools for the South, so that you would theoretically think there's a little bit better balance in there. Now, again, top to bottom, they play each other. It's a big gap. But again, we're half and half in these, and the North just doesn't have the wiggle room. It doesn't have as many teams as close to each other as you go through the entire depth of the pool as the South would have. When we talk about the geographic leagues, you brought up this problem too, Mr. McNaught. What if that trade's not where you need it to be geographically? If that lower team in the 5A clear up here and the top team in the 4A is clear down here, you're going to have teams that are really going to have trouble making their schedule from year to year. We are getting pressure from schools now. I can't do my football schedule because I don't know where I'm going to be. The last thing they want is to have that every year. We went back to an appeal process year by year. That's what you're looking at. And I know Mr. Anthony, who does the schedule for the South, it would drive him up a wall.
I'm getting called like crazy too.
Okay, I like I said, so I understand the mechanics of it, I get it, I think sometimes, I understand it, right? I just am struggling with the North, different rules in the South. I also understand that there's a smaller group, and it's different, so I get that, right? So, but what I'm hearing from the North is you don't want to just do it once, you want to be able to do it, right? But I thought I just heard they can't do it.
Appeal every year.
Can't
They
appeal every year,
Just
but
let them do one.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, they can't appeal, but if the motion involves the North being able to relegate one team up and one team down every year, then that's just up to the North to do. They don't come back to us. They just do it.
It's done the day after the season.
Yeah, because they know what their records are and they know who goes up and who goes down.
But if
pretty simple.
it's approved as is, we're not doing this every year. It's a good. We're locked in.
They cannot move without amendment.
Of relegation.
Like I said, I'm trying to compromise here, so I think, I would say in the spirit of that compromise, I would amend my motion to delete northern relegation of one team year over year.
Deanna Roll, a second.
You can.
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
Second or not.
Sorry, wait, go ahead.
With Polson Region 3, I'll amend my second to approve the one northern relegation team.
And it's north.
North only, one northern.
Only. Rollins.
Again, and we are voting on just voting on playoffs.
Right.
Voting on any of that stuff. We're just voting on mine.
I think, and so calling comment for just a question, Mr. Emerson, because playoffs are on the table in this, we can then have a conversation about what playoffs look like, up to and including a different proposal that maybe we haven't talked about yet. Is that correct, Mr. Emerson?
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I believe you can because we're kind of piecemealing this. You know, I mean, assuming this amended motion passes, then I guess that's the logical next step.
I just want to make sure that that is an option for us.
Because we have to have that conversation.
Yeah, that's what
I mean, it's just, There was,
And I would just like to make a quick comment on the Region 4. I think, to the members of the realignment committee, I think what we are doing alignment-wise is what you have proposed. So, you know, I just want to throw that out there as far as like, you are proposing a split of the state by the quarter, and that's exactly what we're having a conversation about here. So, I'm not trying to throw out the work that you have done. Yeah, I think.
okay, I'm gonna review to make sure that we have what's on the table. The motion is that we have a 5A and a 4A, and the teams which reflect the teams on page 117, okay? No motion to playoffs.
Right, right. With the relegation.
Okay, that's number 3. With the relegation north only each year of one team from the 4A to the 5A, one team from the 5A to the 4A. Mr. Post.
Just to clarify procedure, so we'll vote on the amendment first, and then after the amendment, then we vote on the proposal of the realignment that has been motioned. So we'll do the amendment first, so there'll actually be 2 votes on this. Okay.
Thank you. And TM, we will go to a roll call.
Pamela Sloan.
So which are we voting for?
We're voting.
Let's keep it straight. All right. So the first one, we're voting on the amendment.
Which is to add relegation.
Hang on. Where the north only relegates each year one team for the 5A to the 4A, one team for the 4A to the 5A. Am I good? That's what we're voting on.
Yes.
Got it?
Pamela Sloan.
Yes.
Ron Stallworth.
Come back to him.
Ron Stallworth.
Yes.
Linda Cavazos.
Yes.
Fred Malkovich.
Yes.
Jay Penny.
Yes.
Colin McNaught.
Yes.
Christina Brockett.
Yes.
Wade Coulson.
Yes.
Deanna Riddle.
Aye.
Rand Sorensen.
Not here.
Alex Woodley.
Not here.
Keith Whitmerman.
Aye.
So that's for the amendment. Now we're going to move on to the actual proposal. Pamela Sloan.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
do people know what they're voting on?
Okay.
They know what they're voting on.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna repeat this. This is the motion. The motion is to have a 5A classification, a 4A classification. What is presented on page 117? Do I need to mention with no playoff motion? Is
That was recommended by the realignment.
That was recommended by the realignment. We don't need to put in there, it does not reflect playoffs.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions on that motion? I'm gonna repeat again. Motion is the 5A, 4A that is presented on 117, that was created by the realignment committee. That is the motion. Tia?
Pamela Sloan.
Yes.
Roland Stallworth.
Yes.
Linda Cavazos. Yes. Fred Malkovich. Jay Penny.
Yes.
Colin McNaught.
Yay.
Christina Brockett.
Yes.
Wade Coulson.
Aye.
Deanna Riddle.
Aye.
Rand Sorensen. Absentee. Alex Woodley.
Not here.
And Keith Whitmerman.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you. We've had a lot of conversation about postseason. We need to take care of this, okay? Colin McNaught.
Calling out Region 4. So I have, in collaboration with the North, I have an idea of a playoff structure. I'm not going to claim it, but I do think I do like it, and I do think it gives, I guess, everyone a seat at the table here and also an opportunity to compete. Specifically about this 5A open conversation that we're having. I just don't know how to get this to everyone.
Do we have it electronically that
That
it
would
can
be
be set up on the screen?
It's possible.
I got copies.
Here, electronically.
2 minutes.
Mark, give them to her.
I have copies.
Oh, you got copies?
And just a point of clarification, Mr. Anderson, it's okay to introduce this. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right. What are we doing?
We're getting a copy of the proposed layout.
For
The board members. That's why I was asking Mr. Davis, Mr. Anderson if it was.
Yeah, it's okay.
And if possible, President Sloan, I would like to turn it over to, sorry, Rob, from the door, because I think he could explain this. President Sloan, if you're okay with that?
Okay, hang on real quick. I just want to make sure that we came today with 2 proposals. Now we are completely going in different directions, and I want to respect those 2 proposals.
Yeah, just.
I mean, I really want to respect those 2 proposals.
Yeah, so calling out Region 4, this proposal that's on the table is still what the realignment committee is presenting to us in a sense of open 5A, 4A. But then this is just a conversation of how we divide the open and the 5A in a playoff structure. So I think it's not necessarily saying that we're not going to take I think realignment wants to continue in open. I would just love for the board to entertain this for a moment and just hear out kind of what this looks like, because I think I can get the South behind what I heard today. So.
But here's my concern. I think, okay, and I'm just being honest, I've done this a lot of years. I think I can get the South on board. They have to be on board.
Well,
there's no ifs, ands, or buts, because we're done.
Understood, but we're going to decide something today that the South is going to have to do, right? So it's just what I mean by that statement is that I don't think I'm going to get executed by the high school principals when I return with a proposal like this. So my question to you, President Sloan, is if we could turn it over to the podium to allow an explanation.
Okay, hang on. Mr. Anderson, are we good to go right ahead?
Okay, thank you. I will try to make sense of this for you. First of all, it's going to look a little confusing because when this was developed initially, I worked in conjunction with Morocco down at Liberty on this proposal. Right? And when it was initially constructed, there was 2 southern leads, a sunrise, sunset. All right, so try not to look at that portion. Basically, what it would mean is in the South, there'd still be 8 teams that would make the playoffs. Okay, so instead of looking at it like that, you look at it as your top 4 seeds, and then your additional 4 seeds in the 5A South. Okay? And then you look at it when it would have to start and finish and all that kind of stuff, it would still line up appropriately. Now, here's what I'll say about it.
You guys, hang on. Listen.
Let somebody speaking.
There is nothing in Nevada that's been done like this. However, there's precedent in California, Arizona, neighboring states of a very similar format to how they go about doing this. Okay? Now, with the top division, all these proposals that you're putting out there, the open division would probably still only get 2 playoff games, regardless, if you don't even adopt this playoff structure. It would still be very similar. Okay? Now, trying to come up with something that suffices everything is nearly impossible at the top division. However, this proposal right here actually gets kind of close to that. Because right now, there's not a lot of incentive in the South, in talking with Southern coaches as well, not a lot of incentive in the South to get into that open division, because it's really difficult, okay? And they know that. However, Bishop Gorman's not going anywhere, and they shouldn't be penalized for being that much better. I mean, so they still need opponents in playoff games. However, if you look at again, you just look at California structure, All right, so they had this happen every year when it gets down to the end. They have two teams that meet in a northern regional championship, and the winner of that game gets put in a state championship in a certain division, and then the loser of that game drops to a different division to play it out. That's just how it works. And Arizona does something similar. Now, in terms of what drawbacks would there be, because that question is going to get asked. If you look at it, you look at the top of it, okay, you have to notice that right now in Nevada, we have 11 weeks to play 10 games, okay? In the Southern 5A, you'd have 10 weeks to play 10 games, going back to what we used to have, which is a drawback, a known drawback, okay? You have to do that, however, to make this structure actually time out with everything else at the state level, right? That's one drawback. The other drawback comes back, well, it's not really a drawback, you just have to figure out how you're going to determine what your top 8 teams in the 5A are, right? So not knowing what the leagues are going to look like, I just put it together like this with Coach Rocco, showing that, hey, you know, if you had 2 leagues, the top 4 in this league, the top 4 in this league, there's your 8 teams, right? Your top 2 each go to the Open, your other 4 are in the bracket, the Open plays out. You lose the first round of the Open, you drop back into the bracket. You lose the Open Championship, you drop back into the bracket, right? And again, is this done in Nevada yet? No, it's not. But I'm not from Nevada. I'm from North Dakota. Okay, the playoff structure way different. Other states a lot different. But I've been to a few of these meetings now, and I've heard people say, "Well, this has been an issue for 10, 15, however many years, right?" So we sat down and tried to come up with a solution to it. I'm not saying this is a perfect plan in any stretch of the imagination. I will say in conversation with a lot of the Southern coaches that I've talked to, they think it's a good plan. Coaches in the North that I've talked to, we're supportive of it. We know that in the North, right, if you look at the end of the bracket, the Northern champion in the 5A will play the Southern champion, which is what you guys have talked about from the South as well. That should still be a thing, okay? And it works out that way, to where that is still a relevant setup, okay? I'll take any questions you want on this, okay? Not a problem.
I like this system. I know this system, I'm familiar with this. So basically what we are doing is this, and I'm gonna use Arbor View this year. Arbor View, bad example.
No, it's a good example.
It's a good example. Arbor View loses to Gorman in the Open Championship. Their season doesn't end. They drop into the lower bracket below. It's not lower, it's a different line. So in other words, we are running 2 double elimination tournaments in conjunction with each other in one division. No. Well, it's 1 double, 2 brackets. We're running 2 separate brackets. Okay, so what will happen is this: whatever system we use to establish who is going into the Open, your season doesn't end if you lose the first round of the Open. Your season continues, you go down, and the Open champion still is the Open champion. They're still the best of that best. But what this allows for is it allows for teams 2 through 8 to look at the season and go, I still got a shot. But the downfall is this. And this is where Bart will probably come in, because Bart and I don't agree on this. So, you know, there's not dissension, we just don't agree philosophically on it. Is the bad part to this is this. If you go into the 5A championship, not the Open, you start in the bottom bracket, you know there's a good possibility the second head of the monster, whoever that is, be it Liberty, Arbor View, or Shadow, is going to work their way back down, and you may still have to face them. So it doesn't eliminate that possibility. Now remember, the whole thing was, well, we have to have a chance. And we don't have a chance against those top 4 teams. Well, just puts them right back into it. I don't have problems. Arizona does it, and I had a long conversation with Jim. He's a counterpart to me in Arizona. Hopefully soon. He'll be the new exec, I'm hoping. And him and I had a long conversation about how they do this, because it takes into consideration historically strong programs that are here with historically strong programs that are here, and they can't climb that mountain. Unfortunately, the problem lies down here. So there are some problems with this, but I'm not opposed to this. I've seen this before, so I'm gonna yield to Art if you want.
Okay, hang
He'll
on
be the
real quick.
counter.
Just let me have full understand, this is a 5-week playoff structure.
Yes. Yes.
In total, yes.
Okay.
Currently, we have a 4.
Okay.
Currently, we have a 4. The 5th week would affect 4 teams.
Right.
In the southern region.
Right.
Is what it would affect, according to this. And again, if you wanted to time out right, it would have to work in some order like that.
And I'm gonna add one last piece to mine. One of the biggest problems we face as an association is that we have the beauty of Allegiant, but we have the problem of F1. This could move us away from F1.
So we need to extend
A
football.
week, we would extend 2 weeks. We would have to extend football 2 weeks, so we would go the week after Thanksgiving.
What would be the reason for that?
Give us the flexibility during the season, because what I envision in this, just real quick, what I envision is this, the week
Watch your conversation.
Week 10 matchup, so the last week of the season, is this right now. You would have to move that there, then we could extend the 3A, the 2A already extends there, and it lines them up a little better. I know Bart and I are gonna have to argue about this a little bit, but I think there's a possibility here that we could look at possibly a double win if we went this way to get off that F1 weekend, which may help us. It doesn't help us if the Raiders and UNLV are at home. That never will help us. But it may help us with having to play on that Tuesday.
But move us to a 9-game season, Tim?
No,
You said
no,
that's
it
what 10 you just
would
said.
still be a 10-game season.
Yeah, hang on. Okay, Bart Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan.
And I'm gonna remind everybody, please stop your sidebar conversations.
We're determining the top 4 teams to go into this open division. And then 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all going to go into the bottom part of this bracket. 5, 6, 7, and 8 theoretically are set in a week because we have to have 1 through 4 determined. That's where this becomes a 5-week playoff. You've got the bye week in there. Currently, our 1A, 3-week playoff. Our 2A, 3-week playoff. Our 3A is a 4-week playoff right now. Not every plays all 4. You're going to have a team come through here playing 5 playoff games. I do remember a couple of times that some teams have done that, and they basically said that's a whole lot of season and a whole lot of games. Your 10-game season turned into 15. It's a lot of football games. And if we're looking at Allegiant, and we either have to really move around a 1A, 2A schedule to fix this to where this 5A playoff's going to end so they can play in Allegiant. If we do that, we basically told the 1A and 2A, your basketball season starts really late because you're sharing football and basketball kids. You could be doing that with the 3A as well.
And that's why we moved it.
That's exactly why we moved it off of there, so that they wouldn't have to start their basketball season exam week in December. That's where I kind of see an issue with this, is it lengthens that playoff. I'm not against the idea of it, but putting it into practice, you're chewing up a long time, and we're back to playing on Thanksgiving weekend again, which was also something that we tried to get away from as well.
Mark, so correct me if I'm wrong, with the current structure with 4A, 5A, well, at least 5A, at least 5A, is that 4th week of playoffs currently is state championship.
Correct, that'd be the 4th week, yes.
Okay, so I'm just a little confused at why we would have to move it back. Because if you look on that structure, that first round per se happens the 11th week, which is already built into the schedule. Like, we already have 11 weeks to play 10 games. What I'm saying is that Southern 5A division, that's the one drawback. And in talking to the coaches as well, that's the one drawback. So they'd have to get on board with that. That's what they're okay with. Is they would be going back to what we had a few years ago, just 2 years ago, I believe, where we had 10 weeks to play 10 games. And that would allow us to not have to move the season at all, because it would still time up the same. Correct me if I'm wrong, is that correct?
Tim Jackson, that's just calendar, yes. I can't go beyond that because I don't have the year after. But next year's calendar, week 1 would be the 15th of August. Week 15 would be the 21st of November. The 20.
So we only need 14 weeks.
No, I'm saying we would have 15.
You have to have 15.
We gotta have 15.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have to have 15.
Which would give nobody a bye then during the season.
Right.
They want to play the 10.
Correct. That's what I said.
And again, we'd be looking at open division ending 3 weeks before. If we're going to look to play our 2 best championship games in the same site, can't happen.
Okay, let's go, Tammy.
I think my question, that was my clarification, was trying to figure out the points in the shooting. I would just be very, very hesitant on understanding football and more than not just basketball, everybody brings up basketball, but like, I think about my team, it's wrestling. We had to shorten wrestling season, and the majority of wrestling matches are before Christmas. And the majority of my football players, wrestling. So it's not just basketball, we have to think about the winners, we have to think about the other sports as well. And you're getting killed these smaller schools because they are the same. That's my concern. I'm like you, I like the format itself. It's that lab that's gonna hurt a lot.
So question on facilities. If you're playing the Open Championship, which is the best game in the state of Nevada, right? And where are you gonna play it at? 3 weeks earlier than when you're playing the 5A, 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A. Are you gonna relegate them to a high school? Or can you get a Legion 2 days? How's that gonna?
You don't know what he said 2 days in a row.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
You start off.
Do you want this part?
Yeah, please.
Go ahead.
We have had some talks with Miles Hayes, who is Director of Youth Football Development for the Raiders. He's been our contact person all along. I don't want to get down the rabbit hole of the other sport, but yeah, let's keep in mind what the Raiders do for us right now for one day. The first year we did this was a $750,000 outlay on their part. That price has only gone up. To have the one game in there on that day that will maybe draw 3,000-4,000 people at best, is that we'd be asking somebody who has been an amazing partner to us, underscore amazing 70 times. Can you open this up for us and spend another $800,000-900,000 for that one game? I can't speak for them, but I'd hate to be the one to go ask that.
And Tim Jackson.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And the other thing is this, I would be remiss if I did not say our office took a lot of heat this year for the change in the state playoff rotation. We took a lot of heat, a lot. That if we were to simply say we'll use Allegiant for only the Open Championship and negate the other 4 divisions, we would be in trouble there. I don't think it's the sole reason. I think it's an understandable reason. I think we use Allegiant as much as we can and at the level we can. And we're not going to open that can of worms, Bart, but we know where the heart is in the Raiders. The Raiders' heart is with us, but they also want it to be more. And I can tell you nationwide, we are by far the luckiest association out there. Some of them are paying $3 million a day for what we get for free. And I don't ever want to jeopardize that by becoming greedy. But at the same time, I don't think that should be the reason we say no to a plan that looks like it's got legs and potential.
Because you need a facility
Yes,
here.
it needs to be understood. My thought is this.
And then 2 weeks later, you need another facility.
Yes, but right now, Ms. Sloan, we need 3 facilities anyway.
Yeah, that's true too.
So, yeah.
Xavier.
If I can ask Coach, because obviously we've got playoff week 4, I just see Northern 5A champion. So I'm just assuming it's healthy. So playoff week 3, I'm assuming on the north side, that'll be your semifinal, right? Working backwards, I know.
Region final. Region championship.
Apologize, yes, sir. And then playoff week 2 would be your semifinal, And so you go always, you would start playoffs in one.
It would be an 18 playoff in the North. It'd be
So
six.
that was
Well,
five.
Six, excuse me, six in the bottom.
In the bottom. Right.
Or you, yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways to do it, yes. In that format, it would be 16 playoff.
That's what the Northern, Coaches Association is assuming. That's what your intent is, week one, all 16.
If we have a league of 6. Could have a league of
Determine which do.
Correct, correct. There could be appeals tomorrow.
I understand it's
But
Let's go, Xavier, I believe, oh no, you already asked. Sean, go ahead.
Sean Simon, 2A liaison coach. I was just at one question. When you come up with this, was there any talk of a northern team being in the Open Championship, like the number 1 seed? Because to me, they could be in the Open, and then if they lose, there still could be.
I understand what you're saying there, and that's kind of how California does it, where they ship you back to your own bracket. And that's something that could be discussed. I mean, it's something that can be discussed. We as an association didn't discuss that. But that's something that this could potentially evolve into, I feel like. Because there might be a year where we feel that there's, a northern team that.
Because this association, its playoff regulations, and some of us have been around for a lot of years, where there was a discrepancy of North and South, and the South got 1 team, the North got 3, and I can see that here being 3 from the South and 1 from the North. I mean, there's not as many teams, obviously. So I was just wondering if there was consideration for a northern team to be in the Open. And then the way it's down here, this is just examples, right? Like 4 Sunrise plays 4 Sunrise.
Yeah, so you have to eliminate that and just look at it as seeds, right? So it'd be like 1 through 8. So your top 4 up and the lower seeds are below.
So to me, if I'm number 3 in the Sunrise, again, I would never throw a game. I'm a coach myself. But maybe I just get myself to the 4 seed because I know I'm playing another 4. If I'm the 3, and I'm getting the loser of an Open, and it kind of opens up a can of worms.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
If I'm assuming correctly, this would be using the RMH system for seeding, and you'd be taking one heck of a chance to throw a game in the end.
It is.
It's a heck of a chance. The one thing I was wondering too, though, Bart, maybe you can help do this as well. We already have a 3-week playoff system in the 1A, correct?
Correct.
Couldn't we then tie that bracket to this top bracket, and that way we would have 2 games at the end there together to have a larger draw for that? We would have the 1A championship and the Open championship in the same venue possibly?
1A would have to end a week earlier to get that 8-team tournament in, because you're looking at a 2-week tournament for your Open division. So the 1A would have to end and actually play its first round in regular season week 10. So you would be limiting the 1A to the 9-game season.
9-game season, never mind, okay. Trying to think of other options here. I can also tell you, I know California does this, and I've talked to Ron Nichetti, the executive director, and he walked me through this one day. This is used, multiple sections use it. I mean, you could go from their open is invitation only, is really what it is. You're invited to the Open. And if you lose in your rounds in the Open, you then roll right back in. I talked to, like I said, a lot of time with Arizona that does this, and they found that their attendance went up because the games became more competitive from the outset. Every game mattered from the beginning. Now, the only other issue that I could see that would arise from this is, never mind, I'm going to keep that quiet. No, I don't see an issue. Never mind. I'm not going to share that. I'm not going to throw that in the universe.
Ellen, just a question going back to the Mr. Jackson, Ellen Townsend, liaison on having the Open and the 1A on the same weekend. Could you not give the winners of game 1 and game 2 a bye week that next week and then just postpone the championship week?
No, because they got to roll back into the bracket.
Okay.
To the bottom bracket. To the bottom bracket.
Oh, I see. Game 3.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Calling out region 4, trying to workshop it like one is there not an opportunity for 5, 6, 7, and 8 to play the same time 1, 2, 3, and 4 do? and then the losers of the top drop down to play the winner of 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we could align on 4. Now, here's the only caveat or question I would ask, is that given that the South compromised on relegation, I'm wondering if the North would be willing to compromise on taking the top 8 from all of 5A. So in other words, the North would have to engage in this in the open. Potentially, if you're in the top 4 of the state, like so, and I know principal left, but I'm wondering, like, I think that might be, since the South compromised on one layer, I'm wondering if the North could compromise on participating in this tournament, top 8 of the state, so that it's not all 6 from the North are in, it's the top whoever's in the top.
Would you like my feedback?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking, because I think we could restructure this bracket to be 4 weeks long, in what I just explained there. That would be the 8 teams, and that would eliminate the North versus South champion in 5A part of it, because the North would be part of that 1 through 8 at the starting point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, a couple things. First of all, I can't speak to the association with that format without it being, so I can't speak one way or another to be in favor of it or not. A couple things I would say, I haven't mapped that out to see if that will time out, what you're talking about there, number one. Number two, the funding, because then we're back to teams going north and south, you know, if we do that, regardless. Because let's just say this year, by the metric that they were using, I believe there would have been 2 northern teams that would have been in the top 8 based on that metric, I believe. So wherever they're seated, right, there's either a southern team going up, or a northern team going down, or 2 going up and 2 going down, you know. And then if you win, right, you might have to go again, you know, type of thing. So that's where you kind of run into that same structure. Like I said, I mean, I do think, and again, I have not run this by the northern coaches, northern principals, anything in terms of what this could evolve into, right? I mean, because there could be something where we figure that out, where it could evolve into, hey, maybe one northern team, like one of you gentlemen said over here, you know, drops into that group of 4, right? Knowing that, hey, if they lose that game, they drop back into their northern bracket, right, and play it out. Like, I mean, it's similar to what this is set up. So I have no idea if we would go for it. I have no idea if administrators or anything else would be for that. But I'm not saying it couldn't evolve into that.
So, follow-up question there also. We have decided 5A4 scheduling can happen regardless of this answer, correct?
Yes.
We don't have to have an answer on this today.
We do have.
Yeah,
to-
no,
Okay,
we're not leaving it until we have.
But I'm just saying, like, I'm just throwing it out there that, like, my understanding was that the reason, the urgency is so that we can appeal for a 5A and then create a regular season schedule, right? Like, that's the urgency here. And so, you know, I'm just throwing it out there that, like, I don't want to throw something together here, but I do worry because what I heard the North say here, I mean, pretty clearly was that if their involvement is open, they're all going to appeal tomorrow to 4A. But I think if we just left it, people could decide what made sense for them regardless of the playoffs. So I just want to throw that out as something to consider because truthfully, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood the urgency to be scheduling for the regular season as well. Like, really that was the main, and appeals to happen appropriately, whether you're 4A, 5A, which is really not dependent on the playoff structure.
And postseason. That's always been part of this. All right, Board Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. A couple of things on that. One, it does kind of, we need to figure out when the playoffs are going to start so that you can schedule your regular season. If the playoffs are going to start and cut into what we thought was going to be the last week of the regular season, that changes your league schedule in terms of when you play, changes your non-league schedule in terms of who you can play. The bracket that's been presented, also one where we looked at maybe reconfiguring it so that 5, 6, 7, and 8, the ones in the bottom half of the bracket that aren't losers in the first game, could play each other and turn that into a 4-week thing. It's doable. The issue with that bracket, this bracket both, theoretically, you could have a matchup that happens in the open division first round and happens again in the 5A if those teams come through and play each other. you could be playing 2 playoff games against the same team 3 weeks apart. I don't know if that matters to anybody or not, but it might.
Deanne,
I have to make a comment. Actually, your comment is perfect. Of course, I asked my son this question because he'd be, a kid that could be put in this scenario, and kids will just give it to you straight. He's funny, Bart. He told me straight up, I said, would you like to have had a shot, maybe at Harborview again? That's why I said, Mr. Jackson, that one game was so close at the end. For anybody that watched it, it changed our whole season. And I know the kids really would have liked a shot maybe in their mind at Harborview again. But he told me he wouldn't like a system where they could play. I was surprised by his answer. In an open championship, he said, if you lose in playoffs, you're just a loser. You need to be out. I was surprised by the answer. He said you play to win. So I just spoke it from the mouth of babes. I had to tell you guys the answer because it cracked me up. I said, I guess he gave it to you straight. She said you play to be the championship and you get one shot.
Mine was basically the same question. But I was, as far as the appeals, like I give you what to decide this tonight. But as far as postseason, you may have to, because the only thing they can appeal is 485, correct? And they know where they're at. So they know that for tonight. I get it, I mean, because I think.
It has nothing to do with that.
Okay. That was the only reason the question I had.
The question was already brought up in their proposal. It said, if there is an open, we will appeal to go to 4. That question was brought up directly to them, and it's in their proposal. That if there's an open division, they will go to 4. So if we do not do the playoff scenario, and we wait, they won't know, and we'll be dragging this out.
Deanne,
But if we approve this one, doesn't this solve the reason about why they were saying? Because they didn't want to have to be up here. So if we approve this one, then they'd probably be okay with this, and then we wouldn't have a bunch of appeals tomorrow. Because their main reason for why they were saying that they wanted to appeal was because they didn't like this. This sheet right here solves it. We're not sitting through a bunch of appeals from them, I think, from my understanding.
If we say the open division is the top 4 Southern teams, they already cannot be involved in the open division. I think at that point, you're good.
Good, I agree. Well, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, if we don't,
I'm sorry.
move something.
go ahead, Bart.
I'm sorry, I had that sidebar conversation. If we approve something today for a postseason structure, when we brought this up, it seems like 18 hours ago. The open division is South only. We kind of had that discussion a couple hours ago, right? The North's probably not going to appeal en masse tomorrow. Do we have to have the structure of the bracket figured out tonight? God, I'd love to, but no, we don't have to. If we're going to determine the open division is South only, then give our office the opportunity to work with the coaches associations or principals or whomever to determine a bracket structure beyond that. If we want to cap it at number of teams today or however you want to do that, I think we can say yes to that and probably be good with how we work tonight and hear the appeals tomorrow. I just don't want to get too deep down the road so that teams can't figure out their non-league schedule based on when their league schedule would start and end. Thank you.
All right. Oh,
Or not move report. I just don't want to be reactionary to the do this or else proposal that we have a little bit in the sense of like, don't put the North with Bishop Gorman or we're all going to appeal down to 4A. I struggle with that. I don't think that's fair necessarily to just say that we're going to just commit only 5A to the open necessarily. I mean, the proposal that the principals put forward, right? I do like this concept of people not eliminating. That's why I said, like, let's throw this at the table. But the original proposal we put forward was taking the top 8 teams, or the top 6 teams, excuse me, based on Tim's system up to the open, which could include a team from the South or 2 teams from the South, right? Like that. I'm sorry. Yes. Well, see, they go up. It could include someone from the South, right? If someone from the South were to make it, then so I think that That's where I think there needs to be a compromise here from both sides, of the sense of like, it is not fair to just say only the north has to go, only the south has to go do this thing. I think if there is a northern team that ranks based on Tim's system in the top 6, then so be it. They have to go up to the open and play in that division. So, I'm just throwing that out there that I'm not comfortable, and I know the principals in the South are not comfortable with saying only the South is gonna be in a league with this tournament, right? Like, I think that's ultimately what the conversation, and then there's others to be considered too there, but I just think that's what I'm hearing the North say, like, if we're with Gorman, we're going for it, if not, we're willing to play at the table, and I would love for us to meet somewhere in the middle on that.
Okay, let's go.
The compromise was the North going to the 5A under this format. That was the compromise. The compromise was based on, we're going to the 5A as long as we can go ahead and separate the open in that 5A aspect, or we want to stay in the 4A. Everybody, all 10 schools, all whatever the number is, 12 schools or whatever. That was already a compromise. So this format here provides a compromise for your 5A schools that have to go play Gorman in the open are going to come down and continue to be in the playoffs. I'm completely against a team losing in the playoffs and continuing to play. Just to let you guys know. I don't think teams should go to the playoffs, lose, and then go to another bracket. They do that all over. I'm not necessarily for that. In fact, I would love this schedule here if that top group was just by themselves, losers out, the bottom group, they're by themselves, losers out, and go play it through. But in the atmosphere of compromise, remember now, the compromise was that we were going to go to the 5A in the north as long as there was an open division that we weren't a part of. That was the compromise.
Right.
It wasn't, okay, we gave you that compromise, now we're going to put you in the open playoff. That was not part of it.
In all fairness, it doesn't eliminate Gorman from anything. We're just, you're making the assumption, right, based on historical, right, that they're going to win out. If they lost, they would drop back into the bracket.
We don't have an open championship for Gorman's. You guys are playing Gorman anyway.
Right.
So if we take that open portion out of that one, you still potentially play Gorman for 5.
Right. Because this, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, regardless of where they get placed in there, like, if you go off historical, right, you'd say, well, if Gorman has lost, he's lost one game in the state of that in the last 15 years or whatever, right? Okay, well, odds are they went out. However, there's a possibility, right, that they drop back into the bracket, win out the 5A bracket in the South, and play the Northern 5A champion. I mean, that is a possibility. It's not likely, but it is a possibility.
Clark?
Sitting here putting brackets together, which seems like my life most of the time, we look at that bracket, and instead of sending the loser of game 3, which is theoretically the open championship, back into 5A, the loser of game 3 has had its state championship game. Why give them the opportunity for another one? That takes away possibly playing the same team again during the playoffs. You've narrowed that structure down a little bit. 5, 6, 7, and 8 come in, 5 and 8, 6 and 7 play each other the first week. The losers of those open semifinals come down to meet those winners, taking a week out, and that team that's already lost a state championship game doesn't get another state championship game that way. I kind of look at it as, why are we giving you 2 state championship shots? You should get 1. Play 1 state championship game. That's kind of what I'm kicking around right now as a possibility.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I don't know that you gain a week though, because that game would have to be played. Because otherwise, that team is going to be idle that wins out.
You do if you're restructuring. Yeah, trust me, you do on this.
I haven't seen you.
I know. I know.
Deanna, go ahead.
I guess I'm kind of back to the point then where if you're just at the top then and you lose, which is kind of like what my son was saying, that I don't feel like it should just be a Southern problem. So then I'm back to plan B from the beginning, which is what we voted on the first half of it, and just having the open with all the top teams in the state. You know, what the coaches presented from the South. That's basically what the alternative is. Are we gonna make it just a Southern issue? Or are we gonna share, you know, I guess, nobody else from the South ever having an opportunity when I don't know. I guess that we just have to decide that as a board. Are we gonna share all of it? And everybody has an opportunity to go open and be the top teams, or is it gonna be just a Southern thing? I'm back to, I was happy with what the coaches, or excuse me, the coaches and the principals of the South sent us letters for in the first place, but that's just my opinion. I feel like we need to share it as a state. At that point, you're sending all the best teams to the open, get one shot to win, just like my son said, it's the best of the state and everybody else can play for the other titles. That's just my opinion.
And also remember that that was the voted upon the realignment committee.
Yes.
So.
Right, that's it, when you're using the metrics to determine the rankings.
Yes.
The question becomes, how do you actually make that accurate? That's the question. Because in all fairness, what that metric is really good at is showing how you compare with teams in the north and teams in the south. It doesn't show how you compare with teams in the state because you don't play each other. So how can you factor that into the metric to where you actually get the best teams set aside?
Well, but I guess even though they're not playing each other, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, you have like these other outside sources like Max Preps, they're looking at stats to help, you know, statewide, I guess, make it all more equal. That's why I was happy with the 3 different ways that we were ranking them. I feel, put it this way, my son's ranked, I look on there, you know, he's ranked with kids he's never played, you know, just based on stats. I feel like, you know, having the 3 different ways that we're ranking is, you know.
And that was one of the conversations Martin and I had a long time, was about how accurate would it be, and I was confident in it. My confidence was that it took in the strength of schedule, the max prep, strength of schedule, and the rubric. Now, the rubric in the north is definitely going to be weighted differently than the rubric in the south because of the common opponents, and we had limited samples between the two. I don't have that clear. I believe that it is a pretty good and accurate assessment of it. I don't have a dog in this fight for the postseason. I just know I like that bracket, and I like the one Bart just threw on my lap over here. That takes out that possibility with loser of game 3 not coming down. So we have possibilities. I just don't know the answer. The question is the open issue.
Christina Rucker, 4. So question for you, Tim, if you remember this. So if you were to look at how everybody fared out this year with football, the top, I know on this model we're looking at the top 4 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody from the north score in the top 4?
Yes, no.
No.
So it would just be the one team that.
Now, understand though, unfortunately, that is skewed data. That was sample data, and we know where the error in the data was. The error in the data was not in the north. The error in the data was in the south because the sample was within their own league of football. That was the skew in the data. So do I believe Minogue belong there? Yeah, I do. I think they probably were the number 3 or 4. I think the team that was up high, too high, was higher.
Was that the one where Faith Luther was ranked number 1?
Yes.
So that's there or wrong? With all due respect.
Faith was 2. Gorman was 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you can make that argument.
Yeah. And the other argument would be, the way I would say that it was skewed into the south, is Liberty was 13.
Yeah.
And they were not 13. But that was because of their skew in their own league, because that league beat up on each other quite heavily.
There was also, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, you know the numbers, but wasn't Reno High ranked below Galena?
Yes.
When they played each other head to head, it was like a 27-point
Yes.
win or something for
Yep.
Reno High.
And I think the reason that occurred was the strength of schedule outside who, I think.
Well, Reno's in the 5A2.
Reno's in the 5A.
Reno's in the 5A3.
So.
But there's just a couple.
There was some skews in that. Do I think it'll happen all the time? No, but I do believe there will be one northern team flirting with the open division every year. And it easily could flip on Reed, Spanish Springs, and Monroe. I was with Rollins at 3 of those games. I'm not going to kid you when I tell you 21 points in 22 seconds made the difference in a state championship. I mean, they were that evenly matched. One pass, incomplete pass in the Spanish Springs game was the difference between them beating Reed. I mean, it was that, they were that close and that competitive. And same with the Monroe Reed game that we were at. It came down to the fourth quarter, it was cold, and they got tired. And they made a bad choice, and they chewed the clock up. So I think that you're going to see a northern team always flirting with that open. I don't think that's out of the range of possibility yet.
Okay, just a random thought that came to my head when we were talking about taking away the option for the semifinal loser to go down the bracket. In my mind, not that any team would ever go into losing, I think this was already said at some point, I don't know if this big, but it was a different point. If I'm in the bottom part of that bracket, I'm not against Gorman, let's say, but I know if I win this game, I gotta go against Gorman, I don't have a chance to go down the bottom bracket, I would prefer losing maybe to then win a championship at the bottom, so just a thought.
That's a really good point. Yeah, because then you're exactly right.
So I just want to reiterate that the motions in which we made for 1 and 2 and the North agreeing to be in the 5A, 4A was a compromise that we did not pursue the open to include. Is that correct?
That's how we.
We gave them relegation too.
So if we go with the proposal of the North being part of the postseason in the open, then we will expect to see the schools here tomorrow evening. And it goes back to Colin's comments about, you know, because
So I know that nobody probably wants to say this, but we have to make a decision, right? Somebody, you let them reveal.
I'm trying.
I mean, at some point, we have to make a decision. And I don't want to be the jerk, but I also don't want to be here till 10 o'clock at night and still not have an answer. So I guess when Colin made the motion, my thought wasn't that they were agreeing to it and not having an open. That's not how I understood it, but I wasn't voting in November, so it doesn't really matter.
just weeks.
Yeah, but at some point, we have to decide, and we're gonna have a bills regardless of what we decide.
That was a question that was asked before we made the vote. That question was asked before we made the vote, whether we wanted to stay 5A for the North. That was not contingent or related to us being in a 5 open or 5A league 5 with Norman or with that group. It was solely on 5A with a vote taking place that there was going to be an open and a 5A. That was contingency on that vote. That was a question I asked Colin specifically at the start, and he said, no, it was just on 5A alignment.
We'll go to Dan and then back to Cook.
I move that we accept the following playoff structure given to us by the Southern principals and coaches, that the regular season rankings will be based on the proposed RHM system to determine the playoffs. At the conclusion of the season, the top 6 teams from 5A will be placed in open division playoffs. The next 8 teams from 5A will be placed in the 5A division playoffs. Finally, the top 8 teams in 4A will play in the 4A division playoffs.
That can't work. I won't work for it.
Why would it not work?
That would work in this format that we have here.
I'm not proposing that format. I'm proposing the other one.
You're proposing the
The
initial.
initial one. I'm proposing the playoff structure from
That
Plan
came
B.
from the realignment committee.
I'm standing behind the principals and the coaches from the South that sent us all the letters. That's the region that I represent. And I want to take all schools in consideration, so I feel like we compromised and gave them relegation if they, feel like some teams want to move up or down to protect them, from safety and possible, issues with travel. So we compromised on that and tried to be fair. So my motion is for the playoff structure for Plan B. I'll say it again. The regular seasons rankings will be based on the proposed RHM system to determine playoffs. At the conclusion of the season, the top 6 teams from 5A will be placed in the open division playoffs. The next 8 teams from 5A will be placed in the 5A division playoffs. And finally, the top 8 teams in 4A will play in the 4A division playoffs. This was also from the realignment committee. I'm sorry, I forgot to leave that part out. It was the principals, coaches, and the realignment committee's recommendation for this particular system.
I need to see that. I see this on paper 112.
Hang on 1 second. We have, it's the second one, because it's terms of those.
Page 112. Page 112.
No, it's this one that we're. Those are different.
That's the letter.
Okay, but what, yeah, this is.
Deanna, what did you read?
I read from one of the letters that was given to us because they were more consistent. Colin's letter on page 112 has 4 teams, but I like 6 teams because that's what more people asked for, was 6 teams. So the way that works is 2 teams get a bye week. 2 teams get a bye week, and then the other 4 teams play. And the 2 that have the bye week play the other winners the second week.
What you're describing is what is on page 118.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 118.
That's what the committee.
That's what the committee approved.
Yes, Jay.
So going to this, we're going back now, we're going.
Wait, hang on, I'm sorry. We have a motion. We have a motion by Deanna. Before we go into dialogue, we need to have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Jay.
So we're going back to the rubric ratings. So the 16, so now you're saying there's potential actually now for North Peak not to
Potential for a South team not to get it.
Well, let's be honest.
Yeah, but at this point, they said they don't want to, that's, not necessarily a bad thing, but right now, as it is for the next couple years, it gives them a shot. I don't think that a North team will not get in. I think there are good teams in the North that would make it.
I'm gonna ask,
And whoever doesn't get in the open will be in the 5A championship game. So it's not like they don't have to play for a state championship if they're a good team.
okay, I'm gonna ask Mr. Jackson to explain what a bracket.
Okay, so based on this, if I'm not mistaken, Bart, then that sheet you gave me right there, the open, that would be it, right? The 6?
Yeah.
So the 6, I'm gonna yield to Bart. If we went with the 6-team open, that would be a. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you. Based on the way the rubric Harbin Max Prep system would have worked out for this year that is just completed, the top 6 teams in order were Bishop Gorman, Faith Lutheran, Harborview, Bishop Minogue, Reed, Spanish Springs. You would have 3 North and 3 South in that. You could then reshape a bracket if you really wanted to play down those 3 North teams in their own little triangle, 3 South teams, and meet in the North-South Championship. Will it work out that way every year? Of course not. This was dumb luck that it happened. If you look at the next 8 beyond that, Coronado, Shadow, Galena, Green Valley, Mojave, Legacy, Douglas, Liberty. 6 south, 2 north. The North could have matched up in a first round, but they've got nobody left to play in the semifinal unless we've got a cross-state travel there. That's been part of the issue with this whole talk about as part of the travel as well. But that's how that would work out. Yes, it's possible. Absolutely, it's possible. And that's why, Mr. Jackson, we had talked at some point about a committee for seeding purposes going into this, as opposed to going necessarily straight 1 through 6 down the line, was to alleviate some of those concerns about travel.
Travel is a problem. Yeah, I agree, travel is an issue.
That's absolutely unacceptable what we're doing, to have the possibility of sending as many as 2 teams in 2 consecutive weeks, or at least 1 team in 2 or 3 consecutive weeks to the south.
And Matt?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Stallworth, that's why we just talked about that seeding purposes of trying to have those northern teams, if that's the case, or southern teams, if we're doing 6 the other way, meet each other first so that they would not have to travel. The winner of that game would involve a cross-state travel, but both teams wouldn't have to. They play each other first round.
But one might have to travel.
Somebody's going to win that game, yes.
All right, hang on, let me get to Bob.
So, Bob, before I go, so the proposal that's on the table, it's been made, the motion to be made, it has a second. I just want some clarification. So with this proposal, we're putting an end to anything known as a Southern Regional title in any class, in the 5A or 4A classification, and we're putting an end to a Northern Regional title in the 4A and the 5A classifications. And based on this example that Mr. Davis just gave, what you would be voting to approve, if that happened, let's say it happened again in year 1 of this realignment cycle, how are you going to avoid, because my phone's blown up right now just on costs. And you gave us the numbers, Bart. I don't see how you avoid multiple trips north or south, or I mean, you've got this gentleman, he's paying for 2 schools, because you got 3 in the open, and you have 2 or 3 in the next day. 2 in the next day?
2 of them.
Oh, one was Douglas.
One was Douglas.
So you would have to pay for those guys.
So we've gone full circle here.
So the potential, the point is, the potential exists that there could be some extensive costs in this school for athletes, and schools, and districts.
Bart Davis.
Thank you, President Slaughter. First part of your question, are you doing away with the Southern Region and Northern Region Championship? Depends on how the seeding works out and who ends up where. That's not an easy question to answer. If we look at 1 through 6 in that rubric Harbin Max Prep system from the last year, again, Gorman, Faith, Harborview, 1, 2, 3. Minot, Reed, Spanish Springs, 4, 5, 6. So we bring that seeding committee in again, and I would propose in that case, you would have a Reed Spanish Springs first round game with the winner of that to play Bishop Minot to cut down on travel. Harborview Faith with the winner of that to play Bishop Gorman, the 2 remaining winners. Now we're only crossing the state once. Great, works out perfect. But what happens when it's only 1 team from one side of the state and they've got nobody to play without somebody crossing the state? There's no guarantee that the numbers will work out in the favor every year. So the concern
I wanted everybody on the board to hear that, because this is a 3-year realignment cycle, and we're stuck with it for 3 years, and we don't know if it's going to be 3 and 3. We don't know if it's going to be 6 and 2, and we don't know if there's going to be these perfect scenarios where we can match up with schools in the north and match up with schools in the south. Where I'm hearing a proposal that I think both ends of the state are somewhat open to. I don't know. I'll put my card where I can see it.
All right, Rollins.
You know, it's absolutely amazing that, you know, Colin talks about the compromise we were ready as a northern region to say, hey, look, we're gonna walk in here and just be a 4A school and just leave it at that. And we're just gonna play 4A. That's what we want to do. And let the 5A decide what they want to do and do it. That's fine and dandy. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, you can go 5A. My concern with 5A with us is that who wants to be in a 6-team league? We don't. But we're doing, you know, you're talking about the compromises, we're doing all the compromises. And yet we get suckered in and say, okay, yeah, we'll vote to get into a 5A with the understanding that you won't be in the open. We vote on that. Everyone in the north said yes. We go to the 5A. And then all of a sudden, when we start talking about the playoffs, bam, here we go again. Oh, let's just put everybody in the open, or let's just do this. Come on, guys. This is a Clark County issue. It's not an NIAA issue. This is a Clark County issue. Gorman and your top schools, when your top schools average over 3,000 kids and your top programs are kicking butt and all that, I don't care what these rubric says and all that stuff. Our state championship between Bishop Gorman and your 4A champion was the quality of football that we play in our state. That's the quality of football we play. That's 4A. And you guys are sitting here fighting, forcing us to say, oh yeah, we're going to go ahead and put these 2 or 3 schools in our region that are going to go and play against the Clark County's best school. And I tell you what, Liberty would have beat Gorman, Bishop Minogue, probably Arborview would have probably crushed Bishop Minogue as well. So sitting here telling us that, oh, well, we have to have these northern teams in the 3A or in the 5A championship is BS. It's been proven. When we came here saying, okay, we're willing to compromise and go to the 5A as long as we're not in the open, and then all of a sudden, bam, we vote that. Every northern rep voted yes on that, and then now all of a sudden, we come back and somebody's turning back to a page we haven't looked at all day.
Deanna. Rollins, with all due respect, I understand you're frustrated. I don't feel like that should just be a Southern problem, and that's why I was willing to put it up for a vote. I feel like when it comes to a state championship, that you want your top teams, you know what I mean, at the very top playing each other. And I mean, you seem to think that your top teams from the north can't compete with any top team from the south. And
the data shows that, Deanna. The data shows that. And guess what? A state championship game does not have to be between the North and the South. You're thinking it does.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, the open is open to anybody based on how.
And we're saying we don't want to be in the open. Data shows that we don't deserve to be in the open. Student population-wise, competitive balance-wise, it shows that.
But I feel like that's an issue between the way we're putting people in the 5A and the 4A, then not this one.
We should be in the 4A. That's what the
okay.
That's where we should be.
Okay, Tammy.
Sorry, Tammy.
No, you're totally fine. Because I get it, because we're passionate, just like you are.
Oh, yeah.
But what the difference I feel like is the data I'm looking at shows that you guys do. The data I'm looking at, and the system that we're looking at shows that, and I'm a firm believer that the top 8 should be who it is. But, and it could be, let's just, I mean, we can't pretend, but let's just pretend that Bishop Gorman isn't part of this conversation. It could have been Spanish Springs and Bishop Minogue. It might not have been a single South. Who knows? We don't know. And from year to year, obviously we know. We know Bishop Gorman's an outlier on this whole thing. We all know that. But a state championship should be the top 8. It should be, or opener, whatever we decide, it should be the top. It shouldn't just be like you're, and again, it's one of those, we just have to agree to disagree. If you say it's a Clark County issue, it's not a Clark County. Because we have a couple teams. And again, it changes year to year because before it was Liberty, and now it's Harborview. Right? Next year, I can almost guarantee you probably not going to be Harborview because they graduated so many seniors. But again, there's one or two teams. You guys are 1,000% competitive with the rest of our 5 teams. Your top is 1,000% competitive with the rest of our teams. And at any given time, someone can win or lose those games.
You
They
have
will be competitive.
You know, give us.
Those will be competitive. And I think the hard part for a lot of people to digest, and I'll just be willing to say it because I don't care, is the way it's, and it may not be the way you mean it, but the way it's sounding is, you guys get to pick where you go, and we just gotta live with it.
Yeah.
And honestly, and again, I know that that's not what you're saying, because I've known you long enough, and I know what you're trying to say. If you guys wholeheartedly believe you belong better than the Horn, I get that. Right, looking at all of our data, we look at games where we played each other, we all just don't believe that. We believe that, yes, there are some teams absolutely that belong in 4A, just like some of ours belong in 4A. But that your upper level belong in 5A with us. Now, again, logistics, all of that is a huge part. Money is a huge part of it. Travel is 1,000% a huge part of it. I think the biggest thing that we're having a hard time is we don't feel like it's just Clark County. We feel like some of the top teams in the state are. Absolutely. As long as they're.
All right, hang on, let me go to Keith.
My only pushback, Rollins, and I don't disagree, I see what you're saying, but Bishop Manogue has won the 5A2 2 years in a row. And to say that they are not, and then the year before that it was even Spanish Springs in there, like to say Bishop Manogue is not also in that same breath with some of those other schools, I think is a disingenuous argument. I believe there are some of your teams that, just like some of our teams, do not belong on the field with Foreman. To say that none of your teams belong on the field with the top boys is a disingenuous argument because they won the 5A2 2 years straight.
They won the
Okay,
5.
Rollins.
They won the 5A based on not playing in your top level. Remember that. They won the 5A not playing in your open level the last 2 years.
But they beat Faith.
And Faith wasn't in your top level.
I'm just saying, I don't think that every
And
team.
yes or no, was Faith in your top level?
Right now, they're.
No, when they played
Hey,
Norman the last 2 years,
stop,
they were not in your top level.
Stop. We're supposed to be speaking one at a time as you're going on. This
Thank you.
entry
I'm good, thank
needs
you.
to end.
We're good. We're good, buddy.
Oh, no, we're all good.
We're all good, Rollins.
Not personal.
Not personal.
Colin.
I'm not looking for it. I think just, I don't want it to seem like, we made an agreement with the North and we're changing that. My understanding of the conversation that I was having was that we understood that no matter, like the conversation we had 5A, 4A, I think I said multiple times that it was going to be clear that Bishop Roman could come out of this North-Southern region championship and have to play the Northern region champion, right, no matter what. So I don't think that's necessarily true in the sense of like we're trying to say we agreed to one thing and now let's change it to another, right? I think we're really struggling as a collective here to come up with what that looks like. But I do recognize the cost. I do think that there is like something to be said about that, like traveling across the state. And I do like the concept of a northern champion, a southern champion competing, because that feels like you can't necessarily opt out, right, of anyone. And it may not, I mean, we've created a system potentially, right, which I've already brought up with that open enrollment, where we may have other schools that start to emerge as powerhouses who can also recruit from the entire state of Nevada, right? So, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that our intention was never, and it's not to bait it and switch this concept, right? Like I think we agreed that we wanted to split the state 5A, 4A, and we agreed and we landed on that, and that's great, right? Now it's a question of what does this championship look like, right? And so I am obviously wrote down and am in support of the motion that's on the table, but I also want to know if there's a way in which we can develop a northern and southern to not have this travel issue of cost. Because it is, I mean, as a high school principal, you asked me to spend $15,000 to travel to football, I'm struggling, right? Like, I mean, that's a lot. And so I recognize that layer of it that perhaps wasn't necessarily in that conversation prior to that being brought up. So I think it's worth knowing, but I just wanted to make sure it's clear that the South's intention is not to be able to switch them.
Christine.
Christine Brockett, Region 4. So just back to the original amendment, do we want to look at maybe making an adjustment, especially with the fiscal responsibilities we've been talking about, right? With looking at a northern, figuring out like the northern, southern, so then we get that for the 5A. However, on the open, and I'll just speak as myself, probably for the southern coaches, we just feel when it comes to an open championship, state championship, we want the state to be represented, not Clark County School District, or not Clark County to be represented. It's supposed to be a state championship. And that's why I asked Tim earlier, well, how many teams, like just in looking at the report from last year, how many teams are we talking about anymore? It might be one. It might be, you know, we're all jumping to that conclusion that, oh my gosh, now all my teams are going to have to play maybe into this competitive place where we haven't been playing. But we're not putting everybody in that spot. We're putting the team that has proven through their performance through the season that they should have that opportunity to play in that competitive spot because they may surprise us. If we never give them that opportunity, then how are we going to really see what their potential is?
But I think the thing that scares everybody is what does that look like? You know, I am the travel agent for the school district. And 1A, 2A does things very creatively, and they have extra weeks, and I do the travel, and travel is expensive. And a charter bus back in the day used to cost $2,000, they're up to $5,000, if not more, and it's only going to get up. Room costs. I spend a lot, and I can only speak for CCSD, I spend thousands of dollars traveling. But again, I think the thing that let's say it is what it is, we don't know what it looks like. And I think if we knew what it looked like, it would lessen the pain. But we can't map it out, because we don't know how many teams are north, how many teams are south. Yeah.
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Davis, do I need to, can I, or do I even need to amend the original motion that I made to add on to that RHM rubric criteria, a seating, with the final vote by a seating committee? With that, you know, do I have to add that? Could I add that? Is that even necessary to maybe help, you know, like with what you said, maybe making sure?
Go ahead, Bart.
You could add it, I'm sorry, Bart Davis and our staff, you could add it if you want to, but it still doesn't guarantee that if you look at the top 6 teams at the end of the year, I don't know where they're going to be from. And if it's only one team from the south and 5 from the north, or vice versa, that team that's on the island is still going to have to travel or have somebody travel to them for a long distance. You just, unless you were to block out, it's going to be 4 and 2 or 3 and 3. You just have no way in knowing until those numbers come up. It could be 3 and 3, it could be 6 and 0. You have no way of being able to predict that.
And it's hard. And I'm going to speak on behalf again, the travel agent for the South. I do my travel requests in July. I do it all the time. I reserve for the entire year. I reserve my 10 buses that I'm bringing up here for track or for track, and I mean it's a lot. And again, it's the unknowing that's hard. And I have to commit to rooms, and if our teams don't qualify, I pay a lot of money to the casino because I'm not using the rooms. But I'm very fortunate. I end up just putting 2 kids in the room. It works out. But from the standpoint of travel preparation, that's tough too. I mean, Rollins, I think somebody does your travel, but For those of us that do travel, that's tough. Sean just traveled.
So just questions.
Absolutely.
From your office, have you ever run into situations south coming north where you couldn't get hotel rooms, or it was just nearly impossible to get hotel
For
rooms?
South Point Hotel, no, I have a great relationship with Circus Circus. However, I have had situations where I can't get a charter bus, depending upon what's going on in the weekend, that weekend in Las Vegas. We've struggled, and the company that we work with is phenomenal, and they've had to outsource a little bit. We've been very fortunate.
Mr. Stone,
But it's
what about north
concerning.
and south?
Since we can't stay in casinos, we have major issues trying to get enough rooms depending on what season. It's track season, I need 57, 60 rooms. It's almost impossible. We have to usually split Washoe County up into probably 3 different establishments throughout the Vegas area to accommodate this. But they have the rooms here. That's not that big of a deal. The only issue we have is spread our schools out. We can't do one. I'd love to be in one establishment with everybody there and all that, but we can't do that.
So, board, where do we go from here?
Motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So we have a motion. First by Deanna, second by Christina. We have a first. We understand what the motion is, correct? Any further discussion? Call it.
Just calling out Region 4, the only question I would have is, the high school principals originally proposed 4 in the open, which I think would limit the number of teams that potentially are coming from the north. So I don't know if that's something we'd be open to. It came back to us as 6, but the high school principal's original proposal was 4. I think that might help make it more palatable for the north, because then obviously the number is a little smaller and the travel is potentially a little easier. It also opens up potentially more northern schools in the 5 to 8 playoffs, to allow for that kind of regional bracket type thing to take place. So I would just throw that out there. I understand that the timing of it makes it challenging, right? Because it's only 4 teams as opposed to 6, so the weeks are a little different with the 55s. So I'm just throwing it out there because I truly am trying to compromise here and come to some sort of agreement. And so I'm just wondering if that's something we would have to do.
And I'm gonna ask Rollins to comment on that.
I'm a team player, and the information and data that we have speaks for itself. This is an amazing group of people, and the work we do here is extremely different. And we're from all walks of life, and our experiences athletically and independently, and where we live regionally is all different. But we're all fighting for kids, we're all fighting for our kids, we're all fighting for what's best. I don't know what's going home is going to look like today and going to work tomorrow, but this is what I got to do, and this is what we have to do to make this thing go. Let's go for the top 4 with the rest of the 5. That's what
Yeah. Thank you.
We
So,
would have to amend the motion.
just to clarify, going off of the ranking system, which you are voting on is basically that the ranking system would determine whether it's 4 or 16, whatever you decide.
It's just
Okay.
6 right
The
now.
motion on the table is 6. I believe.
Right.
Okay. You would determine 16. So going off what they said last year, top 3 were in the south, bottom 3 were in the north.
Sounds like
Okay. And then you said you reseed it to make it so there's less travel. Okay?
yes.
All right. Now, in the same token, with that, right? If you use that metric, you're saying that metric is providing the top 6 teams, and we're trying to get to the top 6 teams to play in this championship somehow, or the top 2, right, out of the top 6. but then you're gonna reseed it to make it more financially doable, so to speak, right? And you're gonna do a disservice to multiple teams in that reseeding process. Because what you're doing then is you're now saying that, hey, even though you're 1, 2, 3 in the South, this metric says it and everything else, you don't necessarily get a home game. You might have to, one of you is gonna have to go, at least one, is gonna have to go north, is what you are saying by making this, yes, that's what you're saying by making the vote. Because if it goes 3 and 3, right? So those are things to strongly consider. And then just one final point, and then you guys probably heard enough of me, but, you know, you guys talked about how, you know, the way to make this supposedly work that includes everybody. That's why we came up with that bracket. Myself and Coach Morocco, who is the president of the Southern Association. I mean, and talk about compromise, that is a huge compromise for the North to do something like that. And that's why when we, as a coach association, talked about this, we understand that for us to play the state championship game, it's going to be against a really good football team from the South, if that bracket goes into play. I mean, that's the legitimacy of it. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the work that you do. Trust me, I'm as ready for this to be over as you guys. I've probably got about 1,000 hours into this thing over the last 3 or 4 months. So I appreciate it.
All right, I'm gonna go to Bart.
Thank you, President Sloan. Mr. McDonald brought up the possibility of a 4-8-8, which is what the principles that originally proposed. 4 teams in the open division, 8 teams in 18.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can at this point, I'll try.
So I hear you.
4 teams in the open, 8 teams in a 5A playoff, 8 teams in a 4A playoff. If we were to finagle that, you look at that 4 at the top of the open. If you have a situation where it's 3 from one side and 1 from the other, you guarantee that the team that's on the island by themselves, you're home. You get the home game. Somebody else traveling to you. So you don't have to travel in the second weeks if you're that team. I think that might work, working through it. I've mentioned the bracket that we keep bringing up. I'm not in love with the idea of the possibility of teams that meet in the open division semifinals meeting again in the 5A championship. No guarantee it's going to happen, but it could. I'm not in love with that idea at all. But I also don't like the idea of giving a team shots at 2 different state championships. You're in one state championship game, you lose it, now you got a shot to win another state championship. That's kind of my whole thought on the bracket. We can go number of teams however we want to. We can finagle however we want to. Travel's a huge concern, we all know that. Limiting the number probably limits the number of teams from one side of the state being in that open division. Eliminate it? No. But the way it sets right now, 3 and 3 would become 3 and 1 if we went from 6 to 4. Is it doable? Is it palatable? And again, I don't think we need to have the bracket all figured out today. We just got to figure out, if we're doing it open, where is it coming from? If we're doing a 5A, where is it coming from? If we're doing a 4A, where is it coming from? So that people can then set their schedules. I'm off my soapbox, President Sloan, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The reason why we came back here today, instead of what we were voting on in our emergency meeting, was because we wanted more teams with the opportunity to win. More teams in the playoffs. So to be clear, it has been a suggestion now, and you'd like me to amend my motion that we now have less teams in the playoffs. And Rollins, I will do that if you really feel like it's a benefit. But we also just had, I'm confused if the North wants to be in the open or not, because I heard from one person saying, what if we don't, what's the feasibility of us being able to make that? Obviously, like, if you feel like you have less, if you mentioned maybe your teams aren't as competitive, I do believe in your teams that they are competitive. So I would love to see them have more opportunity to make that open. But if it's your pleasure, you think it's going to help, I will be happy to amend my motion, to the 4 teams right now, just to make sure.
At this particular time, if we can't go to the 4A, then we will be in the 5A with the open with 4 teams.
That's what your pleasure is. I will amend.
That's the pleasure of this board.
Okay. I will amend.
I want to hear from Colin first.
Just calling out his report, just for the record, the concern was more so not necessarily just having more teams in the playoffs, but having equal opportunity for teams, which was the 5A 4A split. The 5A 4A split has accomplished what we were concerned about prior, was just allowing that 4A tier group of students the opportunity to be in the playoffs, which I believe the original proposal did not. So just for clarification.
I would like to amend my original motion to have 4 teams in the open, 8 teams in the 5A playoffs, 8 teams in the 4A playoffs.
Second, or amendment.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Christina,
cannot.
Christina.
I got brain dead. I'm brain dead over here.
It's all exciting. Christina, second. All right, we have a motion, amended motion that 4 teams go to the open, 8 teams in the 5A, 8 teams in the 4A. Any additional questions or comments?
Sorry, calling out his report, just clarifying the how there is the RMH system, correct?
Yes, that's what I,
Okay, so just the system.
And I did not-
proposed is what's incorporated. As proposed by the, well, no, I guess 3 lines says. I'm not-
We good with that? And then we'll-
Yeah.
Okay,
Pamela Sloan,
yes,
Rollins Howard,
Say no.
Linda Cavazos. Yes. Fred Malkovich. Jay Kenny.
No.
Colin Knopf.
Yes.
Christina Brockett. Yes. Wade Wilson.
Nay.
Deanna Riddle.
I,
Van Swartzen.
Not here.
Alice Woodbury.
Not here.
Keith Whipperman.
Yay.
6-4.
6-4. Okay, by a vote of 6-4, it is passed. Thank you.
I don't know if this is what you're talking about before, but I'd just like to ask Larry Showdown, school league, who represents the Washington County School District Board of Trustees, is not present for the vote today, nor is Ray Ann Swanson, none of the North representatives not present today for this meeting.
All right,
Oh, wait.
hang on 1 second, guys.
No, sir. I got it started. What time, Tia, what time tomorrow?
Okay, guys, so tomorrow we're starting at 8:30. The shuttle will be there to pick you up at 7:40, so that gives you enough time to eat. You do need to bring all of your stuff from the Nugget with you. It will also be your transportation to the airport. So again, be downstairs in the lobby at 7:40. They'll pick you up where the normal valet is there, okay? Text me if there's a problem, or call me if there's a problem.